Valley of Monsters by Keith Robinson. Book 7 in the Island of Fog series. Chapter 1. Werewolf. "There he is," Hal said, pointing through the trees. "Right on top of my fairy patch," Abigail exclaimed. Robbie was sitting on a fallen tree trunk alongside Lauren. They were holding hands and talking. Behind them pulsed a smoking black portal, which surprised Hal to no end. After blowing up the mines and setting off a chain reaction, new portals had sprung up all across the land. But why here? Abigail sucked in a breath. The fairy magic! This was a hot spot for them. It must have exploded along with the geo-rocks. Robbie jumped to his feet. "There you are," he exclaimed. "What took you so long? You were supposed to be here hours ago." "Well, we were busy," Hal said, spreading his hands. "Anyway," Abigail said mischievously, "I'm pretty sure you two didn't mind waiting. Together, in private." "Don't know what you mean," Robbie muttered, his face reddening. He let go of Lauren's hand and shuffled his feet. Abigail's smile faded. She looked concerned again. "I hope my fairy friends are okay. If this patch had exploded early in the morning, when they were all sleeping off their party, they would have been killed." Then she pursed her lips and began to nod. "But it happened late at night, so most likely they were flitting around everywhere. I'm sure they're all fine." "So this was a fairy patch?" Lauren asked. "I guess that explains where this portal came from." She smiled. "Show them, Robbie." Intrigued, Hal stepped closer. "Show us what?" Robbie pointed to a rope looped around the tree trunk. "Surprise for you." The rope ran into the pulsing portal and disappeared into blackness. Hal sighed and approached. "Is it safe?" "Yeah, just hang onto the rope and climb down." So Hal eased himself backward into the portal. The ground vanished behind him, and his legs dangled precariously in mid-air. Cold wind whistled around his ankles. Gripping the rope, he lowered himself through the blackness. He ended up hanging over the ocean. It stretched on forever, though cliffs loomed in the west, along with the distant buildings of a city, the same city where he'd run into Scraggs. There was a clear sunset and a low, nearly full moon. Right below him, on the end of the rope, was a raft, bobbing neatly on the water. He gasped and took it all in at once. 2 large, hefty doors secured to crossbeams, sturdy plastic drums all around. It was far superior to the raft he and Robbie had built one Saturday afternoon a while back. Hoisting himself back up through the portal, he grinned at his friend. "That thing is awesome." "What thing?" Abigail asked. "A raft. A brilliant one. Big enough for 4. Hal looked meaningfully at Robbie and Lauren. "The 4 of us, right?" They nodded in unison, looking pleased with themselves. "Lauren and I built it together," Robbie said proudly. "Took a week. It was our secret project. We could have gone for a sail if you'd gotten here earlier. Too late now, though. The moon's already out." Hal glanced between the trees, again making out the nearly full moon in the sunset sky. He scratched absently at his left forearm, realizing it had been a full lunar month since his werewolf attack. He shuddered, recalling how close he'd come to death that night. "Maybe tomorrow, though," Robbie said. With a sigh, Hal shared a glance with Abigail before looking sheepishly at Robbie and Lauren. "Actually, Miss Simone is sending me on a mission." Abigail nodded. "And I'm going too." "What mission?" Robbie said, looking indignant. "How come I don't know about this?" "Because I just found out earlier. I'm going after Chase." Robbie and Lauren were silent. "He was spotted west of here," Abigail said. "Word just came back. So Miss Simone wants Hal to go find him and bring him home. She wants to know what happened to the Sphinx twins, and he's the only one who knows." "Can we go?" Robbie asked, gesturing to Lauren and himself. Abigail answered him, saying she didn't see why not, but that Robbie would need to clear it with his parents. Meanwhile, Hal looked away into the woods. He felt strange. Something was stirring in him. Was the memory of the werewolf attack causing him to feel nauseous, or was the nausea bringing up the memory? Either way, something was wrong. He blinked rapidly as dizziness overcame him. His friends went on talking, apparently unaware he was beginning to sway. His arm itched again. He scratched at it through his sweater, wondering if he'd been bitten by some kind of winter bug. "Hal," Lauren said, "are you okay? You've gone pale." Immediately, Abigail rushed to him and held him steady while peering into his face. "What's wrong?" "Not sure," Hal muttered. "I just feel weird." "Why are you scratching?" Robbie asked. Realizing that he was indeed clawing at his forearm again, Hal stopped and held up his hand. His mouth dropped open, and Abigail gasped and backed away. He had been bitten, but not by a bug. With shaking fingers, he pushed up the sleeve of his sweater. Now it was Robbie and Lauren who gasped, and Hal began to mumble under his breath. Bitten by a werewolf. The wound on his stomach hadn't healed quite as well as he'd assumed. With his heart hammering in his chest, Hal had the strangest feeling that he needed to set off running through the woods. He needed to hunt. His blood surged through his body, and a craving hunger overcame him. "What now?" he moaned. His entire left forearm and part of his hand was covered in coarse, dark brown hair. As he stared, his fingers slowly began to stretch. Aghast, Hal staggered and almost fell. "This can't be happening." His friends were white-faced. Abigail reached for him, then stepped back, then reached for him again, her fingers twitching indecisively. "Hal, what's going on? Why do you have hair? Dragons don't have hair." Pain lanced through Hal's forearm. Wincing, he gripped his hairy wrist and watched in horror as his fingers and hand continued to stretch. Claws sprouted, and it felt like someone had just jabbed him with needles. "Ow!" he yelled. The feeling that this had all happened before, that he had scratched at an itch and begun to change into a monster, was offset by one huge difference. This time, it hurt. There was no blood, just a stinging pain in the tips of his fingers and a crippling ache in his forearm. And it was getting worse. He fell to his knees as his entire arm began to spasm. It felt like his shoulder was being wrenched out of its socket. The bones stretched. His sweater sleeve masked what was happening, but he could see it bulging as more of that thick, coarse hair grew, and his biceps and triceps expanded with a fresh wave of pain. Yelling in panic, he tried to back away from it, which was of course impossible. What he was seeing was utterly foreign to him. It wasn't his arm. Frozen like statues, his friends stood with their mouths hanging open. "Get help!" he shouted at them. But as Robbie turned to run, Hal changed his mind. "No, wait! I can't. It's taking me over. You have to... "What are you talking about?" Robbie demanded. "Should I go get help or what?" Hal used his good hand, his normal hand, to claw at his belly, where a sickly feeling emanated. It wasn't nausea. It was poison. From the werewolf's bite. It was inside him, working him over, getting into his bloodstream and transforming him into something monstrous. More monstrous than a dragon? His mind screamed. Pain shot through him again, this time across his back. His other shoulder popped, and he doubled up, unable even to gasp. His good arm started to swell and stretch, and at the same time he felt a terrible sensation in his throat, as if his larynx were being rearranged, which it probably was. When he next let out a gasp, it came out deeper, a voice quite unlike his own. His first dragon transformation had been painless, terrifying but painless. He'd never experienced pain while shifting except for that time in the confines of a collapsed tunnel when he'd tried to change to his massive dragon form and nearly crushed himself in the process. "It hurts!" he wailed, knowing he was crying like a baby but not caring. Abigail reached for him again, but he barely felt her hands on his arm. She was crying too, saying something over and over, though he couldn't focus long enough to decipher her words. She gestured, and Robbie took off running. Her voice was firmer now, but Hal still couldn't hear her through his pain. He rolled onto his side and into a fetal position, but that didn't help. So he tried lying on his back, but that didn't help either. He thrashed and ended up on his stomach, just as his spine felt like a giant had taken hold of each end and started stretching it. He started to lose consciousness after that. He dimly heard Abigail's voice in his ear, though the exact words still eluded him. The woods were spinning, nothing made sense anymore, and through the agony, he started to think about food. Food. The hunger startled him. He hadn't been hungry at all before. He'd eaten well at dinner time, yet now he was ravenous. "Get away!" He groaned in a voice that wasn't his. He doubted his words were even recognizable. He struggled to turn over, certain that his bones had been pulverized and his flesh shredded. Instead, powerful arms and a bulging chest strained against his sweater, tearing it in places. The fabric was constricting him, and he raked his claws across it, easily slicing it open to reveal his smart clothes beneath. In a sudden screaming frenzy, he ripped the sweater off and threw the bits aside, then started on the silky green material of his shirt. It sliced open just as easily, but then sealed itself again, all the while expanding to accommodate his growing chest and shoulders. Either the pain was subsiding, or his nerve endings were fried, or he was simply numb with shock. He had a moment of clarity, a brief 15 seconds somewhere between human in agony and crazy werewolf, just enough time to get a few words out to Abigail and Lauren, who had stumbled well out of range. "Throw me through the portal," he snarled, shocked at how wet and grisly his voice sounded. He tore at his restrictive outer pants, shredding them open to reveal the enchanted pair beneath. His shoes popped off on their own, leaving only the flexible pads magically adhered to the soles of his feet. "I need to hunt," he told the girls. "Throw me through the portal, into the sea. I can't hurt anyone there." "You'll drown," Abigail protested, flinging her hands about in panic. "Do it," Hal yelled. "I can use the raft." But it was too late, and even as Abigail took an uncertain step toward him, Hal warded her away. "Go! Fly!" Everything was a blur after that. Without his ordinary clothes holding him back, his body lurched into a final dramatic transformation that made his friends scream. His hands, paws, were huge, his nearly bare feet elongated and ready to spring him into the air. He felt immensely powerful, a coiled spring, nothing but muscle, and a craving hunger. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw two figures shooting upward, Abigail buzzing like a giant bug, and Lauren flapping her huge white-feathered wings. The woods called to him, and he took off, mustering every ounce of his pent-up energy into a gigantic leap. When his feet and hands touched down, they were already moving, springing him along with astonishing ease. The trees sailed past, a dizzying blur, but he never faltered or stumbled. He was right where he belonged, in the woods during a full moon. Chapter 2. Memory Loss. Hal woke around dawn, lying on his back and staring up through the trees, shivering. And no wonder. It was the dead of winter, and he had on nothing but light, silky, smart clothes that offered little more than a hint of magical warmth. He bolted upright as his memory clicked into place. Werewolf! A quick check told him he was no longer in that terrifying form. He was back to his normal self, smart shoes still stuck to the bottoms of his feet, and his bare toes incredibly dirty. His silky pants were caked in mud, as were his hands, but there was something mixed in with the grime on his fingers, something dark and distinctly red. A moan escaped him. It was blood, and he very much doubted it was his own. Abigail! He yelled, clambering to his feet. Lauren! Robbie! His voice was muffled by the hazy white mist that permeated the woods. He heard no answering calls, only silence. Where was he? He recognized nothing. How far had he scampered? Where had the blood come from? Abigail! He stood trembling, glancing around, listening intently. Nothing. So either he was miles away from his friends, or he'd done something to them. Get a grip, he muttered. He forced himself to take long, deep breaths as he remembered both Abigail and Lauren shooting off into the sky as he'd been transforming. He'd ignored them and run off. Yes, and he'd kept running, probably all night. Or at least until he'd come across some kind of prey, perhaps a groundhog or a deer, or a random person hiking in the woods. He turned in a circle, wondering which way led home. He'd have to fly out of the forest for an overview. There, a sizable gap in the wintry canopy. It would do. His transformation into a dragon came easily. At least his werewolf problem hadn't interfered with his genetic makeup and messed that up. What would have happened if he'd thought to change into this form while the werewolf thing was going on? Would it have set him right? He'd have to experiment if it happened again, which might be tonight. Hal grimaced. He needed help. Springing into the air, he flew out of the trees and studied his surroundings. Carter sprawled far to the south. He'd run for miles through the woods last night. Well, that was probably a good thing. The farther away from the village he was, the safer everyone was from him. Last night had been a full moon, or nearly full anyway. The difference was barely perceptible. Still, he was sure it was a waxing moon, still growing, which meant he had 2 or 3 similar nights ahead of him before it began to wane. He didn't know a whole lot about the subject, but he knew a man who did. He needed to talk to Lucas. The trouble was, Lucas lived in the Lichen village in the east, not a safe place to visit at this time of the month. Flying slowly toward Carter, he was torn by indecision. There was no way he planned to stick around tonight, not while he ran the risk of becoming a werewolf and clawing people to death. Going to see Lucas seemed like a good idea, but not before checking that his friends were all right and saying goodbye, and perhaps letting Miss Simone know what was going on. She still harbored a grudge against him for his reckless behavior a month before, exploding all those geo-rocks and creating portals, and he was trying hard to stay on her good side. He circled around and descended on the streets, flying through columns of lazy smoke that drifted from chimneys. Villagers glanced up at him as he passed overhead. Some jumped in fright, but most of them recognized him as the resident dragon Shapeshifter. Of course, they harbored a grudge, too. He'd effectively opened up their village, their entire land, to outsiders. More and more families from old Earth were showing up at the gates of Carter and seeking refuge. The few old houses that had stood empty had quickly filled, and now villagers faced the choice of turning these people away or somehow making room for them. Then again, the refugees were willing to pull their weight. After surviving in substandard conditions for 13 years in a virus-stricken world, they had been offered the chance to start over. Building new homes gave them a sense of purpose and belonging, and in that sense, the integration of the two worlds seemed to be working, at least for now. Hal thumped down in a street and reverted to his human form before he scared too many people. The morning chill hit him immediately. Shivering, he first hammered on the door of Dr. Kessler's house, but she didn't appear to be in, so he hurried to Miss Simone's instead, on the outskirts of Carter. He knocked once, twice, 3 times as he stood shivering on the doorstep, wishing his smart clothes were made of thicker material. His toes were quickly going numb again. Come on," he muttered, his breath pluming in the air. With a sigh, he had to accept that Miss Simone was out too. Probably looking for me in the woods, he realized. He stepped back, transformed, and took to the sky again. He returned to the woods outside the village, following the trail he'd taken with Abigail the evening before, searching for any sign of movement among the trees. It took a while, but eventually he spotted a fairly large group edging through the woods. He let out a huffing sound to announce his presence as he flew by, and someone exclaimed, "There he is!" When he'd found a suitable place to land, he stood waiting as the group crashed through the woods into the clearing. Abigail raced ahead, hovering off the ground, her fairy wings a blur. She carried her thick coat in her arms. "Hal!" she yelled, dropping to the ground before him. Her wings retracted, and she quickly slipped into her coat. "Where have you been?" He couldn't explain while in dragon form, so he reverted to human form once more, already dreading the cold. Before he could say anything in reply, the rest of the search party burst through the bushes. All his friends were there, Robbie dragging Lauren by the hand, the big boy, Fenton, pushing past the small-framed Dewey, Emily sliding through the dead leaves in her serpentine naga form, Darcy trying to pull a twig out of her blonde locks, and red-headed Thomas lagging behind. Miss Simone was with them, along with Dr. Kessler and a whole squad of goblins. Now that Hal was human again, Abigail flung her arms around his neck and squeezed him tight. Then she stepped back, looking fierce. "Well?" she demanded. "What happened? Where'd you go?" "A long way," Hal admitted. "I don't remember anything. I woke up in the woods this morning and had to fly up high to figure out where I was." He jabbed his thumb skyward. "You're a mess," Darcy announced, finally disentangling the twig. Hal glanced down at his clothes. "The blood on my hands worries me the most," he mumbled, flexing his fingers so everybody could see. A silence fell. It stretched on, and Hal began to squirm at the sea of shocked faces and wide eyes. It's not my fault," he said, trembling. "Whatever I did. I don't remember any of it." "Was it an animal?" Miss Simone asked, her tone as cold as the winter air. "How should I know?" Hal moaned. "You didn't find any remains?" He shook his head. I didn't think to check. I didn't see any dead animals. I probably killed something and moved on." "Did you eat it?" a small voice asked. It was Thomas. He rarely said anything, but when he did, it always seemed to revolve around the wilder side of shape-shifting, which was hardly surprising since he'd spent years in the form of a manticore, living off the woods and eating raw meat. "Give me a break," Hal said. "But did you?" Thomas insisted. Hal threw up his hands. "I don't know. I don't remember anything." Thomas wouldn't let up. "Are you hungry now? Because you should be dying for breakfast, right? If not, well, maybe you ate already." "Enough, Thomas," Miss Simone snapped. A silence fell again. "Hal, you need to go to the village of Landis." Her statement threw him. This was exactly what he'd thought of himself, but he hadn't expected her to suggest it so readily. "Go see Lucas," she said, a little more softly now. Her expression seemed to change with every passing breeze, first coldness, then pity, then worry, then urgency. "If nothing else, maybe Lucas can show you how to control your urges. He's been dealing with this since he was 8 years old." Hal clapped his hands and rubbed them vigorously. Dr. Kessler turned to a goblin and said something, and the goblin handed her a sack. Hal tuned them out and began to stamp. "It's not the same, though," he told Miss Simone. "He's a shapeshifter lichen, but I got bitten. I'm a werewolf now." A werewolf. The idea appalled him. Being a lichen would have been bad enough. He'd seen firsthand how violent the lichens grew, how completely out of control they were during the full moon phase. As the moon waned, so did their wolfish behavior, Even their physique changed, shortening, thinning, becoming more human. When the moon was a mere sliver in the night sky, the lichens were relatively ordinary and at their most hospitable. But woe betide anyone who ventured into their woods during a full moon. Hal wasn't a lichen, shapeshifter, or otherwise. If he were, he would change slowly and painlessly throughout the month. Instead, he was destined to remain human until a full moon, whereupon the wolf would take over. Dr. Kessler hurried forward, pulling clothes from a sack. Hal grabbed them eagerly, profusely thanking the short, plump, curly-haired woman. As he climbed into a pair of pants, his own, he realized, and yanked on a thick coat, he asked the question that had been on his mind all morning. "Is there a cure?" Miss Simone raised her eyebrows. "A cure? For a werewolf bite?" She sighed. "Maybe. Lucas can explain. But don't get your hopes up." "So there is one?" "I said don't get your hopes up." Hal knelt to put on some socks and shoes. His hands were shaking so much that Abigail had to help him. She wrinkled her nose at the state of his feet, but said nothing. When he stood up, Miss Simone looked distinctly sad. "It's always you, isn't it, Hal?" she murmured. "It's not my fault?" "Well, that's a matter of opinion. If you hadn't been foolish enough to wander off into the woods near the Lycans village, you wouldn't have been bitten." "I just wanted to recharge," Hal said. "If Blacknail had let me lie on that huge wagon-load of geo-rocks to recharge, then I wouldn't have needed to head back to the Chamber of Ghosts." "He did let you." "Only because Molly persuaded him, and not for long. It wouldn't have been enough. He'd have made me get down once we got moving again." "Yeah," Robbie piped up. Abigail turned to join in with the ifs and buts. And if that earthquake hadn't struck, Hal wouldn't have been trapped in that tunnel in the mines, and Molly wouldn't have needed to turn him to stone, and then Blair wouldn't have needed to do that rebirth trick to revive him, and then he wouldn't have been drained of magic in the first place. And, Lauren ventured in a far more respectful tone, if Jacob the 1,000-year-old Phoenix hadn't done his rebirth trick, then everybody and everything would still have magic, and none of us would have needed to go to the Chamber of Ghosts to recharge, and we wouldn't have been anywhere near the earthquake or the mines. All right, Miss Simone admitted. Robbie, as usual, took it too far. And if we hadn't been shapeshifters, we wouldn't have needed magic at all, and we wouldn't have come here to New Earth. We'd still be on a foggy island. No, wait, we wouldn't even have been born, because if we weren't shapeshifters, then— Miss Simone held up her hand. "Yes, Robbie, thank you." She sighed. "Hal, go see Lucas at once. I'll inform your parents. They're waiting for you at home as I advised, but I'll tell them you'll be back as soon as it's safe." Hal narrowed his eyes. "And what if it'll never be safe? What if there's no cure and I'm stuck like this, changing into a werewolf every month?" "There's no point in worrying about it until you know all the facts, Hal. I don't want to get your hopes up, but there is a cure of sorts. As I said, Lucas will know everything there is to know." As a clamor of voices begged her to reveal what little she knew, Miss Simone shook her head and turned her back on them all. "Dr. Kessler, is there something we should do about what he might have eaten last night? If he killed a deer and ate it raw?" The portly woman shrugged. "Frankly, a bit of food poisoning is the least of his worries. If he gets tapeworms, I'm sure a transformation will take care of them. I wouldn't be concerned. Not about that, anyway. I'm certain anyone who can survive having his bones stretched and warped can survive an upset stomach." A thought occurred to Hal. "But what about Chase? I was supposed to be going out to find him." Crushing disappointment set in. He'd been looking forward to the mission, and now he had to go deal with something else. "Yeah, and we were going to ask if we could go," Robbie said, lifting Lauren's hand to indicate who we meant. Miss Simone chewed her lip. A silence fell. Hal felt a surge of relief, already knowing she was going to let him go ahead with that mission. Whenever she had to stop and think, it meant she liked the idea, but was running through all the pros and cons. Otherwise, she would have simply said no and been done with it. She had definitely regained her beauty, Hal thought as he watched her. He'd avoided her for the last few weeks, staying away from her sharp tongue and disappointed stare. He knew he'd wronged her, wronged everyone, by creating portals across the land and allowing old Earthers through. But some good was coming out of it as well. As a lover of science and progress, she quietly relished the import of clean technology into this quaint world. And medicine. Nothing beat decades of scientific research in medicinal drugs. Put simply, Miss Simone was incredibly excited by the union of worlds. Yet she was disappointed that her student Hal had gone off the rails, and he couldn't blame her. "All right," she finally agreed, and Robbie punched the air. "Go to Landis first," she warned. "See Lucas. Deal with this problem you have. Then feel free to go after Chase. I would start at the beginning if I were you." Her comment seemed offhand, but before Hal could ask her to clarify it, she looked at him sternly. "I'm trusting you, Hal. You too, Abigail. You both have to promise me that you won't do anything foolish. If Lucas suggests you hole up in a cave with a boulder across the front and wait a week until you're no longer affected by the moon, then you do so without question. Understood?" "Yes, Miss Simone," Hal and Abigail both said meekly. "And if Lucas suggests coming back here to Carter because he doesn't trust you children out and about on your own, you come back home. Understood?" "Yes, Miss Simone." She finished. Robbie spoke up. Miss Simone, I should go too. Abigail needs my protection. If Hal turns into a werewolf, I'll save her from him." Abigail giggled. "And Miss Simone, I think Lauren should come as well, to save Robbie from himself." "All right, fine," the woman said as titters swept through the group. Even Dr. Kessler smiled, but Miss Simone seemed to have missed the joke. "Just be safe. And know this, Hal, one of the reasons I'm letting you go, the reason I suggested you go in the first place, is because I think it'll do the village good if you get out of everybody's hair for a while. You're not very popular around here now, Hal, so go. And maybe when you come back, the mood will have improved a little." Chapter 3. A Meeting with Lucas. It was still early, not even mid-morning, when Hal spotted the glittering ocean to the east. It hadn't taken long to fly this far. He would have plenty of time to seek out Lucas and talk to him before nightfall. Hopefully, the man would know all about a cure for a werewolf bite. Lauren, in harpy form, flew alongside with her white hair streaming backward and her huge bird feet dangling. Most harpies had filthy, grimy feathers all over, but this one, being a shapeshifter, kept herself clean. Robbie and Abigail clung to Hal's scaly, ridged back. He couldn't see them because his neck didn't twist that far, but he knew they were wrapped in a blanket, probably shivering so much they'd clammed up long ago and now huddled in miserable silence, grasping a sack of spare clothes between them. It had been a month since they'd all been this far east. Below, the rugged plains ended at a line of small mountains, and Hal picked out the narrow passage that cut all the way through, a zigzagging crack across the terrain. As he followed Eastward Pass, he spotted trolls scampering about on the dangerous slopes. Beyond the pass was another plain, and bordering it, curious humps and ridges that marked the location of the now-defunct mines. Those mounds had once glowed orange in the night, the source of magical energy, or sparkle. Now the mines were gone, collapsed in on themselves, leaving a crater full of ocean water, water that had poured in from old Earth through a submerged, smoky black portal. Hal circled around, interested to see the damage he'd caused when he'd set off dynamite in the Chamber of Ghosts and exploded the magical core. The trolls liked the change in the landscape. They no longer had to hunt quite so hard. Mountain sheep were huge and heavy but hard to catch. Fish, on the other hand, were much easier, and there were some big ones in this curious bowl of ocean water. The lichens, though, were furious about the whole affair. They owned the land, or so they claimed. They were happy to see the goblin miners out of work, but not so pleased that their sparkle had been extinguished. They said it was bad karma. Then again, they were a superstitious lot. The goblin miners had abandoned all hope of trying to salvage the place. Even if magic returned there over time, the tunnels were pulverized. Since the stout, grumpy goblins were now out of work, many had left the region to make themselves useful elsewhere. Hal flew low over the woods. Trails of smoke came from a nearby goblin outpost, but he ignored that welcome sight and headed instead for the village of Landis. He belched fire until the wolfish figures below looked up at him and started howling. Even in broad daylight, the residents were in full wolf form. Lucas had admonished Hal and his fellow shapeshifters for calling these people werewolves. They were lichens, changing slowly through the month, their physical appearance and mood directly tied to the lunar cycle. Being a true shapeshifter, Lucas could transform as he wished. And that was what Hal clung to, the hope that he, too, could learn how to control the savage beast within. The lithe, powerful creatures prowled around below, some standing upright and others scampering on all fours. A few were scrapping, tearing into each other like dogs fighting over a bone. It was said that lichens remembered little during the full moon phase. Even in broad daylight, they were brutally wild. Injuries were inflicted, even deaths, and they only realized it after the moon had begun to wane and their gentler side returned. Gradually their fog lifted, and the horrors of what they had done to each other became clear. What a horrible existence, Hal thought, for the umpteenth time. "Careful," Lauren called as she flew alongside. "Don't forget you have passengers. How about dropping them off somewhere first?" That was good advice. Hal grunted his agreement and headed away from Landis. Then inspiration struck, and he veered toward the goblin outpost in the near distance. Nestled in the trees, it was fenced all around with hefty logs to keep out the wolfish neighbors. Rough-hewn shacks were thrown together just the way the goblins liked them. Smoke drifted from a couple of chimneys, but one small fire burned in a narrow street. 6 goblins sat hunched over the flames, and Hal imagined they were grumbling about this, that, and the other, while roasting nuts in a metal pan. A perfect morning for the surly, pig-faced creatures. Thumping down heavily behind them, the draft from his wings caused the campfire to flicker wildly. 2 goblins swung around, and the other 4 jumped to their feet. Before they could get a word out, Lauren touched down next to Hal and elicited more startled exclamations. A second later, they sighed with relief. While a dragon landing in their midst was a terrible shock, one carrying passengers and accompanied by a harpy could only mean the arrival of shapeshifters. Besides, Lauren had been to the outpost before, and they probably recognized her. "What do you want?" the ugliest goblin complained. "Don't go blowing us all up," another warned. Abigail and Robbie clambered down from Hal's back, dragging the blanket and the sack of clothes with them. The goblins groaned, throwing up their gnarled hands, as though their day was now completely ruined by the presence of so many irritating children. "Nice to see you too," Abigail said, smiling sweetly at the goblins. "May we join you around the fire?" "What for?" While Abigail moved closer and began to explain the reason for the visit, Lauren patted Hal's snout. "Off you go then, Hal. Go get Lucas." Robbie wrapped himself in the blanket and moved closer to Lauren. He lifted one arm as though it were an enormous drooping wing, inviting her under. She abruptly reverted to her human form, her smart dress altering and sealing shut at the back as her wings disappeared. She slipped under the blanket and huddled close. Hal envied his friends as they got comfortable around the fire. The smell of roasted nuts filled the air as Abigail coaxed some conversation out of their reluctant goblin hosts. As Hal launched into the air again, Abigail turned and blew him a kiss. She mouthed some words, something like, "Be careful," and Hal gave a grunt as he tore off over the treetops. When he descended on the village of Landis, the lichens were everywhere, howling and snarling as he swooped low and landed in a field with a large burnt patch in the middle. This was where they lit bonfires for occasional gatherings, though it was hard to imagine these maniacal creatures mingling and talking over drinks or dancing the night away to cheerful music. The moment he touched down, lichens bounded toward him in a frenzy, jaws snapping. Hal swung around to fend them off, and they barked and snarled, ears flattened back, eyes ablaze. Some of the monstrous creatures were standing, others low and ready to pounce. Every one of them was broad-shouldered and barrel-chested, with long, powerful arms, oddly skinny waists, thick thighs, and backward-bending knees, wolfish bodies that were exaggerated out of proportion. One leapt forward, and Hal turned to deal with it. The dark-haired monster went straight for his throat, trying to sink its teeth through his armor-plated scales. Hal felt pressure there, but no pain. The lichen grappled and clung on with vicious claws, tearing at him, trying to draw blood. Others joined in, and though Hal's heart was beating hard, he stood still and waited it out. He wanted them to realize how futile their attack was before he flung them off. When half a minute had passed, and he had 7 or 8 of the creatures clinging to his hide and scrambling up onto his back, he decided enough was enough. He let out a bellow that cut through the cacophony of howls, then breathed a great stream of fire that sent the crowd scurrying. When he shook his body, battered with his tail, and bucked violently, lichens flew off all around. Now the crowd was quieter, more thoughtful. Shoulder to shoulder, they were like a single giant mass of coarse black hair, pockmarked with bright yellow eyes and gleaming white teeth. "Are you finished yet?" Hal asked in his dragon voice, and the growl that emerged caused the lichens to growl back at him. "Good dogs," he muttered. He had successfully thought of them as lichens up until now, thanks to Lucas's constant reminders, but it was hard to see these savage beasts as anything but the embodiment of the werewolf legend. Lichens seemed too tame. Still, in 2 weeks from now, when the moon had waned to a mere sliver in the night sky, these people would be back to normal, mostly human, tall and lean with thick eyebrows, what an outsider might consider ordinary yet grumpy folks. One of the creatures pushed through the snarling, snapping crowd and approached on 2 feet, swinging its long arms. This one had a limp, and Hal knew it was Lucas. The creature walked right up to Hal without fear and stared at him with a baleful glare. He grunted something, but his wolfish mouth was unable to form human words, and the meaning was lost. Lucas ran at him, leapt onto his dragon back, and patted him hard on the neck. His meaning was clear enough. "Let's get out of here before they get even more wound up." When Hal took to the sky, the lichens let loose with a collective howl and surged forward, closing the gap he'd vacated. A fight immediately broke out, and the howls degenerated into barks and roars and occasional yelps of pain. What a hot-tempered bunch, Hal thought, glad he'd left his friends in the safety of the goblin outpost. He returned there as fast as he was able and thudded down in the same spot as before. His friends were still gathered around the fire, and the goblins seemed to have accepted them into the conversation, even offering roasted nuts. Conversation ceased as Hal stilled his wings, and Lucas jumped down. Everyone silently got up and came closer. "Hello, Lucas," Abigail said. "You look different." Lucas, in his hulking wolf form, limped past her and reached for Robbie and Lauren, who were still loosely wrapped in the blanket. Both flinched, their eyes wide. But Lucas just wanted the blanket, which he plucked from them and threw around himself. As he did so, he began to shrink from a height of 7 feet down to 6, while his ears shortened, his muzzle flattened, and his shoulders slimmed. He tightened the blanket further as his coarse black body hair began to fade and thin out, slowly vanishing as his powerful frame dwindled to that of a mere human. Still a tall figure, but far more scrawny. The black hair on his head hung limply, oily and unkempt, and thick stubble remained on his chin, one of those curious shapeshifter nuances nobody could quite explain. "Ah, there's the Lucas we know and love," Abigail said, a tremor in her voice as the man hunched over and began to shiver. He looked really fed up. "What are you kids doing here?" he growled. "It's hard enough trying to integrate with the pack without you coming along and reminding them I have shapeshifter friends, that I'm one too, an outsider. What do you want? Why couldn't you wait for a new moon when they're less crazy?" Hal reverted to his human form, eager to jump in before Abigail wound the man up with her cheeky tongue. "Sorry," he said. "It's just that... Man, it's cold." Distracted, he hurried to the goblin's fire and stood right next to it. "Robbie, give me my clothes." Robbie threw the sack at him, and Hal rummaged through it and pulled out his thick jacket. There was no point putting his other things on. He hoped to be on the move again as soon as Lucas had told him where to find a cure. They all huddled around the fire on upturned log stumps. With limited space, 4 of the goblins rolled their beady black eyes and shuffled off, leaving 2 behind. Those 2 sat quietly, holding a metal tray of roasted nuts between them and munching absently. "So talk," Lucas prompted, his voice muffled since he was buried so deeply within the blanket. Hal took a deep breath. "I was bitten by a werewolf." There was a long pause. "I mean a lichen," Hal corrected himself, wondering if that was the reason for Lucas's silence. "I was bitten by a lichen." Lucas shrugged. "I know. I was there, remember? I saved you. And I beat Wesley to a pulp that night, let me tell you." He's still sore. "Yes, but now I'm a lichen. I mean a werewolf, or whatever." Twisting sideways, Lucas glared at him. "What? That's impossible. You're a shapeshifter. You should have healed from that bite." "Well, I did mostly. Just not all the way." "He went to see Dr. Kessler," Abigail explained, and she agreed the injury was completely gone. She didn't seem worried at all. Miss Simone wasn't either. They both assumed Hal would self-heal. "He should have," Lucas complained. His jaw clenched as he blew out through his nose, clearly irritated. "Why do you still limp?" Hal asked. He pressed on when the lichen's frown deepened. "I mean, you're a shapeshifter, but you were maimed by a werewolf. I mean, a lichen. And now you have a limp that doesn't heal." "I'm older than you," Lucas retorted. "Miss Simone mentioned something about that," Robbie said. He and Lauren were perched on the same hard seat. "She said our healing powers won't work as well when we're older." "But that doesn't explain why Hal's bite infected him," Lauren said. "He's not old. We're all 12. When does the immune system stop working properly?" With a shrug, Lucas shook his head. "It doesn't just quit. It gets weaker over many years, the same way that people slowly grow old." He looked Hal up and down. "You kids are young, though. That much is true. Wesley's bite shouldn't have infected you." "Maybe." "Maybe what?" Hal prompted. "I don't know. Maybe you've been shifting too much. Maybe you're all washed up." Everyone stared at Lucas in silence. As simple and vague as his words were, the meaning was clear. The thought of being all washed up sent a jolt of horror through Hal. "You think I'm losing my powers?" he whispered. Lucas shrugged again. Not sure I'd go that far, but maybe you've been using them too much? Or maybe it's because you lost your sparkle right before you got bit that night." He broke off, then twisted and pounded Hal on the shoulder, making him jerk forward. "That's gotta be it. You had no sparkle when Wesley bit you, remember? That's why you were there on the beach, to go back into the Chamber of Ghosts and get your sparkle back." "No magic," Abigail said, her eyes wide. "Hal, he's right. You were just like an ordinary human, so maybe the bite had time to infect you before you got your magic back and you started healing again." Hal felt a sense of relief. Somehow, that theory sat better with him than the idea of being all washed up. "All right then," Lucas said, nodding. "That explains that." Another silence followed, broken only by the crackling fire and the sounds of two wrapped goblins chewing on nuts. "So now what?" Hal asked. Lucas sighed. "Now you've got trouble. It started. And once it starts, it never lets up. Is there a cure?" Lucas did nothing. He just stared into the flames. Abigail waved a hand in front of his face. "Hello?" Hal winced. The lichen made him nervous, and Abigail lacked respect. If she wasn't careful, he'd jump up in a rage and take a swipe at her. Instead, he pursed his lips and looked sideways at Hal. "Of course there's a cure, but you're not going to like it. You're not going to like it at all." "Tell me." "Well, you can have a blood transfusion. Simone could do it back at her lab. Your blood is tainted, so it has to be removed. She can pump your poisoned blood out, flush you through, and put some fresh blood back in." "Flush him through?" Abigail repeated, frowning. "What does that mean exactly?" Lucas reached for a roasted nut. The two goblins had stopped munching and were listening with fascination, their small eyes overshadowed by their large foreheads. A transfusion on its own isn't much good, because traces of the poison from Wesley's bite will remain in the veins and taint the new blood coming in. So you have to flush the system, as it were, with wolfsbane. Hal was squirming uncomfortably with the idea of a blood transfusion. The idea appalled him. And now there was mention of wolfsbane, whatever that was. "It's a plant," Lucas explained. "Not difficult to find. Very toxic, but used for medicinal purposes." "Like poison hemlock?" Hal asked, his voice cracking. "Kind of. You'll need a witch, though. She'll have to do something to it, make it safe. As most of the tainted blood is removed and new blood is fed in, the wolfsbane potion is introduced as well. This cleans the system of any lingering lichen poison, so the new blood won't be messed up." Shuddering, Hal let out a heavy sigh. "And this will work? I'll be cured of being a werewolf?" "Oh, yes." Lucas scratched his chin thoughtfully. "The thing is, the potion works too well. Transformation magic runs in the blood. If you flush a shapeshifter's blood with wolfsbane, you'll also flush the ability to shift. So you have a choice to make, Hal. Be a dragon and a werewolf. Or neither." Chapter 4. Looking for Chase. Hal was not happy. After going for a walk around the narrow streets of the Goblin outpost to clear his head, he returned to find Lucas saying goodbye to everyone. "Thanks for the nuts," the man said to the goblins. He pulled his blanket tight and shifted his gaze to the others. "You kids stay out of trouble, okay?" Turning to Hal, he raised his bushy eyebrows. "Well, did you decide?" Hal nodded. "There's no way I'm giving up being a dragon, so I need to learn how to control the wolf. How do you do it?" "Give in to it," the man rumbled. "That's not the answer I wanted," Hal complained. But Lucas shook his head. "No, listen to me, Hal. Give in to it. There's only one true full moon per lunar cycle, but the moon is still pretty full for days before and after, and the pull on your wolf senses is just as strong. The thing is, Once it starts, it gets a taste and comes back for more. It, the wolf, it's strongest when the moon is in the night sky, but up until last night, your wolf hadn't gotten a taste of freedom, so it was dormant. Now, it's had that taste, and it'll be waiting for a chance to rear its head again. It'll try to push through during the day too, but you can fight it then. You should fight it then. Push it down, show it who's in charge. But it's much stronger at night. It'll win every time, so don't even try to fight it, or it'll hurt really bad. Lucas himself was beginning to shift as he spoke, with black hair sprouting from his face and his ears lengthening. You can't beat it, Hal. The reason it hurts so bad is because you're trying not to give in. You're trying to beat it and stay human. You can't. Embrace it, look forward to it, and it'll come easier. Look forward to it? Hal exclaimed. But I'm dangerous. So secure yourself before night falls, and let it happen. Then it won't hurt as much. Better still, you'll be aware. His voice had turned even deeper than usual, and he was growing taller. The transformation was slow but steady. I could stay human all day, but at night, during a full moon, it's almost impossible to resist the change, even for an old shapeshifter like me. It's the one time of the month when I just have to go with it. Believe me, Hal, you will change whether you like it or not. So be ready and be willing. He bent double and slipped out from under the blanket, a fully transformed wolfman whose shoulders were bulging with muscle and power. Lucas turned in a circle as Hal and his friends backed off. With a grunt, Lucas loped away, heading for the tall gates at the entrance. As he drew near, a goblin sentry operated a lever to unlock them, then spun a wheel. A gate creaked open. In seconds, Lucas was gone, the gate closing after him. Abigail clung to Hal's arm. There has to be a way around this. Yeah? Like what? He clicked his tongue. It's not fair. Why me? I don't know, Hal. You just keep dropping yourself in it. Robbie picked up the discarded blanket, and as Lauren huddled closer, wrapped it around their shoulders again. Hal suddenly felt so cold he began to shudder, and he stamped his feet and blew on his hands. Let's get moving. Can't stand around here freezing to death. Get moving where? Robbie asked with a frown. Hal gently pushed Abigail aside. I can't go home for the next few days, and we still have a mission. We're going after Chase. Nobody said anything. Satisfied that nobody was going to argue with him, Hal took off his jacket and threw it to Abigail, who went to stuff it into the sack they'd brought for such things. Don't know exactly where to start, he grumbled, but I guess we'll figure something out. You guys talk while we're in the sky. But, Lauren started. Hal transformed. He was done talking, and he was fighting to keep the panic and fear from bubbling up and erupting. As he waited for Robbie and Abigail to climb aboard and get comfortable, he tried to imagine what his life was going to be like, locked up in a room when the moon was anywhere close to full. It was either that or run rampant and kill someone. They left the goblin outpost behind. When Hal glanced down, he saw the tiny rise of smoke from the fire, a couple of goblins hunched over the flames with their pan of roasted nuts, and a few more waddling around the streets. Seconds later, he was climbing high above the woods. So what's the plan? Robbie asked, his voice sounding muffled from behind Hal's head. He was probably huddled under the blanket again. Follow Chase's trail, Abigail suggested, equally muffled. Yeah, but where's the trail? How should I know, doofus? Lauren cut through the air over Hal's head and slowed, then tried her best to fly alongside, wobbling around as she did so, her white feathered wings ruffling. Where would he go? She called. Do you think he's gone looking for the twins as well? Why would he? Abigail said. Because he has nobody else. Hal liked the harpy's logic, but it wasn't exactly helpful because nobody knew where the twins were either. The twins are sphinxes, Abigail said after a moment. What do we know about sphinxes? Where would they live? In the mountains, the fields, the woods, the desert. I think our best bet is to figure out where sphinxes might live and kind of head in that direction." Great plan, Hal thought sourly, but he had nothing better. It bothered him that Miss Simone had surely reasoned the exact same thing many years ago and found nothing, so it was unlikely that Hal and his friends would find them using the same vague logic, yet they literally had nothing else to go on. They were headed west again, toward Carter. There was plenty of time before nightfall, and though Hal planned to be many miles from the village before then, it seemed like a good idea to pop back first and ask Miss Simone about sphinxes, about what sort of climate they preferred, how rare they were, and whether any had been spotted over the last decade or so. Nobody argued as he made the journey toward home. His friends seemed to understand that they needed a little more information, or perhaps they just didn't want to rile him up and make him turn into a werewolf in mid-air. This notion startled him. Was it even a possibility? When Carter came into view, Hal made a beeline for Miss Simone's house just outside the perimeter fence. He landed almost on her doorstep, and his passengers disembarked. Abigail hurried up the short path to the door and knocked as Hal reverted to his human form. They clustered together on the doorstep. Nobody answered. "Miss Simone!" Abigail shouted. The door remained firmly shut. Lauren sighed. "Well, I guess we'll have to—" Hal shouldered her aside and tried the doorknob. The door opened easily, and he stepped through the small lobby and into the living room. "What are you doing?" Lauren whispered. "She won't like us just walking in like this." But Hal continued past the sofa and into the narrow hallway at the rear of the cottage where the two bedrooms were. The doors faced each other, and he had a fleeting memory of the last time they'd stood in this tight space, when Fenton had barged into the wrong room and woken Molly the Gorgon. Sleepy and unveiled, she had accidentally turned him to stone. Hal poked his head into the guest room. "What are you doing?" Lauren whispered again, louder this time. "She's obviously not here. Let's go down to the village and—" "Shh," Abigail told her. "Hal's brain is working overtime. I can feel the heat coming off his head." The bedroom was immaculate. The small window was curtained and barely let in any light. Hal sidled over to an old wardrobe standing against the wall on the far side and opened the creaky doors. It was empty apart from a well-worn long-sleeved shirt and a pair of dark blue jeans, both draped over thin wire hangers. When Hal had first met Chase Stockwell, neither one of them had been themselves. They'd been disembodied minds, perhaps spirits of some kind, trapped in a limbo world while their bodies stood calcified, turned to stone by the same Gorgon, Molly. Actually, Chase's statue body had stood, but Hal's had been fixed in a lying-down position where he'd been caught in a roof fall. One of the curious, unexplained mysteries about Gorgon's stoning was the fact that clothing turned to stone also. It made no sense, but then nor did a lot of other things in a magical world. A small phoenix rebirth, performed by Molly's friend Blair in a garden full of statues, had broken the calcification spell and revived them all, and Hal had finally met Chase in the real world. Chase hadn't remembered a thing, though, which was a shame. Nobody ever did. Near-death experiences were always forgotten, some kind of unspoken rule that avoided a lot of confusion in the living world. At best, they remembered snippets, most often a guiding white light. But Hal remembered everything. "What's the deal, Hal?" Abigail prompted him. "Are those Chase's clothes?" Hal nodded. He was wearing these when he woke in the Garden of Roses. Obviously he was wearing them long ago before Molly turned him to stone, maybe for days, because he was kind of on the run at the time. "Yeah, hiding the twins," Robbie muttered from behind him. "So he was wearing these clothes for days," Lauren said, wrinkling her cute snub nose. "And you're sniffing at them why, Hal?" The clothes had a distinctive scent about them. "Do you smell that?" They smell like stale, dried sweat that's turned moldy and begun to rot over a decade of being pooped on by birds, Abigail told him. Hal couldn't help laughing. They're not that bad, but Miss Simone must have found him something else to wear. Chase was only here one night, not even that, because he took off and was long gone by breakfast time. He took the clean clothes and his old shoes, so he left a smelly trail somewhere, something any good dog can follow. He swallowed, unable to voice his thoughts. His friends would think he was crazy. Closing the wardrobe, he brushed past them and headed outside. A cold draft chilled him the moment he opened the front door. He sniffed the air. He hadn't noticed it before, but he could discern a variety of scents carrying about on the light breeze. Smoke from numerous chimneys in the village, fresh-baked bread, something dead and rotting, a strong smell of urine from various dogs marking their territory. And the more he sniffed, the clearer they became, an almost visual clue, as though each scent had its own colored vapor that drifted in the air. It was all in his imagination, of course, but he fancied he could see a yellow aura rising from a nearby fence and a foul black stain over by the trees. "He's gone crazy," Robbie whispered from behind him. Abigail prodded Hal's shoulder. "Hey, weirdo, what are you doing?" Hal wrinkled his nose and sniffed some more. "I guess being a werewolf gives me a heightened sense of smell, like a dog's. I hadn't noticed until just now, but I can see scents." "No, I don't think you're seeing scents at all," Abigail said. She gently took his arm. "Look, I know you're under pressure, but no, I can see scents. Smells. They're all around. There's a dead thing in the trees over there. I can see a black smudge hanging in the air all around, and a dog has peed on that fence there. Darcy's mum has been baking again. Can you smell the bread?" His friends stared dumbly at him and began sniffing at the air. Eventually, they all shook their heads. "You don't smell the smoke from chimneys?" Hal persisted. Robbie shrugged. "Maybe. But Hal, are you saying, if you smell like a dog, does that mean—" "I don't smell like a dog," Hal said with a grin. "But yeah, I reckon I'll be able to pick up Chase's scent once we get close to him. That is, if he smells anything like his clothes in that wardrobe." He set off along the path, bending from side to side as he went. It had been a month since Chase had run off, and he doubted he'd pick up a trail here, but he searched anyway. The path led in one direction until it reached the village, at which point all bets were off. But Chase might not have followed the path at all. He might have darted off into the woods and cut through the trees, running in some random direction until he was well clear. Pausing, he closed his eyes and shut out everything but his sense of smell. Any faint sign would do. Just a whiff in the air, a residue on the trunk of a tree. He turned slowly, knowing his friends were staring at him in alarm. There was nothing, no hint of Chase. Sighing, he opened his eyes. "Can't find him," he muttered. Robbie cleared his throat. Well, at least you tried." "Yeah, thanks," Hal said. "Go ahead and humor me. But I'm telling you, my nostrils are picking up all kinds of things." "Maybe if you were an actual wolf," Abigail suggested, "then you could run around with your nose to the ground." Hal grimaced. "And chow down on you all? No thanks. I'm not even sure I can be a wolf by choice. It's a moonlight thing." They stood facing each other in the cold, thinking hard. How were they to find a 14-year-old boy who didn't want to be found? He had a scent that Hal might recognize if he got close enough, and he was probably headed for a pair of sphinxes that could be anywhere. And the boy had a full month's head start. The trail was as cold as winter. "Let's go find Orson," Robbie said. "He teaches history to the smaller kids, doesn't he? He might know a thing or two about sphinxes. Maybe he'll have some clue where we might find some. Miss Simone would have thought of that, Hal argued, but it's still a place to start. Robbie had a point. With nothing further to say, they set off at a brisk pace around the perimeter of the village. From what they remembered, Orson lived in a shack out near a meadow. He liked his privacy and large spaces. It was to that meadow that he brought his young students sometimes, getting them away from the classroom and out into the fresh air. He said they were much more receptive with the sun on their backs and grass under their feet. The shack was tiny, a single-room building that hardly qualified as a house. Its boards were rough, the roof patched over, the two small windows grimy. Prickly bushes grew all around, except in front of the door. In the summertime, those bushes probably sprouted green and thickened to the point that the shack was barely visible. Orson wasn't in. Sighing with frustration, Hal and his friends stood on the doorstep, wondering what to do next. Was nobody home? Then they heard the stamping of hooves, and suddenly they knew Orson was out having a gallop. They hurried into the meadow to find him tearing across the brown grass, hot steam venting from his mouth and nostrils. He was a Pegasus, a shiny black horse with enormous feathered wings held high so they fluttered in the wind. He had a cloak of shimmering grey fixed low around his neck, his smart clothes, and it billowed wildly. Unlike Miss Simone and Blacknail, the other resident shapeshifters, Blair, Molly, Kanan, and Orson, had been quick to recharge on fresh geo-rocks from the Chamber of Ghosts the first chance they got. A good thing, too, because all the rocks had exploded shortly after. Orson came thundering back when he saw the group waving at him. He was sweating and panting, and the smell assaulted Hal's nostrils. When Orson reverted to his human form, his cloak rearranged itself into a robe that came down to his feet. The material lost its shimmer and suddenly looked old and threadbare, as though it were mimicking the man's scruffy beard and long hair. Though the same age as Miss Simone, Orson somehow looked like an old hermit. "What's up, kids?" he said. "Care to step into my humble abode and drink hot tea with me?" "No thanks," Hal said. "We're sort of in a hurry. We were just wondering if you could tell us anything about sphinxes." This caused Orson's eyebrows to shoot up. "Ah, this is about Chase, then. He came to me a month ago asking the same question." Hal glanced at Abigail, and her mouth dropped open. Before he could get a word out, Robbie jumped in first. "He came to you? When? Before or after he ran away?" Orson chuckled and headed toward his shack. The others hurried to catch up with his long strides. "Obviously before he ran away, otherwise how could I have talked to him?" "No, but I meant—" Abigail interrupted. "Please excuse our ridiculous-looking friend and his silly questions. I assume he escaped Miss Simone's house and came to you late in the night, or was it early in the morning?" "Morning," Orson confirmed. "Before dawn. I didn't know he was running away. I just knew he was good old Chase Stockwell, someone I looked up to when I was a kid. He was like an uncle to me back then. And now, well, he's the same age as he always was, and the rest of us have grown old." He pushed open the door of his shack, stepped aside, and began rummaging around among an odd clutter of crockery and books. After that garden of statues came alive, Simone dragged Chase to her house and suggested he stay the night in the guest room. Told him they'd talk in the morning, but the next morning he was gone. "He wasn't locked in?" Robbie asked, sounding amazed. "Simone didn't see him as a flight risk. Well, not much of one anyway. She posted goblins outside the cottage just in case. He gave them the slip." "And he came to see you," Lauren said, the excitement obvious in her voice. "Does Miss Simone know this?" "Well, of course," Orson agreed. He found what he considered a clean cup and opened a drawer to find a spoon. There were plenty in there, but he seemed very particular about the one he wanted to use, and the rattling quickly got on Hal's nerves. It hurt his ears. "So what did he ask?" Robbie pestered. What did you say? Triumphantly holding aloft a spoon-like object perforated with tiny holes, he filled it with a green, spongy substance from a bag. Hal sniffed. The smell wasn't awful, but it tickled his nostrils. It was tea. He hated it. He asked me if I knew where sphinxes hung out, Orson said, producing a metal pot. He filled this with clean water from a jug and stepped outside. I told him they were pretty rare, but mostly they like dry and cool areas, usually the foothills of mountains, rocks and clean running water, that sort of thing. Robbie's eyes were gleaming. Can you think of anywhere like that? Sure. I can think of 100 places like that. Orson smiled and held out the pot of water toward Hal. Heat that for me, would you? Taken by surprise, Hal blinked a few times before realizing what he was supposed to be doing. Oh, right. He concentrated for a moment, feeling the heat rise in his chest. When it was good and hot, he belched up a controlled sheet of flame, keeping it going as long as he could until the pot blackened and the water started to boil. Orson winced and set it down on a well-worn tree stump. Lovely. Hal, you really need to stick around. He dipped the tea strainer in, then perched himself on the edge of the stump. We heard Chase was spotted west of here, Abigail said, so maybe there's a special place he's headed for, somewhere sphinxes might be found. Shaking his head, Orson smiled. Those rumors are old. He headed west to start with, but I think he was putting the goblins off the scent. You see, after we talked about possible sphinx locations in dry canyons and the foothills of nearby mountains, he tried to figure out exactly where he was in relation to where he'd been turned to stone all those years ago. And, Robbie said, after Molly turned him to stone, he stood frozen for months before old Professor Bartholomew moved him to a safer place. Then, years later, Molly moved him to the Rose Garden, so he was disoriented when he woke. Once I showed him a map, he realized how far removed he was. Abigail and Robbie said in unison, "How far?" Orson pointed into his shack. "Open the drawer on the left. Get the map." Robbie beat her to it, racing inside and dragging open the drawer. He produced the map and handed it to the teacher, who carefully unfolded it. "All right?" He pointed to a spot near the east coast. "We're here." "Are you sure?" Hal asked, frowning. "We're not that near the coast." "Not the coast in this world," Orson said with a grin. "This map is of the other world, old Earth. We don't have maps like this here, so this is the other world. And this faint pencil line you see way over here in the water is the coast of New Earth." Now it made sense. Yes, old Earth's coast was quite a bit inland compared to New Earth's. That was why the smoking black portals in the village of Carter led through to the ocean. So we're here, and Chase originally came from here. Orson moved his finger all the way to the bottom of the map, probably hundreds of miles south of Carter and far beyond the Mountain of Whispers. The map was filled with tiny words, place names, and his finger hovered over Happy Valley Ridge. "Yes," Hal exclaimed. "That's where his school is. Was." Orson nodded. "We went to school there, Simone and I, and the rest of us. Chase was a helper. His dad owned the place." "Could he have gone there?" Hal said. "It's highly possible. He headed west at first, saying quite clearly he was going to check out a canyon to see if he could find any sphinxes. But my guess is that he was more interested in heading south." "To Happy Valley Ridge," Lauren said, with a faraway look on her face. "It sounds lovely." "It is," Orson agreed. "Or was when we were kids. Anyway, Simone said she was going to send out a search party, but I don't think she ever did. Too much going on." He tapped his nose. "Between you and me, I think she's tired of being in charge, dragged this way and that by soldiers and politicians." "We're the search party," Robbie said, drawing himself up. "But why didn't she tell us all this herself?" "I guess she forgot with all the werewolf stuff adding to her woes," Abigail murmured, "though she did say to start at the beginning. Remember?" Hal sighed. "Yes, she did. All right, then. We'll start there. We'll go to Happy Valley Ridge, where it all began." Chapter 5. The Journey South. They flew south, enjoying the spectacular view and clear blue sky, even though the air was frigid. Hal's hide was tough, but even he began to wish he had a dragon-shaped blanket to wrap up in. Abigail and Robbie had stopped talking a while back, and Lauren, flying alongside, reported that they were like blocks of ice and had taken to huddling together for warmth. "Imagine," the harpy exclaimed. "Your girlfriend, Hal, cuddling up with my Robbie. I never thought I'd see the day." She didn't appear to mind at all, but Hal felt a pang of jealousy. Was he being overly protective, or was his territorial inner wolf asserting itself? Abigail was his, after all. Robbie had better back off, or else. Hal shook his head. This was all he needed. After going off on a one-man mission to open portals all over the land and unite the worlds, the last thing he wanted now was another form of craziness to start eating away at him. What with sniffing at Chase's grungy clothing in the wardrobe, now battling the urge to throw Robbie off his perch. He looked ahead to the range of jagged peaks on the southern horizon. Whisper Mountain stood there, but according to the map, they needed to veer to the right and head southwest. Happy Valley Ridge lay far, far beyond, hundreds of miles away in old Earth. A large group of people marched through the fields below, headed west, virus survivors looking for a new life in a new world. Most of the influx of survivors were being led by the military. The men, women, and children came from underground bunkers and hermetically sealed camps on the surface, and they were glad to be rid of their biosuits, to be out in the sun and feeling the wind on their faces. Around lunchtime, Lauren said she needed a rest. Hal was fine with that, and they descended to the fields below. He and Robbie rustled up some dry twigs and logs, and Hal breathed fire on them. Minutes later, his friends were huddled around the flames, holding their hands to the heat and trying to get some feeling back into their frozen bodies. Hal had another case of the shivers, as he always did after reverting back. "Well, we should have brought more clothes," he stammered, pulling his jacket tight. "And food," Robbie muttered. "We didn't really come prepared at all, did we? We sort of got waylaid by all that werewolf stuff." Abigail nudged him. "You're an ogre, Robbie. Go find some big, juicy bugs to munch on." "Can't. They're all hibernating. Anyway, ogres usually eat plants. That's why they have big, blunt teeth to chew with." His failure to get riled up caused Abigail to sag with disappointment. She sighed and slid closer to Hal. "When should we cross over?" Lauren asked. "When we find somewhere to cross," Hal said. "It's weird. I imagined black smoky portals everywhere, littering the landscape, but I haven't seen a single one since last night in the woods, when you showed me your raft." "Makes sense," Abigail said. "Apart from occasional fairy glades, most of the magical hotspots were in mines and in villages that use geo-rocks. So actually, we'd be more likely to find 100 portals in one place than spread randomly across the land." Hal felt his face heat up. "I knew that." "Of course you did." She patted his hand. "Also, they're hard to spot. When we're flying high in the sky, a black smoky portal floating just above the ground looks like a bit of shadow. We might have passed dozens already." "And that group of people we passed obviously came through one," Robbie pointed out. He added, somewhat doubtfully, "We could go back and find it." Lauren shook her head. "I don't want to go back. Let's keep moving." By now, they were all warmed up and fairly well rested. Hal kicked out the fire and transformed, and once Robbie and Abigail were aboard, he took to the sky again, with Lauren right behind. They came to Whisper Mountain on their second leg of the journey. Hal felt a thrill of anticipation. They'd never been south of the mountain before. This was new territory for him. Maybe he should mark it. Laughing inwardly, he imagined urinating from this high up. But then he sobered. He really needed to keep his inner werewolf under control. It was fine having random thoughts about marking his territory, but what if it became a more serious problem? What if he found he couldn't tamp down his urges as the afternoon wore on and the moon emerged? Remembering the evening before, he decided he had to make sure he was locked up good and proper well before sundown. That gave them 4 or 5 hours to find somewhere suitable. He was confident they'd be able to cross into Old Earth and make it to Happy Valley Ridge in the next couple of hours. There would be plenty of buildings there, and it should be easy to find a room with a sturdy, lockable door. Of course, that was assuming they could cross over to Old Earth in the first place. Hal clicked his tongue with irritation. Why hadn't they used a portal earlier when they had the chance? There were plenty back in Carter, and Hal had ignored them all, not bothering to think ahead. He veered toward Whisper Mountain. It was better to cross over to Old Earth now while they had the chance. Lauren turned with him, giving him a puzzled glance. He couldn't explain with his limited dragon language, but her confusion seemed to clear after a minute as she realized what he was doing. "We're going through the portal at Whisper Mountain," she called. Hal nodded vigorously. They found the temple nestled in the wintry woods on the mountainside, but rather than disturb the elves who lived there, Hal flew around the steep slopes to the back side, where he came across a long, horizontal opening in the rock. This was where the infamous demon had been cruelly trapped for years, a monstrous black lizard with glowing red eyes, terrifying in appearance, but more of a gentle giant than a ruthless killer. It was gone now, safely returned to the wild. The cave opening was wide, but only a few feet high. Lauren had no problem flying into it, but Hal hesitated, circling around as he eyed it warily. He steeled himself for his own attempt, stretching his wings wide. As he drew close, he pulled his wings up to slow his flight, then scrabbled for a grip on the rocky wall. The moment he'd secured himself, Robbie clambered off his back and into the cave. Abigail buzzed in after him. Then Hal reverted to human form and pulled himself through. "Let's not do that ever again," Robbie said with a pale face. "Stop whining," Abigail chided him. "It's not our fault you don't have wings." "Let's keep moving," Hal said. He barely gave the low cave a glance. He knew it well. On the opposite side, a tunnel led deeper into the mountain and eventually to the temple. But it was the shadowed hole in the ceiling he and his friends were interested in. Hal stared upward, seeing nothing but gaping blackness. A smoky portal hung right there, several feet above his head, leading to Old Earth. It was a good size, too. He transformed, tucked in his wings, and reared up on hind legs. He emerged into brilliant daylight and climbed out onto a platform of hard, flat rock, a tiny rocky island in the ocean. Similar islands poked out of the water all around, and seals frolicked on some of them. Above, seagulls screeched at the sudden emergence of a dragon. Not wanting to block the portal, Hal launched into the air. Lauren came flying up after him, dragging Robbie in her talons, and Abigail brought up the rear. Directly above, a second portal hung in the air. This one led to a stone quarry, but Hal avoided it. He and his friends were already where they needed to be, Old Earth. With his passengers once more on his back and Lauren fluttering about nearby, Hal climbed higher. Only when they were nearly in the clouds did Robbie yell excitedly, "I see where we are! The coast matches our map! We're right here!" Hal wished he could see where Robbie was pointing. He headed roughly south, waiting for Robbie's course correction. His friend eventually suggested veering right a bit more, so Hal headed farther inland into unknown territory. "See that lake ahead?" Robbie shouted. Hal winced. There was no need for all that yelling. The boy sat just a few feet behind. He nodded anyway, unable to voice his complaint. "Head right at it," Robbie called. "Happy Valley Ridge is way past the lake, but in a dead straight line. So just head for the lake and keep straight as you go over it." "Gotcha," Hal thought. They passed the lake shortly after. Cities lay far below, as well as towns and random clusters of buildings, the remains of civilization, all deserted and forlorn. Old Earth was silent and dead. Thankfully, it wasn't quite as cold here. There had been a notable rise in temperature as they'd emerged over the ocean earlier, a welcome relief. They traveled another couple of hours, the endless old Earth landscape rolling by below. Cities came and went. Mountains rose and fell. The sun tracked across the sky, arcing around to the west. Hal began to worry about time. It had to be mid-afternoon by now, perhaps later, and he was tired from all the flying he'd been doing, not to mention hungry. Robbie and Abigail began to argue. Hal caught snippets of it, enough to know that they were disagreeing on their exact location. Even though they sat right behind his head, somehow he was becoming a little befuddled, their words confusing to him, and his stomach growled. Abruptly he began to descend. It was time to rest, eat, and talk. He landed on a gigantic road with 3 lanes in each direction and a strip of overgrown grass between. Weeds stuck up everywhere, the paved road surface cracked and broken. Part of the road split off just here, a single lane that climbed a hill and led to a bridge that crossed back over the main road. Not too far away, on the brow of the hill, stood a collection of buildings. "This road is huge," Robbie said, when Hal and Lauren were back in human form, and the group had gathered together to study the map. "It must be this really thick line on the map, see? And that green sign over there is an exit number, which is marked here." He jabbed with his finger. "And it shows the bridge too, so we're right here, and Happy Valley Ridge is way over here, which means we've gone off course a bit, but not much. See, Abby?" He glared at Abigail. "We're not on the opposite side of the planet. You need to trust me. I'm an ogre. I have a great sense of direction." "I need food," Hal said. His senses were on fire. He could smell Lauren's sweaty armpits, Robbie's cheesy feet, and Abigail's overpowering shampoo. Steady gusts of wind made the trees sway on both sides of the road, and the leafless branches scratched on each other, setting his nerves on edge. And when he looked around, his vision seemed to flicker and jump, the color fading for a second before returning. His stomach growled, a gnawing pain that made him wince. "Are you all right?" Abigail asked, inches from his face. "You've gone white. I hope you're not—" Her eyes widened. "Hal, are you close to changing?" "I don't know," he moaned. "Let's find a building and hole up for the night. You need to lock me in." They hurried up the narrow exit ramp to where the buildings loomed. By the time they got there, though, Hal was feeling better. They were all panting and red-faced by then. The brief run had warmed them considerably. The derelict buildings didn't look promising. Most of them were restaurants, but Hal doubted he'd find anything edible. He was reminded of the city on the coast with its scrag-infested streets. Judging by the junk strewn across the parking lots, the buildings had been picked over long ago. "Let's just keep flying," he muttered. "I thought you wanted to rest," Robbie said, turning to him with surprise. "I thought you were hungry and—" "I've had a rest and there's nothing to eat here. Let's go. We can be at Happy Valley Ridge before it gets dark if we hurry." They took to the sky again, leaving the desolate restaurants behind. Robbie called directions from behind Hal's head, mentioning all the roads he was tracking as he studied the map. They passed over another deserted town, and in one random corner they spotted 10 or 15 pulsing portals, black and eerie and silent, just hanging in the air. Unable to contain his curiosity, Hal flew in for a closer look, Lauren gliding alongside. Some of the portals were partially buried in the cracked paving and sidewalks, but most hovered a few feet above. There was nobody around. Probably nobody even knew these portals existed. This town had, after all, been evacuated long ago and left to rot. On impulse, Hal flew into one of the portals. His passengers yelled in terror as he plunged through. The blackness lasted an instant. Then he was rushing along another street altogether, one where people scattered in horror as he rose quickly above the rooftops of quaint, straw-thatched cottages. Behind him, Lauren screamed. She had followed him through and veered off in another direction, nearly colliding with a chimney that puffed smoke into the freezing air. The village was a quarter the size of Carter, its streets narrow. Forests surrounded it, and a river cut through the middle. Hal thumped down by the water's edge and dipped his head to drink before realizing what he was doing. Goats bleated at him from a fenced-in area, and he stared at them with a gnawing hunger. Lauren landed and gazed at him quizzically. "Really, Hal, how clean do you think that river is?" Hal didn't much care. He merely grunted and carried on guzzling until he was sated. The notion of chomping on a goat faded. "Grab some fish while you're at it, Hal," Abigail called. "I can see some really big ones." "Stop messing about," Robbie said, sounding frustrated. "I'm going to lose my sense of direction with all this going around in circles and looping in and out of portals. Hal, let's go. Get back on course." A crowd had begun to form. Men and women were pointing at him, though they looked more interested than scared. Hal's passengers and harpy companion took the fear out of them. In fact, he probably looked like a trained pet, with Robbie and Abigail his owners. He launched into the sky, his belly sloshing, then swooped low and pulled in his wings as he shot through a pulsing portal. He ascended again in old Earth, back in the depressing suburbs of the deserted town with its spore-covered streets. Once Hal was back on course, with Lauren fluttering by his side, he took a moment to contemplate the nasty water he'd just filled his belly with. It had been one of those unthinking moments. Normally, he'd never do such a thing unless he was really desperate, yet he'd stuck his head in and drunk greedily without giving it a single thought. What if he did something equally impulsive to satisfy his hunger rather than his thirst? Was his inner werewolf making him reckless? He puzzled over it for the next half hour, hardly aware of the changing scenery, absently following Robbie's occasional instructions to alter direction. The afternoon gave way to evening, and the sun sank in the west, the sky over the horizon turning slowly orange, while, opposite, the early evening moon grew ominously brighter, filling him with increasing apprehension. "We're here!" Robbie shouted. Jolted from his reverie, Hal focused on the landscape ahead. They were here. "Are you sure?" Lauren called, gliding over his head. Robbie sounded triumphant. "This is it. This is Happy Valley Ridge." Chapter 6. Happy Valley Ridge. The valley was aptly named. It didn't take a great deal of imagination to see past the overgrown grass and tangled bushes into what must have been a picturesque haven for those who spent years working here, and of course for Miss Simone's classmates who grew up on the property. It sat in a bowl-shaped cove surrounded by low mountains. It was pretty despite being the middle of winter, no doubt breathtaking in the spring, summer, and autumn seasons. Only one road passed through, and a few offshoots wound around the foothills and up to the various isolated buildings. It seemed like a perfect place for busy city folk to come and unwind in the log cabins. And ideal for a scientist to run the Shapeshifter Program. They probably went to school in one of the larger log buildings, or perhaps the enormous white barn overlooking the valley, or even the impressive house on the steep hill. Lucky for some, Hal thought as he flew around in a circle. beats an island covered in fog. Hal touched down near the barn. Although it had the telltale vaulted roof and low-slung sides along with great doors at the front, he could tell it was more than just a plain old barn. Apart from the white-painted walls, it had actual windows all along the side, and the entire lot it stood on was paved. This barn had been converted into some kind of function hall, perhaps for parties or meetings. All he knew for sure was that it was huge, and hopefully a suitable place for a werewolf to spend the night. Assuming its doors and windows were secure, he would have plenty of room inside to run around until morning. When Abigail and Robbie had dismounted, he reverted to his human form and gasped in the freezing early evening air. His deep-seated wolfish senses were assaulted with an array of powerful scents and sounds, and he cringed, holding his ears and wrinkling his nose. "Are you okay?" Abigail asked, tentatively reaching for him. "It's getting late. It was around this time last night that I changed. I need to get inside. You guys need to lock me in." At that moment, he stubbed his toe on the concrete and had to hop about until Lauren dug into their sack of clothes and fished out his socks and shoes. He could wear them for a little while, as long as he remembered to fling them off again when he started to change. For now, the footwear felt great. As much as he liked the freedom of his odd smart shoes stuck to the soles of his feet, they failed to keep his toes warm. He hurried to the barn doors. A small, standard door was set within the larger pair, and he wiggled the handle. He thought it was locked, but then it squeaked and moved, and he wrenched the door open. Hurrying inside, he took a quick look around. "Check the windows," he ordered. "They don't look like they open, but make sure. And look for back doors." Robbie sprinted across the smooth concrete floor to inspect the long run of windows, while Lauren, whose wings were just now vanishing into her back, went to check 4 rooms on the opposite side of the building. Hal peered upward. An open staircase led to the high-roofed area along the center of the barn. He took the steps 2 at a time and arrived at a door just as Abigail appeared, hovering alongside, her wings buzzing. "Do you feel like you're about to change?" she demanded. "I feel weird," he admitted, trying to turn the door handle. It refused to budge, so he wiggled it some more, wondering if it was just stuck. "It's like I'm on the edge of something." He gave up on the door. "This is locked. I guess that's good enough. There's no way out up here." "Unless you break the door down," Abigail said. "And then what? This room is like some kind of attic, and I didn't see a skylight. I doubt there's a way out. Let's go back down." As he clambered down the stairs, Robbie shuffled toward him. "The windows are screwed in place. Looks like they might take them out in the summer, maybe." "But they're secure?" Hal asked. "Yeah, unless you have a screwdriver." Hal couldn't imagine a raging werewolf fiddling with a screwdriver, even if one was available. He turned to see Lauren emerging from the last of the 4 rooms to the side of the building. "The first is a pantry, the second a kitchen," she said, pointing. "There's an exit off the kitchen. It has bolts top and bottom, both unlocked, but they're for keeping people out, not in." She smiled and held up a long, shiny object. "It has a key, though. I've locked it, and we'll take the key away. Okay?" Hal nodded. "And the other 2 doors?" "The third is locked. It says storeroom on it, so I doubt there's a way out from there. The 4th room is actually a short hallway and 2 restrooms. There's a door at the end of the hall and it's locked, but, well, a human could open it. It's just a latch." "Right," Hal said, uncertain what he thought about that. In his wild, maniacal werewolf form, would he be cunning enough to study a latch and figure out how to open it, or would he act more like a rabid dog and throw himself angrily at the door? "Any other exits?" Lauren pointed to the far end of the barn. "Back door. That one has a really heavy bolt across the top. I can't reach it." But a 7-foot-tall werewolf could, Hal thought. He sighed, Maybe a huge barn wasn't such a good idea. There were just too many possible exits. "I'm worried about the windows," Robbie added with a frown. "They're pretty flimsy, if you ask me. You might smash your way out." Hal's anxiety rose. With it came a pang of hunger. "I wish we had something to eat. We haven't eaten all day, and this is one time I really don't want to be hungry. Maybe I wouldn't have to worry about getting loose if I just wasn't hungry enough to go chasing after anything to eat." "I saw a stream outside," Robbie said. "Maybe there are fish in it." "Great," Abigail said, rolling her eyes. "We'll just fetch our fishing poles and sit on the bank for a few hours until we get a nibble." "Got any better ideas?" "I bet it's too cold for fish anyway," Abigail mused. "They're probably hibernating or something." Robbie looked incredulous. "Hibernating?" Lauren held up her hands and stepped between them. "How about we just pop into the kitchen? There's canned food there." They all looked at each other. "How old?" Abigail asked. "Probably really old," Lauren admitted. "But let's go look and see." The best before dates were over a decade old, but they all knew from the stock kept in a dusty barn back on the island that a best before referred to taste and quality rather than safety. However, they discarded anything that said use by, which was over half the stuff in the walk-in pantry. In one corner, near a window, mold covered the wall and ceiling, and the cans there were black and smelly. "The mold'll wash off," Robbie argued, but Lauren suggested the moisture might have rusted the cans and eaten through. Some of them were swollen, meaning air had gotten inside. The food was ruined. There was still a shelf full of cans in a dry, shadowed inner corner of the room, away from the heat of the summer sun and the moisture around the window. It was hard to ignore the best before dates, though. "This can of vegetable soup is 12 years old," Abigail said. They opened it anyway and peered inside as though it might contain a deadly alien life form. To their surprise, it looked all right. "Heat it up," Robbie said, yanking a metal pot from a cupboard. They poured the soup into the pot, put the pot on the stove, and Hal gave it a careful blast of fire until the soup started bubbling and forming a skin. After a few stirs and more heating, until it was steaming, Lauren said, "That's about as good as it's going to get. We'll either enjoy a tasty meal of soup or die of food poisoning." They all tried it, each dipping in with a spoon. It was scalding hot and required lots of blowing, but eventually they began to taste it, or rather, not taste it. All its rich goodness had faded. Now it was just thick liquid. Still, it was better than nothing. "Let's try something else," Robbie said, looking almost desperate as he hurried back to the shelf in the corner. "Look, there's more soup, and here's some corn, and over there's some fruit." Much of the fruit turned out to be no good, though. A can of pineapple looked like it had melted, and they came to the conclusion that its own acidic juices had eaten through the metal. A can of apricots had fared better, but the fruit was suspiciously dark-colored. Still, the soups were in good shape, and the canned corn actually smelled like corn. The green beans were good, too. Hal managed to put aside his wolf anxieties as they spent the next half hour opening can after can and inspecting the contents, discarding what looked off and cooking up the rest. It was a curious meal, but in the fading light of day, slowly their stomachs became warm and full. "I ate too much," Robbie said, holding his belly. They were all sitting on the floor of the kitchen, cans strewn carelessly around them. They'd stopped using the stove long ago, and a large black scorch mark in the middle of the floor revealed where Hal had heated most of the food. Half a dozen pots were equally blackened. "How are you feeling, Hal?" Abigail asked, reaching for his hand. He grimaced. "Wish you hadn't asked. Now everything in this room is extra stinky. How can animals stand to live with a sense of smell as good as this? I mean, it's good to have a sense of smell, but really, it's like everything in this room is being shoved up my nose. It's horrible." His friends stared at him. "But how are you feeling?" Abigail asked again, breaking the silence. Hal sighed. Scared, he mumbled. You should probably go before I turn. Have you thought about being a dragon? Lauren asked. Can you even turn into a werewolf if you're a dragon? How should I know? Hal demanded, a little more rudely than he intended. Robbie pointed a spoon at him. Hey, she's just asking. Thank you, Robbie, Lauren said, with an exaggerated pout. You're welcome. And it's a good question anyway. Robbie gave Hal a challenging glare. So, how about it? Be a dragon all night, and then maybe you won't change. Hal had to admit it was worth a try. He knew he could sleep just fine in dragon form, unlike their friend Fenton Bridges, who always slipped back into human form during deep slumber. You still have to leave, he said, climbing to his feet, just in case. They filed out of the kitchen and into the great hall. It was just about dark outside now, and the barn was gloomy despite its long line of windows. Abigail, Robbie, and Lauren stepped outside and turned to face Hal as he remained on the threshold. I'll, see you in the morning, he said, fighting to keep the tremor from his voice. Where are you staying the night? Probably in that... Wait, Hal interrupted. It's probably best I don't know. What if I escape and come after you? There was a long, awkward pause. Good point, Abigail said. Hal refrained from mentioning that he might be able to sniff them out anyway. Should he warn his friends of that? Or would that just worry them needlessly? Before he could decide one way or the other, he felt a stab of pain in his gut. He doubled up, then looked incredulously at Abigail. I'm hungry. That was a hunger pang. You'd better go. Lock me in and get out of here. I'll see you in the morning. Robbie pulled Lauren away from the door and went to close it, but Abigail remained there, her face a mask of concern. Hal, go, Hal told her. He forced a smile. This time, Robbie gently eased Abigail aside and closed the door. Hal stared at the sturdy wood and listened while the key turned and clunked. Everything seemed so loud right now. Fascinated, he clearly heard the key being withdrawn, heard Abigail mumble, I'll take that, and then a faint rustle as she slid the key into the pocket of her thick jacket. 3 pairs of footsteps hurried away across the paved surface, stumbling here and there on cracks and tufts of weeds. The sounds continued for half a minute until they suddenly cut off, replaced by the swish-swish of long grass around their ankles. Hal took a breath. He'd been standing completely still, and when he broke his concentration, the sounds of his friend's retreat faded to nothing. He was alone at last. Alone in a rapidly darkening barn with hopefully no way out. If he did escape, Robbie could protect the girls, or Lauren and Abigail could simply fly away and carry Robbie with them, or even leave him behind to fend off the werewolf on his own. An ogre could handle it. Still, what if Hal bit him? Robbie might not care, might not even feel it, but the bite would contain the werewolf poison and the curse would spread. Or would it? Maybe Hal's bite wouldn't infect others because he wasn't a true werewolf. Also, he and his friends were fully charged with sparkle now, their self-healing systems in full working order. He shook his head. There was no point conjecturing. Anyway, he needed to relieve himself, so he went to investigate the restrooms. The one marked men was dank and musty. There was no water in the toilet, and the flusher didn't work, all of which struck him as a little gross if he had to come back later, so he went to check the exit at the end of the hall. Perhaps he could pop outside and go behind a bush, then come back in, and somehow break off the door latch so he couldn't open it again. The door opened a crack before jamming up against something. He put his shoulder to it, but the door was well and truly stuck. A 13-year-old mass of thick weeds and bushes were visible through the gap. Hal grinned. This was good, one less exit to worry about. But he still needed to pee, so he returned to the restroom. Afterward, curious about the storeroom, He wiggled the doorknob. Though the door refused to budge, the knob turned easily back and forth. It wasn't locked at all. There was something jammed up against the other side of the door, keeping it firmly shut. Hal stood there in silence, thinking about it. A jammed door was as good as a locked door if he couldn't open it. Did it matter that it seemed odd for a storeroom to be jammed in this way? If this truly were the only way in and out, then how could something be blocking the door? Had something fallen over? Perhaps the door frame had swollen with years of moisture. Sniffing at the crack between the door and frame, he frowned. There was something oddly familiar about the scent he was picking up. He placed his ear to the door and listened intently for a full 30 seconds. Nothing. Dropping to his hands and knees, he put his nose to the large gap along the bottom of the door and sniffed around. There was no mistaking the scent now. It was all over the floor. In fact, Hal found he could trace it back across the concrete. Shuffling around with his face to the floor, he suddenly realized he was acting exactly like the inner wolf he hoped to avoid, and he jumped to his feet and shuddered. Still, that scent. Returning to the jammed door, he fought to control the rising panic. The joints of his shoulders were hurting, and the muscles in his arms felt like they were being stretched. It was happening again. And now he had another problem. "Chase!" he called through the door. "Are you in there?" A long silence greeted him. He tried again. "I can smell you. I have a good nose at the moment. Look, if you're in there, stay in there. Don't come out. I'm locked in the barn, and my friends have the keys. And I feel like I'm about to change." After another long silence, a low voice came from deep within. "I was hoping you wouldn't find me. Never mind that," Hal urged as pain lanced up his back. He pulled off his jacket, then bent to remove his socks and shoes. "Chase, it's happening. Don't come out. No matter what you hear, stay where you are and make sure your door is blocked. I might try and come in, only it won't be me." "What are you talking?" But his next words were lost as Hal threw himself down on the floor in agony, writhing and screaming. He rolled and thrashed, part of him wanting to get away from the storeroom, another part desperate to get the change over with and get outside to feed his insatiable hunger. The barn was dark, but the moonlight was bright, streaming in through the small windows, calling to him. Too late, a fleeting voice in his head reminded him that he should have tried transforming into a dragon before the wolf took over. Maybe that would have gotten in the way of this unwelcome and painful metamorphosis. Or maybe it wouldn't have made a difference. Either way, his body was no longer his own. He was simply locked inside as the wolf's poison coursed through his veins. He blacked out after a while. The last thing he remembered was his own bloodthirsty howl. Chapter 7. The morning after. 2 nights down, 3 to go, Hal told himself as he blinked in the daylight and sat up. He patted the hard floor, relieved beyond measure that he was still inside the barn. The morning sun streamed through the small glass panes lining the barn wall. All was quiet. He checked himself over. His smart clothes were intact, his weird plastic shoes still wrapped around the underside of his ice-cold feet. There was no dirt, no mud plastered up his pants, and no blood on his hands. It looked like he'd spent the entire night inside the barn, just as planned. Relief flooded through him. "Yes," he said under his breath as he slowly climbed to his feet. He expected his joints and muscles to ache, but he felt fine, just cold. He went to retrieve his jacket, pulling it on quickly. It was as he was lacing his shoes that he remembered Chase. Jolting upright, he glanced toward the nearby storeroom door. It was still shut, but heavily clawed. Gasping, he approached and ran his fingers across countless gouges, stunned at the damage. He must have pounded on the door for an hour. And chewed on it too, judging by the splintered door frame. Bits of wood were strewn all over. "Chase," he called. "Are you in there?" He rattled the doorknob. It turned easily, but the door remained as jammed as it had been the night before. "Chase, it's me. Hal. I'm okay now. It's morning. I'm back to normal." No answer. Hal raised his fist to knock, but froze, as someone else rapped sharply instead. The noise seemed strangely distant. Puzzled, he thought for a second that Chase must have lost his voice, or was perhaps injured. Maybe Hal had gained access after all and torn Chase's throat out. The rapping came again, and he realized it was coming from the main entrance. Feeling like a fool, he hurried over to it. The door was just as scratched up as the storeroom. He paused, amazed. His inner wolf had been really desperate to get out of the barn. "Guys," he called, "is that you out there?" "Hal," Abigail said, her voice muffled. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." "All right, stand back. We're coming in." The key rattled in the lock, and seconds later the door swung inward. Abigail rushed in, threw her arms around Hal, and kissed him on the cheek. He hugged her tightly, and for a moment it seemed to be a competition of who could squeeze the hardest. Finally, they released each other and stepped back, both grinning broadly. "I didn't sleep a wink," she complained. "I kept hearing you howl and bark." "Yeah," Robbie said from behind her with Lauren in tow. "We stayed up at the house on the hill. We could hear you shouting and hollering all night long. You were driving us nuts. I felt like coming down here and clobbering you." "He nearly did," Lauren agreed. She gave Robbie a nudge. "But he was just worried." "We all were. Worried about you getting out, and worried about you hurting yourself if you didn't." "Look at this," Robbie said, running his hand over the gouges in the door and on the frame. "Hal, you're a real grump." They toured the place, checking out the damage. Hal shot glances toward the storeroom door as they walked, knowing Chase might, surely must, still be in there, but not quite ready to deal with the reality of what he might find. His friends did all the exclaiming, pointing out scratches and bite marks and even what looked like streaks of urine that caused Lauren to wrinkle her nose and Abigail to shake her head in mock embarrassment. "Really, Hal, you couldn't use the toilet?" "It's territorial," Robbie told her. "He was marking his property. It looks fresh. He must have calmed down eventually and decided he liked the place." "Guys," Hal said, halting their walk around, "there's something you need to know. Come over here." He took them to the storeroom and pointed. Again, his friends exclaimed at the destruction, but Hal quickly shushed them. He held a finger to his lips and pointed at the door again. They all fell silent, looking first at him, then the door, then back again. "What is it?" Abigail whispered. Hal knocked on the door. "Chase, it's okay. There are 4 of us out here. Me, Abigail, Robbie, and Lauren. It's safe now, I promise." "Chase is in there?" Robbie said loudly. After half a minute of further silence, they heard movement. Something rattled, then fell over. Then came grunting and scraping sounds as somebody pushed a heavy piece of furniture away from the door. More rattling followed, large metallic objects being tossed aside. The doorknob wiggled, turned, and the door slowly creaked open an inch or two. Inside was pitch-black darkness, but framed in the gap was a white face with round glasses and a mop of curly hair. Hal stood perfectly still, not wanting to spook him any more than he had already. "Come on out," Abigail said softly. The door opened wide, and Chase emerged. He was a mess, his clothes wrinkled and filthy, dirt smudged all over his face and hands, and a smell that caused Hal's eyes to water. He took a step back, seeing that his friends barely noticed. This was a terrible time to have a great sense of smell. "Has it gone?" Chase whispered, looking around fearfully. He focused on Hal, then peered around at the others. "Which of you was here last night?" "Me," Hal said. I got bitten by a werewolf last month. I turned 2 nights ago, and last night we were expecting it to happen again, so I locked myself in the barn. Didn't know you were here until afterward, though." Chase frowned. "I remember you. We met in the rose garden after Molly's victims woke. I'm Hal. This is Abigail, Robbie, and Lauren." Brushing himself down and releasing an even more potent stench, Chase circled the group warily and looked toward the open barn entrance framed in blinding sunlight. He began heading that way, his pace quickening as he went. Hal and the others hurried after him. "We came to find you," Abigail said, skipping ahead and turning back to face him. "Miss Simone sent us." "I'm not going back," Chase said shortly. Abigail shrugged. "We don't want you to, especially smelling the way you do. You drive everyone out of the village." "What's the point in coming after me, then?" They all piled through the door. Outside, the air was crisp and fresh, the sky blue. It was a beautiful morning, and the warmest Hal could remember since winter had set in. "We want to find the missing twins," he said. Chase said nothing. He was taller even than Robbie, and his long-legged stride was causing the rest of them to break into a trot once in a while, especially Hal, who was the shortest. Leaving the barn behind, Chase hurried down the sloping road and abruptly cut to the right across the grass. Oddly, Hal somehow knew this was exactly what his friends had done the previous evening. It was evident now that they'd taken a shortcut to the house on the hill, and this seemed to be where Chase was headed. Abigail took off her jacket and tossed it at Hal. "Chase, you can walk fast if you like, but you're never going to lose us. See?" With that, she sprouted wings through the slit in the back of her shirt, as well as the smart clothes underneath, and lifted off the ground with a noisy buzzing sound. She nipped ahead of Chase and spun around so he could see. He slowed and stopped, bringing the group to a halt. Watching Abigail buzz around in circles and bobbing up and down, he had the look of someone who was sizing up his options, calculating his chances of escape. He reminded Hal a little of Ryan, their friend who'd survived the virus and a world of scrags, only Chase was 5 years younger and less certain of himself, and a good deal smellier. "We're all shapeshifters," Lauren told him. "I'm a harpy, Robbie's an ogre, and Hal's a dragon." Chase looked back at Hal, puzzled. "You said you were a werewolf." "I'm that too." "You're both?" "Apparently." Shaking his head, Chase started off across the grass again. "I'm going home." The group followed, and Abigail continued to dog him with her annoying aerobatics. "You're going to that house on the hill?" she asked. "That's where we slept last night. It's nice. Is that where you're staying too? Was that your stuff we found in one of the back bedrooms? Looks like you've set up home there. Books, pens, and paper, all the pillows in the house." "It is my home," Chase snapped, "so stay out." That caused a momentary lapse in conversation. Now that Hal thought about it, perhaps it made sense that Chase had lived there before. It was a house, after all, the only one in the entire valley other than the cluster of log cabins on the slopes of the hills opposite. From what Hal knew of the boy, he'd lived here with his dad, who was extremely rich and owned the entire property. "What were you doing in the barn?" he asked, hurrying again to catch up. "Ran out of food," Chase muttered. "How long have you been here?" Robbie asked. "You escaped from Miss Simone's house a month ago, but it must have been a really long journey for someone like you. When did you—" "Someone like me?" "Yeah, a non-shapeshifter." Looking distinctly annoyed at being pursued and interrogated, Chase stopped again and threw up his hands. "It took weeks, all right. It's hundreds of miles. I walked and walked until I found some people who lent me a horse, but I had to work for it first. which took days, and then I rode most of the way, and then I ran into a gang of scarred people who took my horse and would have killed me if I hadn't escaped, and then I walked some more, and then some soldiers picked me up and gave me a ride, and then I did some more walking." He stopped for breath, looking flustered. "I got here 3 days ago. I ate all the food in the house, all the canned stuff anyway, and the dried pasta. I went to the barn last night looking for more, and then you guys showed up and I hid in the storeroom." He slumped after this outburst, looking dejected. "Why?" Abigail asked softly. "Why what?" "Why'd you hide from us?" Chase shrugged. "Didn't know who you were. I just heard voices coming and I hid in the storeroom. I could hear you all rummaging around in the kitchen for ages. I was tired, so I just blocked the door and got comfortable. Figured I'd sleep the night. There's nothing but chairs in there, all folded up, so I set some out and put blankets on 'em." He turned to Hal and looked him up and down. "Then you woke me up, calling my name and telling me you were about to change. I didn't know what to think." "And then he started howling," Robbie said with a laugh. "That must have freaked you out." "I wasn't scared," Chase said, drawing himself up. Hal couldn't help thinking the two were alike in many ways, both tall and thin, a little nerdy, and too quick to defend their masculinity. "So that's my entire story," Chase said at last. "Molly turned me to stone for what seemed like just a few hours. Only it was decades. My dad is gone, and everyone hates me. I walked hundreds of miles to come home, and as soon as I got here, a bunch of shapeshifters showed up and nearly killed me. So if you don't mind, I'd like to be left alone." He shouted these last words, and everyone jumped. They let the tall boy stalk off, watching him in silence. After 20 paces, Chase slowed again and veered off aimlessly, holding his head in despair. Suddenly, he dropped and ended up sitting cross-legged, leaning forward with his hands covering his face. His shoulders heaved. "Oh," Lauren said, starting toward him. Abigail reached out to stop her. "Wait, let him get it out. Give him a minute or two, okay?" So they waited, standing awkwardly in the long grass partway up the hill where the majestic manor house overlooked the valley. Hal and Robbie shuffled their feet and looked away, but Abigail and Lauren seemed to be waiting for a specific moment to go and comfort Chase. That moment came shortly after, a cessation of sobs that seemed to indicate he'd gotten most of his despair out of his system. Lauren went to him and sat by his side, talking softly. "So he thinks he was a statue for just a few hours?" Robbie whispered. Hal nodded. "I remember everything while I was a statue. All that weird darkness with floating orange lights and that gatekeeper woman, all the stuff she told me. She let me keep my memories so I could do what she wanted me to do and unite the worlds." He gestured toward Chase. "But everyone else forgets. I guess it's like waking from a short sleep. Must be horrible to snap out of it and realize everyone you know." He fell silent. Abigail slipped her hand into his. "Let's see if we can cheer him up and give him a sense of purpose." She dragged him across the grass toward Chase. Hal looked helplessly back at Robbie, who spread his hands. Neither of them liked dealing with tears and emotional outbursts. Lauren was sitting with the bespectacled boy, patting his hand and talking earnestly, her head tilted to look up at him. And they're all really friendly. Well, mostly. There are a few bullies like Carl and his gang, but they're no big deal. Some of the farmers are grouchy, but mostly people are nice. They'd welcome you if you came back to Carter and gave them a chance. And so would Miss Simone and Molly and the others." Chase shook his head. "You don't understand. Simone and the rest were all kids the last time I saw them. They were 8 years old. They went to school right over there." He pointed, and everyone turned to look. It was one of the isolated buildings, a rectangular building with a pointed tin roof and dark wood siding. It looked ordinary enough, but Hal suddenly felt a sense of awe. Miss Simone went to school there. Her and all the others, 12 young shapeshifters. "Tell us about it," Hal urged, but Chase shook his head and climbed to his feet. "I haven't decided about you yet. I don't really know any of you. So how about you tell me a few things first? Get me caught up on everything that's happened while I've been standing like a statue for the last, 25 years? Come on, talk while we walk." "Walk where?" Robbie demanded. "To those woods on the hill over there. I've been looking for something for 3 days and failing. It's all overgrown now. Maybe you can help. We can spread out. But talk to me while we're heading that way." After a faltering start, Abigail began. Well, we grew up on an island smothered in fog. All we knew was the island. We'd never seen a blue sky, never felt the warmth of the sun on our faces. Then, one day, we all started to experience weird changes." Chase listened intently as he led the group slowly down into the bowl of Happy Valley Ridge and up the other side, heading for a patch of woods. Hal saw nothing interesting there, no buildings nearby, not even any paths that he could see. The slopes were rocky in places, but mostly covered in long grass and thickets. Robbie took over the story at one point, but Abigail shushed him and told Chase to erase from memory everything Robbie had just said. Lauren giggled as Abigail went on to tell how Miss Simone had shown up one day on the island, all mysterious and creepy. "We followed her," she said. "She led us all the way to the cliffs and jumped into the water." By the time they reached the wooded area on the far side, Hal had taken up the story and was explaining about the new world known as New Earth, the fog machine, the goblins, and everything else. Chase alternated between nodding and frowning and looking puzzled, eventually badgering them with questions about the virus and the survivors, his face slowly turning ashen. Robbie quickened his pace, turned, and stopped in front of Chase with his hands held up. "All right, Buster, now it's your turn to talk." "Not yet," Chase said. "I want you to help me find something. You know what it looks like. It's—" "Spill it," Robbie threatened, and though he was a couple of years younger, suddenly he was a force to be reckoned with as he grew a few inches in height and started bulging at the shoulders so much that his non-enchanted jacket popped open at the front. Beneath, the buttons on his shirt strained. Chase looked startled. He glanced from Robbie to Hal, then to Abigail and Lauren. "Why is everyone in my life a shapeshifter?" he muttered. "Not everyone," Abigail said sweetly, smiling at him. "But yes, there are 9 of us, and of course Miss Simone and her friends, who you already know. Why don't you tell us about them? Start from the beginning. Look, we'll sit right here." She sat and crossed her legs, ready for a story. Lauren sat too, and after a shrug, Robbie collapsed next to her. Hal waited until Chase had sighed and made himself comfortable before he too relaxed. There was a long, expectant pause. Chase looked around the group one last time, then removed his glasses and rubbed at them. When he'd placed them back on his nose, he cleared his throat. "All right, I'll start at the beginning." Chapter 8. Chase begins his story. My parents were Richard and Susie Stockwell. I say were because my mum died, and my dad, well, I don't know where he is now. Nor does Simone. He'll be an old man by now, or he might have passed away. My parents separated when I was 4, and I lived with my mum. I barely knew my dad until recently. The Stockwell name suits him because he made a fortune on the stock market. Mom said the money changed him, though. Pretty much everything he bought was an investment that made him even richer, but the more money he made, the less time he had for Mom and me. She said he wasn't the same man she married. So they separated when I was 4, which was 10 years ago. Well, 10 years ago to me, anyway. I only vaguely remember it all. Mom said he was pretty upset when she left and took me with her, but I reckon he was relieved. It meant he didn't have to keep making excuses for being late to dinner or staying out all night with clients. Mom said he was always in meetings, always in a suit, always on the phone. He didn't have time for her or me. His idea of being a good husband was passing her a few $100 bills to go shopping. So we left. Mom rented a place at first, but Dad insisted that she at least put his money to good use. She bought a house just 20 minutes' drive away from Dad, and we settled in, and I started school. I saw Dad twice a week, and I have vague memories of that too. Then the visits changed to once a week, then once every 2 weeks, then once a month. He never seemed to have much time to spare for me. By the time I was 5, I almost didn't know him at all. Yeah, my dad was a real barrel of laughs. We all lived a few states west of here. When I was 6, Dad bought a chunk of this place we're in now, Happy Valley Ridge, and left us behind. I didn't really understand the story behind it back then, but when I was older, Mom told me he'd done a U-turn and realized money wasn't everything. She thought maybe he'd had regrets. He dumped all his business clients, let contracts expire, and just turned his back on everything. He poured every penny into a secret new project that even Mom didn't know much about. He begged her to come and live with him here, and she agreed to visit and hear him out. Dad said he wanted everything to go back to the way things were before. Only here in Happy Valley Ridge. There's a schoolhouse, see? He told her. I can hire a private tutor for Chase. Mom asked what he was involved in. He wouldn't just buy all this land and hire staff to maintain the place just for the fun of it. She was sure it was another investment, but he couldn't tell her much because it was strictly confidential, not for outsiders. She'd have to prove she was serious and move into the manor house before he could tell her anything. Well, Mom wasn't standing for that nonsense. She thought he was playing her, flashing his money around again, trying to wow her with the spectacular scenery and house and everything. Besides, she'd already made a new life, and I was doing well in school, and she couldn't just drop everything and run back to him. So that was the end of that. We pretty much lost contact with Dad over the next 8 years. At some point, she filed for divorce and went back to using her maiden name, Gibbons. She asked me if I wanted to change my name, too, and be Chase Gibbons instead of Chase Stockwell. But I hated the idea of changing my name, so we left it alone. It never occurred to me that it might be painful for her to be reminded of Dad every day. And now that she's gone, I wish I'd changed my name when she asked me. To honor her, you know. You see, one day she came home looking miserable and went straight to her room. I heard her crying, but she wouldn't come out and tell me what was wrong until later that evening when her sister arrived. My mom had a tumor on her brain and had something like a month to live. I couldn't believe it. I didn't believe it, but it explained all her headaches and mood swings lately. I was 13 by then, and everything changed. She made arrangements with my school and said I'd catch up on work later. She used my dad's money to take me places, like the volcanoes in Hawaii, and we just spent a ton of time together. If it wasn't for the fact she was dying, those would have been the best times of my life. But really, they were the worst. It didn't matter if we went to the moon and back or stayed home and watched TV. She was still going to die, and if anything, all those things we did together, all those places we went to, just made it more obvious that we didn't have much time left. On the other hand, it helped prepare me. I was jealous of all the visits from Granny and Grandpa, her sister, and her friends. Even Dad showed up. They all came by and stayed over. I get that it was important for them and for Mom. But I kind of wanted her to myself. Then she started acting weird and being aggressive, shouting and cursing. And the doctor said it was the tumor pressing on her brain. It was horrible. In the end, someone made a decision to get me out of the house. I hated the idea of leaving her behind, but she insisted it was for the best. It was really, really rough, knowing I might never see her again, but she told me I could still see her every day. I just had to call ahead first to see if she was feeling okay. I hung on to that idea, and I said goodbye and went to my aunt's house that afternoon, knowing I'd be calling Mom first thing every morning. Mom died that first night. My aunt is nice and everything, but I was stuck in a spare bedroom in an unfamiliar town with unfamiliar people, and I just felt so alone, kind of in limbo. I felt numb, like I was waiting for something to sink in. I just couldn't get my head around what had happened, and I never cried, even at the funeral. In the end, after a few weeks, my dad came and picked me up. I'd seen him a couple of times before Mom died, and again at the funeral, but I hardly knew him. Funny thing is, I was relieved to see him. Coming with him here to Happy Valley Ridge seemed like the next best thing without Mom around. I remember the drive. He had a limo with a chauffeur, and he sat in the back with me, facing me, and he actually looked at me for a change, really noticed I was there, even talked to me. I kept thinking I should be mad at him for not being a very good dad all my life, for not being there for Mom, for thinking more about money than either of us. But he looked so miserable that I ended up feeling a little bit sorry for him. When I arrived at Happy Valley Ridge, I kind of glanced around as the limo took us up to the manor house on the hill. It was all pretty and everything, but none of it interested me that much. Not yet, anyway. All I could think about was a new life without Mom. Arriving at the massive house, having my luggage brought up to my new room with its ensuite bathroom, sitting there on the side of the huge bed and staring at the suitcases. It really hit me hard then, and I think I spent a week in that room without once stepping into the hall. I don't mind admitting that I cried so much I wrung myself dry. Eventually, I was ready to face my new life. I wasn't exactly happy about it, but I couldn't sit on the floor in the corner anymore. The room Dad gave me was enormous. Turns out it was always my room. He'd reserved it for when Mom and I agreed to come home, which obviously never happened. The rest of the house was nice too. 6 bedrooms, all with their own bathrooms, 2 massive living rooms, a game room, all that good stuff. Not the biggest house in the world, but all Dad's money had gone on the land. He doesn't own all of the valley, just a slice. The valley is 15 miles long, full of historic homes and churches and granaries and old barns and country stores, some from the 1800s, and about 10 dairy farms, 50,000 acres in all. Dad owns a segment of it. Why Happy Valley Ridge, though? I mean, it's pretty, but why here and not someplace else? I'll get to that later. There's something very special here. Or there was, anyway. I can't find it now. I started exploring. At first, Dad took me around himself and was pretty talkative. He kept patting me on the shoulder like he was trying to be a normal dad, but it always seemed weird, kind of forced. I think he realized this after a while and stopped doing it. He stopped talking, too. After a week, he was back to being the dad I always knew him to be, distant and uninterested. To be fair, though, I was pretty distant and uninterested as well, so that might have been my fault. I might have pushed him away, and he just didn't know how to deal with it. Anyway, he set me up with a private tutor, a Frenchman called Monsieur Dupont, and I had class in that small schoolhouse over there. A bunch of smaller kids had class there, too. They were all 8. I was about to turn 14, too old to join them, so I had class on my own in a back room with Monsieur Dupont, while these 8-year-olds sat in the main hall with another teacher by the name of Mrs. Garrison. Monsieur Dupont was nice but ugly. He joked that he fell out of the ugly tree and hit every dang branch on the way down. He was tall and broad with thick black hair, a big lumpy nose, and jutting teeth. I saw his wife once or twice, and she was blonde and blue-eyed, but even uglier. They were just right for each other. I only mention this because they had twins. One was a boy named Felipe, as ugly as his parents. But the girl, Simone, was a gorgeous little kid. I never could figure out how that came to be. Even as a grown woman, she's considerably better looking than her parents or brother ever were. I went to school with the rest of the kids every weekday, and I sat in the back room with Monsieur Dupont most of that time. It was okay, but I sort of envied those kids in the next room. There were 12 of them, 7 boys and 5 girls, including not one, but 2 sets of twins. Simone and Felipe were your run-of-the-mill fraternal twins, born at the same time, but nothing alike. Bo and Astrid, on the other hand, were identical. And yes, Bo is a boy and Astrid is a girl. Do you know how incredibly rare it is to have identical twins that are boy and girl? Well, I didn't know myself until Monsieur Dupont told me. You may think a boy and a girl, being different genders, can't really be identical, which is true. But being identical is really more to do with how the babies form. Monozygotic twinning, my tutor told me, when one fertilized egg splits into 2. The egg is already a boy or a girl by this point, and when it splits in 2, normally both halves end up the same gender. Identical twin girls or boys. In this case, the twins should have been boys, only one of them went wrong. He dropped a Y chromosome and became a girl. Bo was perfectly normal, just a regular boy. The girl, Astrid, looked like him but was really short and had issues. When I met her, I couldn't help staring. I was just startled, you know. She had a short, really wide neck. It was like it had flaps on the side. Monsieur Dupont called it webbing, and he said it was common with Turner syndrome, which is what she had. She also had swollen hands and feet, and her proportions were just, well, a little out of whack. But she was a lovely kid. In fact, I liked her best of all. She had a wicked sense of humor and was so smart, she often made me look like a complete idiot. She loved puzzles and was always asking me weird questions that had no straight answers. One of her favorites was, "What's the difference between a duck?" Answer, "One of its legs is both the same." No, it doesn't make sense, but it always set her off laughing. Where one twin went, the other followed, and I found that Astrid always took the lead and Bo tagged along. Bo was nice enough, but had half the personality of his sister. Astrid said that Mother Nature messed up when she created her, so she gave her a far superior mind to make up for it. All the kids were great, and I think they saw me like an uncle or something. I got to go on field trips with them, and I ended up helping out a lot, keeping them in check, that sort of thing. They took my mind off my mom, that's for sure. I liked Charlie a lot. He was the loudmouth, always goofing around. Orson was a bookworm, so was Molly, actually. Kanan and Ellie were always arguing about something. Riley was a grumpy little thing and just wanted to be left alone to tinker with mechanical stuff. Lucas was tough, kind of hard on Blair, who was a bit of a crybaby if you ask me. Felipe was a really good kid. He had a sense of honor about him, like you could always trust him to do the right thing. And Simone? She was quiet and hard-working, very serious. Hardly ever smiled. But Bo and Astrid were my little pals, especially Astrid. Things were pretty normal for 6 months. The kids lived in those cabins on the hill with their parents. I saw the adults fairly often, but they came and went as they pleased. Some of them had jobs to go to, but most didn't. They just sort of hung about. I asked my dad about that one day, and he told me they didn't need to work, that everything was paid for. "They're guests," he said mysteriously, then clammed up like he'd said too much. He tried again. "They don't need to work, but some like to. Those families are guests here at Happy Valley Ridge. I gave them the cabins, and I pay them a monthly allowance." "But why?" I asked. "Because their children are very special." And my dad wouldn't say anything else. I begged him for more information, and he kept saying he'd tell me one day, but, well, it was frustrating. It took me weeks to realize that there were no other brothers or sisters, just these 12 8-year-olds. Not only that, but their birthdays were all in the same month. Pretty strange, huh? The kids never went anywhere except for occasional field trips. They'd never been anywhere. Dad told me they were all born in a private hospital nearby, and I imagined a huge place with ambulances and tons of doctors, but it turned out to be a large house farther along the valley. It wasn't even a proper hospital, just a sort of local practitioner who Dad also paid every month. I realized that these 12 kids were being pampered and watched over in a way that wasn't normal. They got to roam about Dad's property, but one time Lucas and Charlie went too far, and suddenly there were all these big cars hurtling around looking for them. They came out of nowhere. When the boys were found, one car delivered them back, and the others trundled off and disappeared. After that, I started seeing little flashes of light in the hills on sunny days, reflections of something shiny. The kids were being watched through binoculars. I didn't say anything to them, but I asked Dad about it, and he said it was necessary. There were guards posted everywhere, and they rotated through the clock, so there was a 24-hour patrol. For their own safety, he said. I started to understand where all Dad's money had gone. The property was part of it, but the maintenance crew and the guards added up. He said the guards were new, though, only brought in during the last year. Why now? I asked, and he clammed up again. The more I kept my eyes open, the more I saw. The kids had no idea they were being watched by big men with guns in the hills all around. One day, I just happened to glance out the window during class and saw a little group walking down the hill. 3 guards surrounding a man who looked like he belonged in another time, wearing a long robe. A car was waiting at the bottom of the hill. The 4 of them got in and drove up to Dad's house. I was curious about who the new man was, but honestly, I was more curious about where he'd just come from. There was nothing up that hill as far as I knew. Look around. This is the hill I'm talking about. There's nothing here but trees and grass. The higher you climb, the steeper it gets. So where did the man come from? Class was over about an hour later, and in all that time I never saw anyone emerge from Dad's house up on the hill. I could see it from my desk, and I kept an eye on it the whole time. And besides, the guard's car was still parked in the driveway. So after class ended, I hiked on up there. Ha! I only got halfway when the man and my dad piled into the car and came down the hill. They passed me on the road, heading for the school. So I hurried back, and by the time I got there, Dad was leaning against the car while the visitor was inside the building meeting the kids. Actually, he'd already met them. They remembered him, and he knew all their names. When I got there, he was having a conversation with Orson, who looked kind of nervous. It didn't last long, but he moved right on to the next kid, Riley, while the rest played nearby. I edged closer, trying to listen in. I heard snippets. The man was saying, "But you'd tell somebody, wouldn't you, if something happened? It's important you don't keep it a secret." Riley shrugged and nodded while staring at the floor. The man was old. Well, not really old, but older than my dad. He was almost bald, and the top of his head shone. I don't think I've ever seen anyone so tall and lanky. When he stood up, he towered over everyone. But he seemed nice enough. He looked at me then, and he smiled, but his gaze drilled into me like he was figuring me out. I could tell he was super smart. If brains had auras, he would have lit up the room. "And you must be Chase," he said. I mumbled something or other, and Astrid giggled at me. "Well, do look after these children for me, Chase," the man said, and that was that. Conversation over. He took 2 long strides and was out the door before I knew it. "Who was that?" I asked Astrid. "Professor Bartholomew," she said. "We call him Old Bart. When he's not looking, anyway." "And what's he do? Where's he from?" Astrid went all weird then. She shook her head and said, "My lips are sealed." I couldn't get anything out of her, and it wasn't the place to be asking anyway, not with Monsieur Dupont and Mrs. Garrison hovering nearby. Anyway, I was more interested in where the man, Old Bart, was headed next. I watched him out the window as all the kids went off home. Monsieur Dupont asked if I was staying for another class, and I must have looked shocked because he laughed at me as I hurried outside. Old Bart got back in the car with my dad, and Dad looked a little embarrassed, and asked if I'd mind waiting or walking home. Then he drove off. Funny thing is, at first Dad headed back toward the hill where the old man had come from, but then he slowed and stopped, waited a second with the brake lights on, turned, and went off to the right. I kept watching, and Dad didn't seem to know where he was going. Or maybe he was being told to go this way and then another. It was so weird. Then Monsieur Dupont clamped his hand on my shoulder and steered me back inside the school. He said he wanted to talk to me. I noticed he drew the blind, so we sat in near darkness while he droned on about schoolwork. I figured it out. He was trying to distract me. I couldn't see where Dad and old Bart were headed, but I guessed they were nipping back to the hill now that I wasn't watching them from the porch. Monsieur Dupont carried on droning, but he was peering through a gap in the blind all the time. I couldn't see what he was seeing, but I could see where he was looking, toward the hill, the same hill old Bart appeared from. Finally, Monsieur Dupont flipped the blind up and said I could go. The car was pulling up outside again. My dad was alone. The old man had already gone. "Where's the professor?" I asked. "Gone home," my dad said. "Up the hill?" Dad glared at me. He looked annoyed, but he also looked guilty, like he'd been caught in a lie. He shifted and squirmed in his seat. "Never you mind." I had to know. "Does he live in a cave or something?" My dad looked surprised for a moment. Then he smiled. "Yes, he's an old hermit who lives in a cave. Don't go looking for him, okay? Stay off that hill." "Sure thing, Dad," I lied. Chapter 9. Through the Portal. Hal jumped up off the grass. "It's a portal, isn't it? That's how old Professor Bart arrived here, and that's how he went home." Chase frowned. "Well, since you figured it out, maybe you can find it for me. I've looked everywhere." Abigail climbed to her feet and stretched. "You won't find it. I remember Miss Simone telling us ages ago how most of the original portals had closed and how rare they were. It's long gone. Otherwise, she might have used Happy Valley Ridge again when we were born," Robbie said. "Imagine growing up here rather than on the island." They all pondered this for a moment. Hal and Abigail walked around in circles, trying to get the stiffness out of their joints, while Robbie and Lauren opted to lean back and spread out in the grass. Chase had been talking for 30 minutes or more, and nobody had moved an inch the whole time. "This place is too far from Carter," Lauren eventually said, sounding half asleep. "There's no way Miss Simone would have tried to run a shapeshifter program all this way south while living in Carter, nor would old Bart." "Old Bart didn't live in Carter," Chase said, frowning. "I didn't know this until later. But he let slip that he was from Perivale, wherever that is. I remember he said, 'I'd better be heading out if I'm to be back in Perivale by nightfall.' And that was late afternoon, so the village or town had to be a few hours away on foot. So not far from here." Again, they pondered. "So," Abigail said slowly, "old Bart lived in Perivale while he was running the Shapeshifter Program, fairly close to Happy Valley Ridge. But afterward, he and all the children moved up to Carter. Years later, old Bart created our dear friend Jolie." She rolled her eyes. "As we know, he cheated and failed miserably, and she ended up living with the Miengu in the lake. So he retired and handed his job to Miss Simone, who eventually started her own Shapeshifter Program. She wanted to do it the proper way, but it meant buying an entire island." "Bet she used my dad's money," Chase said, getting up. "He was stinking rich. Even after buying this part of the valley and hiring all the staff, I'll bet he had loads of money sitting around in the bank. Which means he was around when you guys were born, still involved in things." The idea of Chase's dad being in the background when Miss Simone had started her work fascinated Hal. All their lives were linked, by a man with bags of money who may still be around somewhere, living a quiet life in New Earth. Why didn't Miss Simone mention him? He wondered aloud. Same reason she didn't bother telling us half the things we should know, Lauren complained. She never even bothered to tell us we were shapeshifters until it started happening. She wasn't sure we would change, Abigail reminded her. The virus, the fog over the island. She was afraid the Shapeshifter program would fail. And it nearly did. We were supposed to start changing at 8 like Miss Simone and her classmates, but we were 4 years late. Yeah, well, she still needs to open up and share information. She's been distracted, Hal said, not exactly sure why he was defending her. Perhaps because he'd been a constant source of distraction for her? Chase threw up his hands in frustration. Well, this is all really interesting, but what now? I came all this way to find Bo and Astrid, and the portal's missing. We can't get to where I need to go. Sure we can, Hal argued. There are plenty of other portals now. If we need to cross over, then we can. Just not here. Hope flared in Chase's eyes. Then where? Hal told him of the village they'd flown over and through before reaching Happy Valley Ridge. I'll bet that's Perivale, he said, the thought flashing in his mind. I'll bet that's where old Bart once lived. But is it far? Abigail patted Hal on the shoulder. Nothing is very far when we have a dragon to give us a ride. We'll be there in no time and through the portal. Then we'll fly back this way and pick up the trail. And then you can carry on with your story, Hal finished. He pulled off his shoes and socks and stuffed them into the clothing sack with everything else. Stand back. As Abigail moved aside, Robbie and Lauren picked themselves up off the grass, stretching and yawning. Chase looked confused. He stared at Hal with suspicion. You said something about being a dragon before, but, I mean, really? Felipe was a dragon too. Then this shouldn't be a big shock to you, Hal said, flinging his jacket toward Abigail. He transformed promptly, and Chase stumbled backward as Hal swung around and stamped the grass flat. Show off, Abigail murmured. Once Chase, Robbie, and Abigail were situated on Hal's back, he followed Lauren into the clear sky. Chase yelled with terror. Calm down, Robbie urged him. Just relax. Breathe deep. Lock your feet into the cracks between the scales. See? They're like footholds, and I've found there's no point trying to hold onto this backbone. The ridges are too smooth. So hold on under your legs. There's a sort of overhangy thing. Hal had never heard anyone talk about the seating arrangements on his back. He just assumed they clung to the knobby ridge that ran the length of his spine. It stuck up fairly high where they were sitting behind his head, the protuberances a little like jutting teeth. But Robbie was right. They were too thick and smooth to get hold of. Chase seemed to be in a state of panic all the way to the town they'd dropped in on the previous evening. A smattering of smoky, pulsing portals pockmarked one corner of the town, and Hal sought the same portal as before. He plunged through, eliciting a scream of revulsion from Chase. Anyone down below would think Hal had him clamped in his jaws. The small village opened up below. As Hal swooped low over the streets, he picked out a sign at the perimeter. He had to twist his head to read it, but when he did, he grunted with satisfaction. Perivale. So old Bart had once lived right here in one of these quaint homes. The air was considerably colder in this world. Winter in New Earth had a bite to it. Without wanting to lose track of where he was, Hal swung around and headed back the way he'd come, listening to Robbie's directions. The sun's position hadn't changed, and it was something to go by, but the land ahead was utterly different. While the rise and fall of the terrain was similar at first glance, the forests were not, and the lack of crisscrossing overgrown roads left him staring at endless rolling green land that all looked the same. Robbie yelled above Chase's moans. Left a bit, there, stay straight. They were soon flying over a valley. It was startlingly familiar, and Hal knew without a doubt they were back where they had started, only in New Earth. In this particular region, the terrain seemed to be a mirror of the other world. He flew in circles, trying to picture the position of the manor house on the hill and the school building and the huge white barn. But without the roads to give them a clue, it was nigh on impossible to pinpoint the precise locations. Besides, despite the similar contours of the hills, the trees grew in wildly different places. Chase, though, suddenly stopped his whining and began whooping. "There! Take us down! Right there! See the rocks! There!" He was so frantic that Hal almost collided with Lauren in his effort to descend. He thumped down on loose rocks that littered a gentle slope, slipping a few yards before settling next to a clump of boulders. Lauren landed on one of those, her talons clicking on the cold, hard surface. Wasting no time, Chase hurtled off Hal's back and scuttled away, diving about in excitement as he recognized one landmark after another. "There! See? The rock shaped like a foot, and over there you can see the trees growing at weird angles on top of an old landslide. And look at this." When Robbie and Abigail had disembarked, Hal reverted to his human form and hurried after them, gasping in the cold. Lauren's wings retracted and vanished. Chase led them to a curious indentation in a small cliff face. He appeared to be circling an unseen something several yards in front, as though his round spectacles were capable of seeing invisible objects. He spread his hands proudly. "Here. This is where I came through. The portal was right here." "Fascinating," Abigail murmured. "Look at that, Hal. A portal that's not there anymore. Do you know what that makes it?" She raised an eyebrow. "Absolutely nothing." "At least we're on the right track," he said. They all clustered around the non-existent portal. Hal imagined it hovering there. It would have been in full view of anyone who walked this trail, yet the terrain here was nothing like that of Happy Valley Ridge in old Earth. He looked around and tried to overlay the two lands in his mind. There, somewhere down the slope, was where they had sat in dry, withered grass just a short while ago, listening to Chase's tale. Here, it was all loose rock and dirt. The small cliff face told the story. One of many landslides, a chunk of the hillside that had fallen away and altered the landscape so it was almost unrecognizable. In Happy Valley Ridge, a swath of trees farther up the slope would have masked the crest of the hill. Here it was bare, revealing a narrow trail that meandered up and over. It led in the other direction, too, down the slippery slope to the valley floor, disappearing into the thick woods that lay where the schoolhouse should be. Chase was rambling excitedly. "I'm telling you, it was right here. First time I saw it, I couldn't believe my eyes. After old Bart disappeared that day, I spent the next week just hunting around on the hill after school. I had to be quiet about it, and I took Astrid and Bo along sometimes, but they weren't with me when I finally found it." "Did you go through?" Robbie asked. "It was hidden behind a big patch of bushes," Chase said, ignoring the question. "Hard to see until you were right on top of it. A big black cloud of smoke just hovering there. It was so creepy weird. Took me ages to go near it. I had no clue what it was, and at that point, it never occurred to me it might have anything to do with old Bart. I completely forgot about him, to tell you the truth." Robbie poked him sharply. "So did you go through it?" Looking annoyed, Chase drew himself up and stood an inch or two taller than Robbie. He pushed his glasses up his nose. "What do you think? Of course I did, eventually. I reached out to touch it, found that my hand just plunged inside, felt a tingle. And after a while, I leaned into it. The portal was off the ground about 2 feet, and it had this strange resistance along the bottom edge. I couldn't just walk into it. It felt spongy around my knees, and the more I pressed against it, the more it tingled. In the end, I accidentally tipped inside, and I was shocked for a second, but it didn't hurt. I ended up here, in this world, skidding around on this loose rock." He knelt and scooped up a handful as if there was something significant about the dry earth and gravel. He let it slip through his fingers before standing again. I won't bore you with the details, but I figured things out eventually. I knew old Bart had come through here. He either went up and over the hill or down into the valley. I didn't know it at the time, but Perivale is that way. He pointed into the thick of the trees below. Ooh, Lauren said. So when old Bart left, he kind of walked right by the schoolhouse, only in a different dimension. How creepy! Chase stared at her, his brow furrowed. Yeah, I guess so. Hal shivered and reached for his jacket, which Abigail was hugging to her chest. She was so wrapped up in Chase's story that she took a moment to release the jacket. He pulled it on, then turned to Robbie, who was carrying the sack of clothes. Let me have my shoes out of there. Robbie handed him the bag. So now what? Where are we going? Chase pointed up the hill. We follow the trail. That's where I led the twins. He set off immediately, crunching up the slope. Hal shared a glance with all his friends. There seemed to be no doubt about following Chase. He posed no threat, and as far as they could tell, had no reason to lead them into danger. If Bo and Astrid were around, and that was a rather big if, then it would certainly be interesting to meet a couple of sphinxes. Are sphinxes dangerous? He asked quietly, as the four of them trudged after their guide. What do we know about them? They have the body of a lion, Abigail said, and the head of a human, a bit like manticores, only with a friendlier face and without the teeth and stinger. Oh, and they have wings. Hal nodded. That was about the extent of his own knowledge, too. He wasn't sure he relished the idea of running into two cat-like creatures, though. If they were anything like Thomas, they could be a serious problem. They crested the hill to find that the same trail continued for miles along a ridge. It was forested farther along, a steep drop-off on the right-hand side and a wall of trees on the left. They were on the edge of another valley, this one with a river at its foot. "This'll take ages," Robbie said with a scowl. "Let's fly." "I'm tired of flying," Hal lied. He had a better idea. "Chase, tell us a bit more. Tell us about the kids. Who changed first?" "It was Orson, wasn't it?" Lauren said. "I remember Miss Simone saying so. She said old Bart brought him across too early. She said he regretted doing that because he hadn't yet learned how to fly." "That's half right," Chase agreed. He looked over his shoulder at them. "It's strange how you know so much. It feels like this only happened to me a few weeks ago, and here you are talking about it like it's ancient history, and old Bart died of old age, which is freaky." "Start talking," Hal said. "What's half right exactly? Was he the first to change or not?" Shaking his head, Chase forged ahead on the trail and resumed his story. "I think it was about 6 weeks after I found the portal that things started getting really, really crazy. I should mention that I'd started making trips through the portal maybe twice a week, just nipping through and exploring. The problem is that this trail goes on forever in both directions with not a lot between. I heard noises on my second trip, loud, booming screeches from above. I looked up and saw the biggest birds you can imagine. I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. They were huge. Since it was summertime, the bugs were out in force, and they were also gigantic. The biggest mosquitoes, the longest millipedes, the nastiest red ants. I mean, this place is crawling with beasties in the summer. I'm glad it's winter now. One less thing to worry about. I walked this trail a few times. I pushed myself to go as far as I could in a short space of time, but it was never far enough. I had 5 or 6 hours after school before it got dark, which meant I could walk 3 hours before turning back. I brought a bicycle one time and got a puncture straight away. Anyway, it was too hard cycling up the slippery slopes. Some of the workers had ATVs to get around on, and Dad said I could use one. I thought that would be perfect. "What? You've never seen an ATV? It's a 4-wheeled bike with a motor? Big fat tires?" Well, anyway, I took one to the portal and rigged up a ramp. It worked great. I came down on the other side and took off along this trail. Now, that was a good day. I knew I was going to get somewhere interesting. And I did. But I ran out of gas. I was so mad. I'd gone and stranded myself miles from home and had to walk back in the dark. I heard more noises in the night. It was a horrible walk home. I didn't even have a flashlight. I just don't think about stuff like that until it's too late. So I was stumbling along in the dark, getting more and more upset when I heard a roar. Man, I just about wet myself. It was maybe 50 yards away down the slope, and it was big. I never did figure out what it was, but it changed my way of thinking about this place. I knew it wasn't just some mountain lion or anything. That roar had come from a huge animal, maybe the size of an elephant or bigger, but it was deep and rumbling like an alligator. Anyway, I walked my feet off that night and finally got home around midnight. Dad didn't even notice. He was sound asleep when I got in. I stopped coming out here for a while, and the four-wheeler never made it home. I knew I'd have to take gas to it, and that meant carrying a can a really long way. Or it meant taking another four-wheeler to get to it, but that still meant a trip on foot if I was going to get both four-wheelers home again. So I left it and forgot about it. You asked who was the first to change? It was Riley. He was always grouchy and moaning about something, and one day he caught his thumb in the door when the wind blew it shut. He yelled like you wouldn't believe an 8-year-old could, and something happened to him. I saw it, and so did Simone. He changed. His face puffed out, he grew a snout, these huge teeth showed, and his eyes sank into his head. His whole body sort of thickened and strained at his clothes. I know that for a fact because some of his shirt buttons popped off. It didn't last long, though. He got bigger, then slimmed again, and he stood there looking confused. He was more intent on his thumb than what had just happened. It was swollen and bruised, and his nail was black. But anyway, I'd seen him change, and so had Simone. The rest of the class was outside. We were inside because we were pulling the desks and chairs aside so the floors could be mopped that night. Riley denied everything. "We saw you," I told him. "Simone and I saw the whole thing. Something happened to you. Didn't it, Simone?" Well, she was quiet for a minute. Then she shook her head. "I'm not sure what you mean," she said. I couldn't believe it. "Are you kidding? You were standing right there. You saw what happened." "Saw what?" she challenged, staring at me with a really intense glare. I think my mouth worked up and down for a while. We got on with moving the desks and chairs, and before I knew it, Simone and Riley were hurrying outside to play with the other kids. I wasn't sure what to make of it all. Was I imagining stuff? The more I thought about it, the more I realized I must have been. I wish I'd looked again to see if Riley's shirt buttons popped off, but he'd headed home by the time it occurred to me, and Mrs. Garrison must have swept up the buttons. Next morning, Riley's thumb was completely healed. He and Simone acted like everything was normal, and I started believing I had imagined the whole thing. Later that week, I happened to be looking out my bedroom window at night. It was after 10, and I could see flashlights in the distance, lots of them bobbing about. There was a car, too, headlights shining as it drove around in circles. I could tell the guards were looking for something, or someone. I watched for a while, then went to find Dad. He'd slipped out, and I found his car missing, so I figured it was him I was seeing in the darkness. I found my bicycle and shot down the road. The lights were coming from the stables. There were no horses kept there, nobody was keen on keeping horses, so the stables were empty. Except I could hear this whinnying sound like a frightened horse. By the time I got there, there were 3 cars parked with their lights shining into the stable and a big group of people, parents, I think, looking inside. I could hear someone trying to talk the horse down, but the horse was still kicking up a fuss and panting and snorting, stamping around like it had been spooked. I guess they'd either bought a horse or had found one wandering around and were trying to contain it. I figured it was okay to show myself, so I headed over to the stable. But I stopped dead when everyone started shouting and yelling. The horse came tearing out. It was black as night, and I barely saw it in the darkness as it shot away between the cars and across the field. Something stuck in my mind, though, or more like burned into my eyes. As the parents scrambled and went after it, and the cars got turned around, I could just about see this black horse galloping away in the moonlight. There wasn't much light, but there was enough to see two things. First, it was just a small horse, larger than a foal but not fully grown. And secondly, it had wings. Chapter 10. On the Trail. The group came to a halt. Chase blocked the trail, facing them with his arms folded, legs wide, and chin high. He looked like he was waiting for someone to laugh at him. Nobody did. "We believe you," Abigail said. Hal nodded. "We all know that Orson was the first to cross into New Earth, but he hadn't learned to fly yet, and he grew up that way, not being able to fly. Not until he looked into Abigail's glass ball." Chase visibly sagged, his arms loosening and falling to his sides. "What?" "It's a long story," Abigail told him. "Go on with yours, Chase." But the tall boy shook his head. "I think it's your turn. What do you mean he couldn't fly? What's the point of a flying horse that can't fly? And what's this about a glass ball?" There was so much Chase didn't know. Hal exchanged glances with his friends, and Robbie gave a nod. And so, standing on the trail, with a breathtaking view of the valley below, Hal and Abigail took turns to explain the story of Orson, how he was when they'd first met him, a somewhat sad hermit of a man who had led a rather wasted life as a flightless flying horse, a Pegasus, unable to mingle with others of his kind because they roamed the mountains and were virtually impossible to reach on foot. Abigail took over the story involving the glass ball, telling Chase how the fairies had given it to her as a way to learn very quickly, a bit like cramming for a test. Looking into the glass ball allowed buried information to surface. Orson had always been able to fly. He just had no clue how. A mere human wasn't created to fly, and the concept of flapping wings and lifting a heavy body off the ground, especially one as large as a horse, was beyond imagining. It was against the fundamental laws of nature. "But you can fly," Chase said to Hal. He shifted his glance to Abigail, then to Lauren. "And you both can, too." "It was easy for me," Abigail agreed. "Lauren, too. We're girls, though." She gave a wink and smiled before reaching out to pat Hal's shoulder. "Poor Hal was flightless when he first arrived in this world. We had to escape the virus, you see, and we piled through the portal as fast as we could. Hal wasn't ready." "But why?" Chase looked so confused that Hal tried to recall an analogy he'd heard in the past. "It's like baking bread in an oven. If you leave it in for the right amount of time, it rises and bakes perfectly. If you take it out too early before it's risen and let it sit and cool, then it'll never rise properly even if you put it back in the oven later. It's unfinished." A long pause indicated that Chase was thinking this over. "You're saying that Orson is the bread, and the oven is—" "What? The school?" Sort of," Hal said. "The oven is Old Earth. Shapeshifters are born and raised in Old Earth because there's less oxygen in the air, or maybe less magic. Miss Simone has changed her opinion on that lately." Growing impatient, Abigail filled in the gaps about the consequences of not quite done shapeshifters. "As I said, Hal couldn't fly. He hadn't had a chance to try it back on the island, and once he was in New Earth, the ability just kind of slipped away from him. But my glass fairy ball unlocked his hidden talent. He knew how to do it, really. He just needed a reminder." As she was telling Chase this, Hal had a sudden thought. Could the glass ball help him battle his werewolf problem? Then he remembered Abigail didn't have it anymore. It might not help anyway. The glass ball was only good for retrieving old, buried memories, not creating new ones. "Now," Abigail said, sounding like she'd had enough of the catch-up conversation, "let's get back to your story, Chase." Annoyingly, Robbie changed the subject. "I'm hungry. Is there anything to eat around here that you know of?" Everyone looked at him, and Abigail rolled her eyes. "Really? You think there's a market nearby, perhaps? Selling hot pies and bread rolls? What did you eat when you came out here on your trips, Chase?" Robbie persisted, ignoring her sarcasm. Chase shrugged. "I brought food from home. But—" He turned and peered along the trail ahead. "There's a way down to the river." He pointed. The meandering waterway was almost hidden among the trees below. The slopes were impossibly steep here, and it would be very difficult for a mere two-legged human to descend safely. "So we're going fishing?" Abigail said doubtfully. "That's what I did," Chase said with a shrug, starting to walk. "I don't know the first thing about fishing, and I had food with me anyway, but there's a place where the river is so thick with fish that it's hard not to catch one. I reached in and waited a second, and they swarmed past my arm. I just grabbed one up and cooked it." "You made a fire and cooked a fish?" Lauren said, sounding impressed. "Not bad. I had a portable campus stove. Tiny thing, smaller than the fuel base." Chase grinned over his shoulder. "This was when I brought the four-wheeler out. I knew I was going quite a bit farther, so I packed a few things on the back. I had a stove, a metal pot, some cans of roast beef and gravy, bread rolls and other stuff. I planned a little picnic and figured myself a regular camper Joe. It just happened that I broke down. And like I said earlier, I totally forgot to bring a flashlight." Chase had picked up his pace now and was forging ahead, causing the rest of them to break into a trot every so often. Walking this trail might take hours, and Hal was sorely tempted to transform and fly. He could get them all down to the water's edge in no time. "How far is this river?" Abigail asked, sounding just as doubtful. Clicking her tongue, she pulled off her coat, hugged it to her chest, and sprouted her wings. Once she'd lifted off the ground and started buzzing easily, she grinned at Hal and poked out her tongue. Chase called back over his shoulder. "It's quite a way. Look out for the four-wheeler. When we find that, we'll find the way down to the river." Hal's patience broke. "Can't we just fly? You can all pile on my back again and we'll be there." But Chase stopped abruptly and held up his hands. "Sorry, but forget it. I just about wet my pants earlier. Never again." "What if you climb on my back?" Robbie suggested. "I can run pretty fast and Hal can carry the others." "How about we just walk?" Chase retorted, and turned to continue on the trail at a fast pace. That was the end of the discussion. Hal shared a glance with his friends, and Lauren spread her hands as if to say, "Whatever." "Okay," Abigail said, whipping ahead and causing Chase to jump in surprise. "But carry on with your story as we walk. What happened after you saw Orson galloping away in the night?" He sighed. "All right. So this horse with wings ran off across the valley. Of course I didn't know about shapeshifters at this point, and a horse with wings didn't compute. I didn't know it was Orson. My brain wasn't quite up to speed, not fully registering what my eyes were seeing. Wings on a horse? I stood there gawking like an idiot while people piled into their cars and took off after it. Seconds later, the stable was quiet, and all the commotion had moved on across the other side of the valley. I saw lights dancing, shapes bobbing about, and the horse going nuts. I lost sight of it after that. I didn't sleep a whole lot that night. First, I daydreamed that Riley had turned into something that looked like an upright pig, and now a horse with wings. Either I was going crazy or something else was going on. I started thinking about the portal. That was something I was sure about. It was real, and there were all kinds of huge bugs in the other world, not to mention gigantic birds and a monster that roared in the distance. Was it such a stretch for there to be a horse with wings? I assumed it had come through the portal, but what about Riley? I was so confused that I tossed and turned all night. In the morning I went to school as usual to find Orson missing. Apparently he was sick. I didn't think anything of it until later that evening when old Bart showed up and headed straight to Orson's cabin on the hill. There was quite a bit of excitement. All the parents were there, and all the kids, and my dad, and quite a few guards, and of course, old Bart. When I showed up, everyone kind of went quiet and secretive, which annoyed the heck out of me. I asked Dad what was going on, and he must have known I was serious because he sighed and said, "I suppose it's time you knew. Everyone else does, but they're sworn to secrecy. The guards are highly paid. The parents know everything, and the children know some of it. Professor Bartholomew is in charge, though, and he warned me about telling you anything in case you, well, just in case." "In case what?" "You're young, Chase. Young enough to be foolhardy and careless on the phone, and old enough to create some real problems here if you wanted to. It's not that we don't trust you, I certainly do, but there's an awful lot of money tied up in this project, and a lot of lives at stake." He was telling me this in a low voice, and I could see old Bart was looking over and frowning. "Tell me quickly," I urged him. But my dad hesitated, trying to get his thoughts together, and old Bart interrupted. "Come and say goodbye to Orson, young fellow," he said to me, putting on a grin. "He's leaving." This got my attention. "Leaving? Why? Where's he going?" "He's moving on to better things," old Bart said, clapping me on the shoulder. And that was about all he said. Meanwhile, Orson's parents were running in and out of the cabin with suitcases. They looked breathless and excited, like they'd just won the lottery and were heading off to paradise. Orson himself seemed confused. He didn't look sick, though. I knew that was a lie. He'd stayed home from school because they were packing up to leave. They eventually piled into a car, old Bart as well. Everyone was cheering and clapping, sad to see them go, but happy for them as well. I was dying to know everything, and I kept tugging on Dad's arm, asking what was happening and where Orson was going. He said he'd tell me later. Before the car left, I heard old Bart say it was a few hours to Perivale on foot and an hour in the wagon, which was weird considering they were in a car. But when Orson's dad drove off, followed by another car full of guards, they headed down the road and then veered off onto the grass and up the lower slopes of the hill opposite. Then they stopped, and everyone got out. They were all tiny little figures in the distance, but I could see them dragging their cases up the hill, and I knew they were headed for the portal. So a couple of things clicked into place. I knew old Bart was from that other world, and I knew that he lived in a place called Perivale, and Orson was going to live there with his parents, though why I had no clue. Remember, I had no reason to think Orson was a shapeshifter, that he was the winged horse I'd seen the night before. So Orson left, and in the weeks to come, things got weirder. Old Bart showed up a lot, and a few strange things happened. I saw Riley change again. Everyone had started calling him Blacknail because he kept going on about how his bruised thumb had healed so fast, and he actually seemed proud of the nickname, but I noticed that he got grumpier and fatter when he was at his most miserable. He hated schoolwork, and I'd peer through the adjoining door to the classroom sometimes and see him slouched over his desk looking out the window, and he was straining at his shirt, his fingers pudgy, his nose protruding like the snout of a pig. It was the weirdest thing. I wasn't dreaming, though. The other kids noticed what was happening to him as well. One afternoon, Lucas pointed at him and laughed, and then all the other kids jumped up and ran around, some of them laughing and others screaming. Riley looked shocked and almost straight away turned normal again, It was like he changed only when he was daydreaming about something else. The teacher noticed too. Mrs. Garrison was a funny little woman, pretty stern most of the time, but fair and reasonable. When Riley changed, she saw it and dropped her book with a clatter. She didn't run away screaming, though. Instead, she got her wits together and calmed the class down, got them to carry on with their work. I remember she said, "Everything is perfectly normal. Riley is just experiencing change, that's all." The way she said it. She knew. She was in on whatever was going on. Everybody was in on it except for me. Even so, she looked pretty shocked and hustled off after class to see my dad. Instead of a car, she used a golf cart, and it was pretty funny to see her wobbling off up the hill to my house. But it would have been nice if she'd offered me a ride home. I walked up the hill as usual, and by the time I got there, Mrs. Garrison was just leaving, and my dad was calling one of his assistants to his office. While he was waiting for his assistant to arrive, I asked him what was going on with Riley. He stared at me for a long time. "If I tell you, son," he said after a while, "you have to promise to keep this an absolute secret. Everyone here in Happy Valley Ridge knows, but you should assume nobody knows a thing just in case we have a non-regular maintenance worker or guard. Some have clearance, some don't. Some are highly paid, some are not. We cannot afford to let this secret reach the outside world." "Dad, I get it," I said, really frustrated by now. "Big secret, check. Tell me." And he told me. He told me everything. He told me the children were part of an experiment and were due to start changing any day now. Some had already. Riley was nearly there, and Orson had already changed. He told me Orson was a winged horse, and I nearly flipped out. Riley, he said, was a goblin, or would be when he completed his transformation. "All the others will change too," he went on, as I sat there in the visitor's chair of my dad's office with my jaw hanging down to the floor. "They're all very special children. They're all shapeshifters, Chase. This project isn't the first of its kind, but it's the first in a long time. Professor Bart has turned an old hit-and-miss accident into a precise procedure. He's figured out, or he's figuring out at any rate, how to safely nurture the subjects and control their first shifts into whatever creature they've been infused with. He's taken an old, somewhat barbaric practice and turned it into something to be admired and embraced. It's horrible," I protested, jumping up. "He's experimenting on kids?" My dad was quick on the defense. "Listen to me, son. These children wouldn't exist without Professor Bartholomew. Their parents were selected because they were childless. The professor gave them what they couldn't have on their own, and much more besides. These children will be more than children. Of course, their first transformations will be frightening, but not as frightening as you might think. They've been brought up knowing their day is coming. Their parents have told them from an early age that one day they will be able to transform into something wonderful and magical. Their teacher, Mrs. Garrison, has told them. Professor Bartholomew has told them. Heck, I've told them. They've been anticipating this moment all their lives." I was speechless. It just felt so wrong. He went on, explaining how everything was all right and that I'd arrived at a crucial time in the experiment. He was happy to finally tell me, but he was scared too. He didn't know what I'd do. In fact, his assistant arrived as I sat there, and he ordered the man to secure the phone lines for the foreseeable future. Now, I had no communication with the outside world. He had to hurry off and do things, and he left me kind of walking around aimlessly in the house. But after that day, after that meeting, I noticed that guards popped up regularly. They just kind of mooched around in the background as always, only they seemed to be more present than usual. I knew they were watching me. My own dad didn't trust me. Ha! Looking back, he was right not to. I continued going to school as usual, but everything had changed. Monsieur Dupont knew that I knew, and there was a strange tension in the air during class. I finally asked him about it. "How can you let this happen to Simone and Felipe?" I blurted as he was droning on about the American Civil War. Your own children. He nodded like he'd been expecting the question, but he smiled too. On the contrary, young Chase, how could I not? Would you rather they never existed? And besides, they will each become something wonderful. They will have an existence far above and beyond what most of us experience. They will each experience not one life, but two, and they will be filled with purpose as they mediate between our species and others. It hadn't even occurred to me until then that the poor kids had a purpose. This was something my dad had neglected to mention, among other things. Monsieur Dupont shook his head, clearly awestruck. Chase, this situation is unique. You've known the truth for less than a week and are full of judgment for us all. But you haven't yet seen the bigger picture. When you do, you'll come around. When you see the world we're moving to in the coming weeks, you'll be astounded. I was about to tell him I'd been there, that this world he talked about was the same, only with huge bugs and giant birds. But Mrs. Garrison shouted in alarm, and we both jumped up to see what was going on. When we burst through into the next room, everyone was crowded around one of the kids. It was Kanan. She turned into a blue-skinned creature with white hair, and right behind her, something was happening to one of the others. Chapter 11. Lunch by the River. Chase fell silent. For the umpteenth time, Hal jogged a couple of steps to catch up to the older boy's long-legged stride, and beside him, Robbie and Lauren did the same. Abigail continued buzzing effortlessly, just off the trail over the steep slope down to the valley floor. "And?" she prompted. "I'm tired of talking," Chase said, rubbing his throat. "I need a drink." He slowed to a halt, and everyone clustered around him. He looked sheepish. It's a long way to where I left the four-wheeler. I remember it was a pretty fast drive along this trail, but then I ran out of fuel, and it took ages to walk home. I guess I might be persuaded to ride with someone." He looked warily at Hal and shuddered. Then he turned to Robbie and raised an eyebrow. Robbie grinned. "A wise choice, my man." He took off his jacket and flung it at Hal, who immediately flung it back. "Carry it yourself." "Oh, come on. We carry your coat all the time." "Abigail does," Hal corrected him, "and that's only because I have big claws that aren't very good at carrying stuff. You can either carry your own coat or give it to Lauren." With an exaggerated roll of his eyes, Robbie held on to his own jacket while he bent and pulled off his shoes and socks. Safely garbed in smart clothes and protective foot pads, he transformed. Chase yelled and stumbled backward, luckily into the bushes on the higher ground rather than down the hill on the other side. Robbie, now 3 times taller and just as wide across the shoulders, was a hulking brute with thick, shaggy brown hair. He offered a lopsided, toothy grin, rumbled something like, "Let's go," and knelt so Chase could climb aboard. "Piggyback," Lauren said. "Hop on, Chase." Well, I don't know." With a sigh, Hal nudged him aside. He could fly, but he'd never ridden on an ogre's back before, at least not on a long run. Maybe it would be fun, and it might make Chase feel better if he offered his company. "Let me show you. I'll take one shoulder, you take the other." He climbed up onto Robbie's back, grasping at long, coarse hair as he went. He knew it wouldn't hurt the ogre, and he felt no guilt at jabbing his toes into great folds of flesh as he ascended. Once he was situated, leaning forward over Robbie's right shoulder, Abigail and Lauren urged Chase to take the left. He grumbled about how freaky weird the whole thing was, but quickly hoisted himself aboard. Robbie set off at a jog, then into a lurching run. The air rushed by, and Hal was surprised at how fast they were moving. He remembered how the ogre had kept up with Blacknail's giant 6-wheeled iron buggy during their trip to the Labyrinth of Fire in the north, and he could probably keep moving for a long, long time without faltering. Ogres seemed to have no idea what getting tired meant, let alone pain and suffering. They just endured. The ride was bumpy, though. As Abigail giggled and buzzed alongside, weaving around them as she went, Lauren took to the sky and swooped around, jeering and laughing at the slowpoke boys who were jolted until their teeth rattled. "I want off," Hal moaned after 20 minutes of torture. "It's not far now," Chase said, squinting into the distance. The trail stretched ahead, following the sloping hillside. It all looked the same to Hal, bare, wintry trees on the high slope to the left, and mostly scrub and ferns dropping away into the valley on the right. How Chase could discern one part of the trail from another was mystifying. Yet he was right. Before long, he yelled for the ogre to stop and jumped down before the giant had finished slowing. "Here," he said excitedly, slip-sliding a few yards down the steep bank and forcing his way through some bushes. A dab of red paint stood out amid the tangle of dry vegetation. Chase yanked branches away, revealing the four-wheeler ATV he'd abandoned so long ago. The paint, though the only splash of color in the area, was somewhat dulled and rusty. The thick tires were completely flat, the handlebars and seats smothered with grime. Chase nodded with satisfaction, then climbed back up onto the trail. He walked a few yards farther, then pointed downward. "Here, see? There's a path. Well, not really a path, but a way down. Come on." The so-called path reminded Hal of the chasm that formed the labyrinth of fire. He'd followed a similarly treacherous route down the side of a sheer cliff. He slipped and slid after Chase, dry twigs and dead leaves crunching and tumbling under his feet. Behind him, Robbie had reverted to his human form, and, having pulled his socks and shoes on again, was climbing into his jacket as he followed close behind Hal. Abigail came shooting past, her wings a blur. "I don't see why we couldn't have just flown down," she taunted Chase. "Honestly, what's the point in having wings if we don't take advantage of them?" As if to prove her point, Lauren whooshed by dangerously close. Chase muttered something under his breath. After a lot of stumbling and sliding, the steep slope eventually gave way to a gentle incline and leveled out on the edge of a fast-running river. It was a good 30 feet across. The banks were crammed with smooth rocks, and the clear water sparkled in the sun. The valley walls towered over them on each side. "This way," Chase said, hopping over rocks and following the river around the bend ahead, heading upstream. After a bit more walking, and in Abigail's case hovering, they came to a pile of smooth, rounded boulders partially blocking the flow of the river. A large pool had formed under a ledge, and water cascaded down and around. Though perfectly natural, the trapped pool looked like it had been designed by a team of landscapers. "Lovely," Abigail said, buzzing over to it and hovering over the crystal-clear pool. She moved to the water's edge, sat on an overlooking rock, and pulled off her socks and shoes. "I'm ready for a dip." She pulled her pant legs up and reached in with a bare foot, then squealed, yanking back. Hal laughed. "Is it cold by any chance? Imagine that. Anybody would think it's the middle of winter." Looking annoyed, Abigail pulled her socks and shoes back on. Lauren landed behind her and stood with her white feathered wings held high, dazzling in the sun. Chase tilted his head, clearly impressed. Then he shook his head. "Okay, so this is all very pretty and everything, but look over here." A similar pool spanned the entire width of the river a little farther upstream, and this one was teeming with large gray fish. Even as Hal looked, the powerful current brought a couple more down over the wet rocks to land with a splash in the pool. Trapped, they writhed frantically, while others, more by accident than design, wriggled loose and escaped down the river. Chase grinned. "Dinner." Catching fish was easy, though not exactly pleasant. For one thing, it meant standing in the cold water, so Abigail had to remove her shoes and socks again. They all had a go, coming up with violently struggling fish that they tossed onto the bank. When they had one each plus a couple more, they hurried out of the water, shivering. "Dry our feet," Abigail ordered Hal as she threw herself down and stuck her legs up at him. He aimed carefully and blew a gentle flame in her direction. She flinched from the heat, then offered her feet again. This simple interaction stunned Chase. He stood with his mouth open. "How did you do that? I know you're a dragon, but you're not a dragon right now. How can you breathe fire like that?" "Because my Hal is clever," Abigail said, pulling her socks on. She grinned. "We can do partial transformations. That's how I can fly while staying the size of a normal person. Fairies are only a few inches tall." They collected sticks together in a pile, and Chase was amazed all over again when Hal breathed fire on it. The flames crackled and popped as larger logs were added. "Well," Chase said, "this sure beats my little camping stove. I guess we can find some sticks and cook our fish on them." "I think we're supposed to gut them first," Hal said, remembering how, back on old Earth, Ryan had disemboweled a fox in the woods before cooking it. "Already on it," Chase said, pulling out a pocket knife. He slit the first fish up the belly and dug around inside with his fingers, scooping out sloppy entrails. He grinned at Lauren's exclamation of disgust. "I've done this a time or two over the last month. I was a Boy Scout once, and there were tons of survival books in my room when I first arrived. I didn't know why they were there at the time, but I guess it was a subtle hint. Dad thought a few basic skills would be useful in this new world. Also, one of the soldiers I met on the way here showed me a few tricks." The smell repulsed Hal. He reeled from it, almost gagging. Oddly, his friend seemed unaffected. He guessed his wolf senses were kicking in again. They had to soak the sticks in the river for a while to get them good and saturated. Then Chase skewered a gutted fish lengthways through the mouth and held it out over the fire, its sliced belly pointing upward. "Cook the back first, then flip it over and work on the open underbelly. Make sure you cook it really well, or you'll get sick." Hal's fish was nearly the length of his forearm and surprisingly heavy to hold over the fire on the end of a flimsy stick. The scaly skin quickly turned black and peeled in some places. The smell was even stronger, but not quite as foul. "I only came this far twice," Chase said, as his fish began to smolder. "The first time on the four-wheeler, obviously. I broke down and came down here to eat before setting off home. The second time—" "Yes," Lauren said. She let her fish dangle too low, and it caught fire. With a yelp, she whisked it aside and leaned over to blow on it. "The second time," Chase repeated slowly. He shook his head. "I'll get to it soon enough. Let's see if lunch is ready." After a lot of wincing and blowing, they decided to let all the fish cool. They lined them up on a boulder and watched curls of smoke rise from them. The skin was completely black, but white meat peeked through where the scaly layer had split. "So Kanan turned into an elf," Hal said to Chase as they waited. "Who was next? You said someone else was about to turn?" Yeah, Kanan was an elf. I didn't know she was an elf at the time, obviously. I'd never seen one before, but she was blue-skinned and white-haired and, well, pretty striking." She was staring at her hands in surprise. But then Blair started thrashing around in the seat behind her. "Blair," Hal and Abigail said together. "Yeah, he kind of busted out of his shirt, but he didn't change all the way. I didn't know what he was supposed to be. Looked like a bird. The most colorful feathers I've ever seen. Though yours are pretty spectacular too, Lauren," he added, looking sideways at her. She smiled and her cheeks reddened. "He turned into a phoenix," Robbie said with awe, missing the exchange. "Or partially, anyway. So he kind of halted and changed back again?" "Right." Chase reached for his fish and gingerly touched the skin. He pulled at it, revealing pure white fluffy meat. "Looks like this is ready. Be careful of the bones. They're tiny and break off easily." They all attacked their steaming hot lunch. Hal thought it was delicious. The skin practically fell off, and in turn, the white meat came off the bone easily. He'd eaten plenty of fish in his lifetime, but wasn't sure he'd ever had it this fresh before. "Tell us about the twins," Abigail said with her mouth full. "Where are we headed? What happened to them?" Annoyingly, Chase shook his head. "I'm not jumping ahead. If you want to hear my story, then you'll hear all of it, from beginning to end." Robbie flicked a bit of fish skin at him. "Then get on with it." "All right, where was I? Oh, Blair changed. Yeah." And when he realized everyone was looking at him, he leapt out of his seat and stumbled around with half-formed wings. When he tried to hold up his arms, it was like someone had taped a ton of feathers to them while he was asleep. Not that he was asleep, but you know what I mean. He was only feathery from the waist up, though, and his head was an odd shape. His nose and mouth were protruding and coming together in a sort of point, like a beak was forming, and his ears were flattening against his head. And he had feathers. "Shh," Hal said, sitting up straight. Everyone stared at him. "What?" Chase demanded. Hal's senses were tingling. He smelled something in the air, and it wasn't cooked fish. But more than that, some kind of instinct was kicking in, an alarm bell that rang in the back of his head. His werewolf hackles rose. "What's wrong?" Abigail asked, reaching to touch his hand. "Not sure," Hal mumbled. "There's something. Downstream." The river rounded a bend not too far away, and the steep banks on both sides prevented them from seeing any farther. A cold breeze moved the bare trees and tickled the bushes, but nothing advanced toward them. After a long silence, with only the rushing water to listen to, Robbie sighed heavily. "Well, whatever it is, can't be a match for a dragon and ogre team." A cross between a roar and a shriek pierced the air. Everyone jumped, and Robbie ended up in a half-crouch as Lauren grabbed at his arm. Hal found Abigail's hand in his, and he clutched her tightly. Chase remained frozen, his eyes widening. A second shriek rose, longer this time, then a third, a fraction deeper and sounding before the other had trailed off. Whatever approached wasn't alone. "We should go," Robbie muttered. "What happened to the invincible dragon and ogre team?" Abigail asked as she climbed to her feet. "Come on, Hal, transform and get us out of here." Lauren had already flung her coat off and spread her wings. Her yellow eyes were as wide as Chase's as she peered downriver, looking for something to come around the corner. "I'm going to take a look." "Be careful," Robbie told her. He needn't have worried. She took to the sky, and they watched as she flew high above the river bend. Almost immediately, she stuttered in midair, spun about, and came hurtling back. "Go!" she screamed. Hal transformed in a bit of a panic, too late remembering that he still had his jacket on. It burst apart in fragments as his dragon frame expanded. "Get on," Abigail told Chase. Robbie was already scrambling aboard, apparently deciding to be sensible and flee rather than stand his ground and face whatever was coming. Chase climbed up after him, and Abigail threw the blanket and sack of clothes up to him. Rather than climb on herself, she took off her coat and sprouted her wings. Once safely airborne, Hal circled around and caught up with Lauren. Together, they looked down on a scaly giant splashing along the river. It was a dragon of sorts, long and serpentine with short legs that straddled the river and a low-slung silver-grey body. A spiky crest ran the length of its backbone all the way to the tip of its long, trailing tail. But it was the head that made Hal gasp. Or rather, heads. There were 6 of them, snapping and roaring and shrieking. Each was on the end of a long, sinewy neck, so they had plenty of room to maneuver. They reminded Hal of Molly the Gorgon, and her head of writhing snakes. The monster took surprisingly long strides with its short legs, its entire body twisting to lengthen the gait. It moved with assurance as though it had patrolled this river many times. When it saw Hal flying overhead, it stopped and reared up, each set of jaws snapping angrily. Hal was glad it was wingless. He couldn't see how such a front-heavy beast could fly, but anything was possible in this world. He wondered if this monster could breathe fire like most other dragons. And just as he wondered about it, all 6 heads reared back, opening their mouths. Hal veered away, anticipating half a dozen blasts of fire. Instead, powerful jets of icy water shot forth. 2 narrowly missed Lauren, but a third caught her full on the chest, causing her to tumble in mid-air. At the same time, 3 more pummeled Hal, splashing him in various places. To his horror, the water froze solid, and tiny icicles instantly formed all over his wings and tail. His left wing in particular turned numb from the cold, and he felt the deadening sensation surge into his shoulder. With only one working wing, he began to fall. His passengers yelled. Lauren, apparently suffering the same kind of problem as he, flailed and dropped out of the sky. She landed directly in the river with a splash while Hal spun and twisted toward the bank. He landed heavily. Robbie and Chase bounced off. The sack of clothes flew over their heads, and their faithful blanket fluttered in the breeze. Abigail buzzed closer with her coat grasped in her hands, yelling at them to get up and run. The 6-headed dragon stomped upriver, multiple eyes swiveling and nostrils flaring. Icicles dangled from several chins, but they broke free as the heads swung from side to side. Hal shook himself. The numbness was already wearing off, the feeling returning like pins and needles. He flapped his wings, decided they were good to go, and roared at his friends to climb aboard. Abigail buzzed around the stunned boys, hustling them, pushing them toward Hal, even smacking Robbie on the back of his head in an effort to get him to hurry. They staggered and clambered onto his back. As 6 heads towered over them all, mouths opening and inhaling once more, Hal released a long, sweeping jet of fire. The flames startled the monster, causing it to rear back. Ice crystals that had begun to form around its scaly mouths instantly melted away, and dripping water evaporated into steam. Hal sprang into the air, hoping his passengers were holding tight. Abigail snatched up the sack and blanket, then turned and zipped away, not looking back as a colossal multi-layered screech filled the air. The river monster thumped toward them, reaching up with its long necks as Hal frantically pumped his wings, climbing as fast as he could while expecting another drenching in icy water. It never came. He felt sure there had been a second or two where he'd been in range, but he escaped into the sky unhindered. Lauren. The monster had turned its attention to her. She floundered in the river, her white wings flailing and splashing as she tried to fight the current and get her footing. By the time she had, the 6-headed creature was right over her. Hal turned about and sucked in a deep breath. His next fiery venting would be a big one. Steeling himself, he dive-bombed the silver-scaled dragon just as it was preparing for another dose of ice breath. Lauren threw herself out of the pool onto some bordering boulders. Jets of water hammered into the river behind her, instantly freezing it so that its chaotic ripples hardened into a solid, bumpy surface, with fish sticking out here and there. Hal's stream of fire hit the 6-headed monster a split second later. It screeched again, this time in pain. Hal's momentum carried him between the thick, writhing necks, and one of his wings clipped the back of a head. He shot through to the other side, flapped hard, and rose quickly, glancing back to see if Lauren had managed to get clear. She wasn't there. Hal's heart skipped a beat, but then he saw a flash of white above, and he caught a glimpse of her disappearing into the clouds. Gasping, finally clear of the river monster, he tried to calm his nerves as he circled higher and higher. He spotted Abigail a safe distance away, hovering high above the trees, waiting for him to collect her. The monstrous, six-headed dragon stood over the campsite, straddling the river. It sniffed at the remains of the cooked fish, then swept it aside with one stubby paw and turned around. It used its tail to scatter the fiery logs into the water and wipe the area clean. So that's that, Hal thought. Their fishy riverside lunch had come to an end in the most abrupt, frightening way possible. They'd gotten their fill, though, so it wasn't a big deal to leave a few uneaten bits behind. The monster roared again, and this time Hal thought he understood its rudimentary language. He blinked with surprise at the simple translation, "Mine, stay away!" Chapter 12. The Cottage in the Woods. Chase directed Hal onward along the length of the valley, telling him to stay low and keep the trail in sight. He sounded skittish about flying, and Robbie told him a number of times to calm down. "I'll be calm when we're on the ground," Chase said. "We're clear now," Robbie said. "Don't worry about it. We've run into much more dangerous things than that before, haven't we, Hal? If I hadn't been trying to keep you safe, Chase, I'd have turned into an ogre and punched those scaly heads to a pulp." "This looks good right here," Chase said, apparently choosing to ignore him. "Hal, land!" He shouted those last words as though telling a dog to sit or walk. Hal couldn't help laughing, and his chuffing snorts perturbed Chase further. Back on the trail, Hal reverted to human form and instantly regretted not having his jacket anymore. He stood shivering while Chase walked in a circle, peering into the woods on the higher slopes. Abigail slipped her arms around Hal's waist from behind and gripped him tight, as though they were riding a horse together. "Cold, Hal? You shouldn't have ripped your jacket to shreds. Why don't you think before you change? Now you're going to be shivering for the rest of the way." "Tell me about it," he moaned. "You okay, Lauren?" The harpy was busy pulling spare clothes out of the sack. "Need to change. Be right back." She hurried off into the trees, dripping wet. Robbie watched her go, and when he made to go after her, Abigail immediately stepped in front of him and held up her hands. "No way, Buster. You wait right here." While she was changing, Hal reached out and poked Chase on the arm. "How much farther?" The tall boy sighed. "This is the hard part. I think this is where the twins and I left the trail, but it's going to be difficult from here on out. We headed into the woods somewhere around these parts." Abigail looked perplexed. "And then what? I mean, surely they're in a village or someplace safe. How hard can it be to find—" "They're not in a village. At least, they weren't when I left them." "You left them in the woods? Alone?" But Chase shook his head. "It's not as simple as that." "Well, tell us then," Hal demanded. Instead, the boy took off his glasses and rubbed them gently. When he placed them back on his nose, he spoke calmly. "Look, guys, we can either stand around here while I tell you stories, or we can split up and search. I'll tell you what you want to know, but later, okay? Let's just find the twins." Robbie threw up his hands. "We don't even know what we're searching for." The three friends surrounded Chase, glowering at him. He looked around at each in turn. "Okay," Chase said. "We're looking for a small cottage." "Here?" Hal blurted. "Yes, here. Somewhere deep in this patch of woods is a tiny cottage. It'll be hard to spot. We'll split up and maybe yell really loud if one of us finds it. When Lauren gets back, she can fly above and look for smoke. I didn't see any on the way here, but you never know." "Smoke?" Abigail asked. "From a chimney. An old woman lives there, and it's winter. She's bound to have a fire going, right?" A silence fell as everyone considered this. Abigail was the first to speak. "But Chase, that was years ago. I know it seems like just a couple of months for you, but you've been frozen as a statue for 25 years. The cottage will still be there, Chase said stubbornly. But the old woman will be dead by now, Robbie argued. The twins might not be there anymore. Another silence fell. Chase folded his arms and looked defiant. So let's go home then. Obviously you're right, and we're not going to find anyone at the cottage. So let's give up and go home. Put like that, Chase had a point. Let's split up, Hal said. What time is it? Abigail looked skyward. 23 minutes past 1. Yeah. Hal nudged her sharply and she giggled. But seriously, I need to think about my werewolf problem. I need to be locked up before the sun goes down. I guess we have 3 hours, maybe? If we haven't found the cottage by then, Robbie said grimly, I'll lock Chase up instead. I'm tired of this. Chase wasted no time heading off on his own. He left the trail, climbed the slope, and plunged into the trees, disappearing in seconds with leaves crunching underfoot. Lauren returned at last, dressed in wrinkled but dry replacement smart clothes with ordinary pants and sweater over the top. Her sodden garments hung from her hands. I guess I'm ready. I'll just have to carry these until they dry out a bit. What's the plan? Robbie took her aside to explain. It didn't take long, and when he was done, he dutifully took her bundle of wet clothes. Let me carry those. You need to fly. He grinned, sprinted up the rise, and vanished from sight. Thanks, Lauren called after him as she sprouted her wings. They briefly snagged on her sweater before pushing through holes she'd torn at the back. She took off and was gone in moments. As Abigail buzzed into the air, she turned to Hal while pointing back along the trail. That was a hydra, by the way. Huh? That 6-headed dragon. It's called a hydra. Did you understand what it was saying? Hal grinned. I guess it had claimed the river as its own. It was telling us to go away and never come back. With a giggle, Abigail held out her coat to him. Want it? I can't wear it while I'm flying. You keep it, Hal said. You'll need it when you stop flying, and I can't wear a sissy girl's coat anyway. Right, she said with a roll of her eyes. She grinned and flew off, heading along the trail a little way before zipping off into the woods. Left alone, Hal sighed and decided to head in the opposite direction. There was no sense covering the same ground as his friends. The search was long and arduous. He grew bored very quickly, wandering aimlessly through the woods. And it was aimless, because he lost all sense of direction in the first few minutes. He broke out of the woods onto the trail several times and had to turn around and head back in, telling himself that he needed to keep heading uphill and go deeper, but somehow forgetting and stumbling back down the slope again. He was a hopeless tracker. His friends were no doubt faring much better. Hunting for some unseen place seemed futile. What if Chase was wildly off the mark and they were nowhere near the cottage? And even if they found it, what then? Hal seriously doubted anyone lived there now. He crossed paths with Robbie, who looked at him with a scowl. What are you doing? I'm searching this bit. Go find your own patch. A little later, Chase came crashing through the woods. He looked tired and fed up. It has to be here, he exclaimed, red-faced. It had better be, Hal said. How long have we been doing this? I really need to find somewhere for the night before you know. Chase leaned on a tree, closed his eyes, and took off his glasses to clean them on his filthy shirt under his even filthier jacket. His hands were shaking. Hal feared the boy would break down into sobs again. Are you all right? Yeah, just trying to figure out how I could be so wrong. I know the cottage is around here. Sure it is. But I can't help wondering where the path is. I mean, surely there's a path, right? I didn't see one leading from the trail back there. Chase froze, His eyes snapped open, and he squinted at Hal before pushing his glasses back up his nose. A path. Yeah, there is a path, but not from the trail we walked along. Not much of one, anyway. The main path leading to her front door comes from the other side of the woods, way up the hill. I never got a chance to use it, but the old woman said it led to the village of Callister. He grinned suddenly. We've been coming at this from the wrong angle. Think you can fly us up the hill? We can look for a path and follow it back down. Suddenly, Chase was eager to ride the dragon, which showed how tired of the journey he was. It wasn't surprising. He'd been on the road for a month. Sure enough, as they flew over the treetops, they spotted a cluster of buildings marking a tiny village. Chase let out an exclamation at the sight of it, but urged Hal to turn back and look for a path. There was a path, and it led into the woods. This was what Chase was looking for, and it had taken all of 4 minutes to find it once they'd gotten airborne. Traipsing through the woods had been a colossal waste of time. Chase was too excited to care, though. That's it. Tell the others. Let's land right there and walk in. Hurry! Hal didn't argue. The afternoon was wearing on, the sun descending rapidly. Dread filled him as he thought about the rise of the moon. It was already showing in the sky, and he felt, or imagined, a tug of something deep down inside, an insatiable hunger. Of course, he'd been traipsing around in the woods for hours and actually was hungry. They'd need to eat again soon, though he had no idea what. Before long, the shapeshifters rejoined Chase on the path. This is it, he assured them. This leads to the cottage, and it looks like it hasn't been used in a while. As they picked their way along the path, darkness crowded in on them. The ground was barely visible deeper in. The wild tangles of nature smothered what had once been a picturesque route. It wound left and right, mostly heading downhill, steep in places, with dormant weeds and knotty, gnarled tree roots sticking up everywhere. The cottage loomed ahead, and Chase let out a sigh of relief. Hal was grateful too, but for an entirely different reason. No matter what they found here, at least now he had walls and doors with which to contain his inner wolf. As far as he was concerned, he was staying the night. "Nobody lives here," Robbie whispered as they approached the door. The place was dismal, its stone walls barely visible through the thick ivy, the tiny windows cracked and opaque with grime, the red-tiled roof almost completely covered over with moss and sagging in the middle. The woods were oppressive, the silence eerie. Chase paused, looking aghast. "I was just here," he breathed. "This place was bright and cheerful. I only saw it in the dark, but there were colorful flowers in the beds below the windows, and the walls were bright white. It's so weird seeing it like this. It doesn't seem possible." The 5 of them stood there on the path, just outside the front door. "Now what?" Lauren asked timidly. We're not going in, are we?" "We're staying the night," Hal said firmly. He stepped onto the doorstep and pushed the door open. It creaked noisily and revealed darkness. The smell of mold wafted out. "We are not," Lauren said. Hal moved inside, waiting for his eyes to adjust. "Actually, you guys don't need to stay," he said. "I do, though. Lock me in a room and leave. Come back in the morning and let me out." "I'm staying," Abigail said, stepping up behind him and jabbing him in the back. "Go on in. Let's see what the place is like." Hal breathed fire a few times to light the way, and Abigail went around lighting dozens of candles perched on dusty furniture and shelves. Immediately, the cottage took on a more homely feel, especially when Hal set a fire going in the small hearth. Now there was smoke coming out of the chimney. "Hey, Lauren, hang your wet things here. They'll be dry in no time." It looked like the place had been abandoned long ago, though it was tidy despite the dust, cobwebs, and rats' droppings. "There are probably bugs everywhere," Lauren called from the doorway. "Not in the winter," Hal said absently. "These cobwebs are old. The door was closed and the windows sealed up. I'll bet this place hasn't let in a draft since the old woman died." "Assuming she died," Chase said. "But yeah, I guess she must have. Let's look in the kitchen for food." There was none. The cupboards were clear of anything that might have gone off and rotted away. Abigail suggested that when the woman had died, someone had come along to set things in order, but the cottage had remained empty since. They lit more candles. There was a living room, a kitchen, 2 bedrooms, and a tiny bathroom, plus a closet or 2. The place was compact and cozy. Too cozy for Hal's liking. He would have hated to live in such a remote part of the world, tucked away in the woods with the closest neighbor miles away in the tiny village. How had an old woman survived out here on her own? "So you came here with the twins?" Hal asked Chase. He nodded. "If we can blow some of this dust away and make the place a bit more livable, we can rest up for the night, and I'll tell you the next bit of the story. I'd love a drink, though. I'm parched. There's a well around the back." While Robbie and Chase set about beating cushions and sweeping up, Hal, Abigail, and Lauren went out back with a few metal pots. The well was covered, and when they opened it and drew up a full bucket, the water had scum on top. But it looked a bit more respectable after a few more bucketfuls. Remembering what Ryan had said about boiling water first to kill germs, they took it back inside to the living room and hung it over the fire. "Plenty of water, but no food," Robbie said morosely. They wiped all the windows and opened them. There was still no breeze through the cottage, but the fresh air helped dry out the damp smell a little, and the dust began to clear. As the water boiled in the kitchen, the group settled in the living room in a variety of chairs. "Wait," Hal said, getting up again. "I need to check on something." He inspected the bedrooms at the end of a short hall. The smallest was the most promising. Its external window was too tiny to squeeze through, and a fat key poked out of a lock on the inside of the door. He tried locking it from the hall, nodding with satisfaction when the latch clicked into place. He returned to the living room. "We're good to go. Just remember, when the moon is up and I go running into that back bedroom, lock the door after me." "All right," Abigail said, dragging him onto the armchair with her. "Now sit down. It's story time. Go ahead, Chase." Chapter 13. Full Moon. Where did I get to? Oh, Kanan turned into a funny little blue-skinned person, and Blair halfway turned into a colorful bird. An elf and a phoenix, you say? School was disrupted for the next day or 2. Old Bart turned up again, and he talked to the parents, and everything was kind of intense. Dad told me they were trying to decide whether to take Blair and Kanan away or leave them alone until everyone else was done changing. Apparently, they were worried something was wrong with Orson. I get it now, he couldn't fly, but back then I just feared the worst, that he was hurting or sick or something. When I asked Dad, he told me no, it wasn't anything like that. He said Orson wasn't finished, which freaked me out, if I'm honest. I took Astrid aside. Bo was there as well. I asked them quietly if they were all right. "Why wouldn't we be?" Astrid said, looking puzzled. "Because you're all—" Astrid smiled. "Turning into monsters?" I was horrified. She not only knew what was going on, but she'd accepted she was a monster. "Aren't you scared?" She shrugged. "A little. But we're special. We all are. Mom and Dad said so." "You're special, all right," I said. "How did this happen? I mean, when did old Bart do this to you?" Astrid looked so confused that Bo answered for her. "Do what?" "When did he experiment on you? Did he take you all to a laboratory or something? Shoot you full of weird chemicals?" Both twins shook their heads. "He didn't do anything to us," Astrid said. "We were born this way. We're supposed to change around the age of 8. And we're all 8 now." She beamed. as if that explained everything. Astrid was so smart and sassy most of the time, but on this she was clueless. She had no idea how freaky she and all the others were. They just grew up being told this is what was going to happen to them. I was so mad at the idea that I wanted to run away and tell the world. The police, the newspapers, someone, so that real scientists could come in and take care of things, maybe make these kids better so they wouldn't turn into monsters. Of course, that's exactly why it took so long for Dad to tell me anything about the project. I spent the next few days just stomping around in a bad mood. School started again, but I didn't care about it, and Monsieur Dupont got really upset with me. He told Dad, and Dad tried to talk to me, but he didn't have a whole lot of practice and was sort of pathetic. I don't even remember what he said. Anyway, 3 days later, I still hadn't decided what I wanted to do. Then there was an incident on the playground. It was to do with Molly. Now, something you should know about Molly. She was a bit gangly and weird and always wore sunglasses. For a long time, I wondered how she got away with that during class, and then I guessed she had trouble with her eyes. You know, like the sun was too bright or something. Anyway, she kept breaking her sunglasses, and she'd go the rest of the day without any, then come in the next day with some new ones. Her parents had an endless supply. There was even a spare pair in Mrs. Garrison's desk drawer. One day on the playground, Molly was tumbling around with her friends, and she broke them again. They just snapped in two. She laughed about it and threw them aside. That was when I realized there was nothing wrong with her eyes. She didn't squint or anything, yet the sun was shining that day. She wore dark glasses for no apparent reason. Well, literally minutes later, she stood still and stared off into space. I was watching her from the grass, where I was sitting with Astrid and Bo. All the other kids were running around and doing their own thing, and Molly just stopped dead, like she'd thought of something really important. She looked up. There were birds flying overhead, and as she looked at them, 5 or 6 literally froze and fell out of the sky. They hit the grass and broke into pieces not far from the playground. The first thing on my mind was, "Watch out!" I was afraid she and the other kids would be killed if those things hit them. I got up and started running toward her, shouting her name. All the others stopped and stared at me, then at Molly, and Molly started to turn toward me as well. Then Mrs. Garrison ran out, screaming her head off. "Close your eyes, Molly. Remember the drill. Close your eyes." Well, Molly squeezed her eyes shut, and a second later, Mrs. Garrison was there, clamping her hands around the poor girl's face. There was a big fuss after that, and it was ages before I finally got a straight answer about what had happened. About what Molly was. She was a Gorgon. Yeah, you know all this already, but I couldn't believe it. I'd seen a flying horse, a goblin, an elf, a phoenix, and now a Gorgon, and I was just about ready to crawl out of my skin. What next? In fact, I started asking the kids. I badgered them about it, not even bothering to be secretive anymore. I just went around bullying them, trying to get them to talk, and some of them did. Charlie told me he was going to be a griffin one day, and Ellie a unicorn. Simone and Felipe said nothing, though. And of course I asked Astrid and Bo. They were reluctant to tell me, and I finally got out of them that they'd been told not to tell a soul, not even Mrs. Garrison. All the kids had strict instructions to say nothing to anybody. The theory was that only those in the know would ever bring up the subject, and those in the know had no need to bring up the subject. So it was like unspoken knowledge. Everybody knew, but nobody talked about it, except for old Bart. He was the only one who showed up and asked the kids questions. They answered him just like he was their doctor. Well, Astrid and Bo finally admitted to me that they were going to be sphinxes. It was Bo who gave in, but Astrid seemed relieved that she wouldn't have to be secretive now. They were pretty open after that. Not that there was much left to tell. "But aren't you scared?" I asked again. "Doesn't it hurt to change?" "No," they both said cheerfully. Old Bart promised it would never hurt. I left it at that, and for the next couple of days I tried to convince myself that everything would be all right, that these changes, this shape-shifting, was an amazing, wondrous, good thing. And then Lucas changed. It happened one evening during a full moon, and we all heard his screams of agony. Hal felt a familiar gut-wrenching pain in his shoulders. He jumped up in alarm. "It's starting! Lock me up!" As he made for the small bedroom at the back, Abigail grabbed his arm. "Wait! Try being a dragon. Go outside and transform. Maybe you can beat this by not being you." "I don't have time to—" "Hal, please, give it a go. If you start changing, we'll all grab a limb and drag you back in here and lock you in the bedroom." Hesitating, Hal looked around at the earnest faces of his friends. Robbie was nodding, and Lauren had a wide-eyed look that suggested she would rather be someplace else. Chase looked like he wanted the floor to swallow him up. As another wave of pain swept across his back, Hal made a decision. "All right, outside." He dashed out the front door. There was barely room to change even among the trees lining the path, but he did so anyway, filling the space and trying to turn around to face his friends. The sky was dark above, and though he couldn't see, the moon was up there somewhere, bright and full. This was his third night, and he expected the moon to be at its fullest. He had no idea whether that meant a stronger pull than the previous 2 nights, but he suspected it would be. Maybe, just maybe, being a dragon would override and quash the urges of his inner wolf. He waited, swishing his tail from side to side, digging his claws into the dirt as though he expected at any second to be whisked away by a powerful force. Abigail appeared in front of him. "Anything?" Hal gently shook his head. She beamed. "See? I told you. It's your human side that wants to turn into a werewolf. But now you're not human. It makes perfect sense." Her smile faded as Hal grunted with pain. He twisted and writhed as the slabs of muscle in his shoulders tightened. His knobby back arched, and he felt an urge to throw himself down on his side and curl into a ball. "Hal?" He grunted and backed away from Abigail, but came up against the cottage door. Robbie, Lauren, and Chase scattered as he swung his tail in an attempt to turn around again. "Change back," he told himself. "Change back, so they can lock you in the bedroom before it's too late." As pain lanced through him yet again, and his clawed toes began to stretch, he roared in frustration. Why couldn't he change back? He felt as though his body had been hijacked. If he were on a bicycle, his inner wolf had hold of the handlebars, and now he was unable to change course as he rushed toward a cliff. He was headed for disaster, and there was nothing he could do about it. He bellowed at his friends and let out a blast of fire. If he couldn't change back, then they couldn't lock him in the bedroom. They needed to get out of here, perhaps lock themselves in the bedroom instead. But they scattered the wrong way, into the woods. He doubled up and tried to crawl away from the cottage, giving them an opening. He was blocking the doorway at the moment, and in half a minute he would be a werewolf. This was about the worst thing he could imagine, the very situation he had dreaded. "Abby," he moaned, fearing for her life. "Run!" Of course she couldn't understand his words, nor even hear him. She, like the others, had fled into the woods. He thought he saw them darting around in the darkness, but couldn't be sure. They either needed to get far, far away or stay close and dash inside the cottage the first chance they got. He hoped for the latter. If they were stumbling around in the woods, Hal knew his inner wolf would find them. Unbelievably, his reptilian paws were stretching like he'd never seen before. He felt his neck and back bulging, his snout expanding. Tufts of hair sprouted between his scales. Even through the pain, he knew something was very wrong, that this transformation was abnormal, even by werewolf standards. His feet were different sizes, twisted in awkward ways, and the random mixture of coarse black hair and dark green scales freaked him out. His jaws felt like they were about to snap in two as they stretched wide. His tail and wings no longer worked, like they were merely stuck on, and he had no muscular control over them. The pain wasn't as bad as it had been the previous 2 nights. Still, his thoughts became muddled, and his body moved of its own accord as though someone else was in the driving seat. He thrashed around on the narrow path, knocking up against trees and flattening bushes. He managed to steer himself away from the cottage before his faculties failed. The last thing he remembered was stumbling along the winding path, trying to put some distance between himself and the cottage and give his friends a chance to get inside and barricade the door. Sometime during the night, Hal became aware. He watched steam rise from his nostrils as he lay panting in the darkness, a thorny bush on one side and a badly rotting tree on the other. The woods were pitch black, the air cool and moist. When he tried to move, something stirred within him, and he sensed the wolf rising up to snatch control of his mind. He fought it, and they struggled, and moments later, Hal was pushed back into the recesses of his mind. He was more cautious the next time he woke. Waiting patiently, not moving an inch, he stared into the darkness and probed his mind, looking for the intruder. It was like peeking into a cave, knowing something was in there but having no idea where. He was afraid to move, afraid to alert it to his presence. Slowly, inch by inch, he moved a front paw. As he brought it up under him and put his weight on it, he sensed a grumble as though the intruder were waking. He remembered sneaking through the labyrinth of fire and trying not to disturb sleeping dragons. This was the same, only in his mind. With the utmost care, he shifted his weight and pushed upward, then pulled his other front paw under him. He was dimly aware of the misshapen, scaly, hairy lumps, but forced himself not to dwell on it. As he stood, he realized his back end wasn't working. He twisted around to look, fearing something was dreadfully wrong, and the wolf woke in a frenzy of angry howls. Blackness enveloped him again, and he lost consciousness. "Hal?" Abigail's soft voice caused him to blink awake. He was in the same position as the night before, staring at a thorny bush and a rotting tree, only now there was daylight, and he was freezing cold and wet. He shuddered and curled into a ball, and it was only then he realized he was in his human form. He bolted upright. He was normal. Checking himself over quickly, he heaved a sigh of relief. Legs and arms, check. Smart clothes, check. Even his face felt normal. As far as he could tell, the ordeal was over. Abigail's coat was piled on the ground next to him. She'd covered him with it, and now he was sitting up and looking at her as she knelt in front of him. Robbie, Chase, and Lauren were there too, standing over him. "Never, ever, give me advice again," Hal croaked, rubbing his throat. "Okay?" "It was worth a try," Abigail said, shrugging. "At least now you know what happens when werewolf and dragon blood mix." She put her fingers together and then flung them apart to indicate an explosion. Total freakazoid transformation. "You should have seen yourself," Robbie said, grinning. Nervous energy was bubbling up now that Hal was awake, and apparently well. "You were a mess, a cross between a werewolf and a dragon, only dragon-sized and nothing like either one. You had hair sticking out of your scales. Your face looked like—" "Yes, all right, Robbie," Abigail snapped. She glared at him. "Let's get him inside and warmed up, okay?" Abigail and Lauren helped Hal to his feet, and he leaned on them, feeling shaky. After 10 paces, he felt okay to walk on his own. But where were they? "The cottage is over that way," Robbie told him, pointing vaguely as if it were obvious. "You didn't get very far. Your back end was all messed up, dragging along in the dirt. Your back legs were twisted out of shape, and your tail didn't work. Even your wings drooped. I told you you were a mess. You'll be a mess if you don't shut up, Abigail warned him. Once inside the cottage, Hal slumped on the armchair and allowed the girls to cover him in blankets and fetch him water that had been boiled the night before. He drank thirstily. Thirsty work, howling at the moon, he said. Before tonight, we need to find these twins and get to a safe place where I can lock myself in. He spoke the last few words with a raised voice as he glared at Abigail. She spread her hands and feigned innocence. I'm so hungry, Robbie moaned, holding his stomach. I feel like I'm about to cave in. Let's find these twins so they can feed us. Not just yet, Lauren said, kneeling by Hal and peering into his face. Hal looks like he's just been chewed up and spat out by a giant. Hal looked at her in surprise. That's exactly how I feel. I met the wolf in my head. It was weird, like he was right there, sharing my brain. But he was so strong, there was no way I could take control back. I woke a couple of times, and as soon as I started to move, he took over, and, well, I was out like a light again. A silence fell, broken only by a pattering sound on the roof. Apparently, it had started raining, another reason not to go anywhere just yet. Hal shifted and pulled his feet up to warm them. There were candles lit, and a small fire burned in the hearth. I guess you guys spent the night inside. Looks like you got a fire going. Hope you were warm and cozy. Oh, Hal, I'm so sorry about that, Abigail said. He immediately reached for her. I was kidding. I'm fine, honest. No harm done. At least now I know. She nodded, looking pained. But since we're sitting around, Chase said, why don't I finish my story? Then we can make a move. See if we can find those twins. Do you have any idea where they might be now? Robbie asked. None whatsoever. Robbie flung himself down in the rocking chair. Great. With the girls wrapped in a large blanket on the floor and Hal sprawled in the ample armchair, Chase was the only one left standing. He frowned, looked around, and perched on one of the armchair's padded arms. Where did I... Oh, yeah. Lucas changed, and we all heard his screams. He reddened. Maybe I should skip over this bit? No, go ahead, Hal told him. All the details, please. And so Chase finished his story. Chapter 14. Bo and Astrid. We could hear Lucas screaming from the other side of the valley. I was having supper with Dad at the time, and we both froze and stared at each other, then rushed to the front door and outside. We assumed the noise was coming from the woods, maybe an animal or something, but parents were running about down near the cabins, and we knew something was happening to one of the kids. I thought of Astrid and started running. Next thing I knew, my dad was cruising by in his car, and he slowed and let me get in, and then we tore down the road. We were at the cabins seconds later. People were crowding into Lucas's home, and, well, I admit I was relieved. Glad it wasn't Astrid. Lucas was screaming with pain, and his parents were frantic. Then the screams turned into growls and howls. Everyone scattered. I heard shouts inside, "Shut the door! Hurry!" A door slammed. More howls. Then the sound of Lucas throwing himself at the door and walls, clawing at them. It was exactly like that first night you arrived, Hal, when you were in the barn and I was trapped in that storeroom. All the other kids appeared. Everyone was there, parents, kids, Mrs. Garrison, my dad, and a whole bunch of security guards and helpers. It was pandemonium, and all the while, Lucas was locked in a room in the cabin, howling his head off. His parents were going nuts and demanding to know where old Bart was. My dad tried to calm them down but got shouted out. As if all that wasn't bad enough, someone else changed as well. It was like the tension and terror affected the mood of the kids or something. Anyway, Felipe changed, and suddenly there was this huge dragon. just a little bit smaller than you, Hal, thrashing around on the lawn, and all the adults were scrambling away in a panic. I don't think Felipe was hurting, but he was scared, jumping around like a dog with fleas. His tail was swinging about, and he kept letting off quick bursts of fire, and everyone was scared of getting whacked or burned or trodden on. It was a crazy evening. I looked for Astrid. She was cowering behind a car with Bo. The car was running, but there was nobody in it. I figured we were safe there for a second. "I'm scared," Astrid said, and she really was. I'd never seen her so scared. Bo was too, but he never said anything, just peered through the car windows at the dragon. "Get us out of here, Chase," Astrid said. The dragon's tail swung over the car and scraped the roof. It made a horrible sound, and the whole car jiggled. So I pulled the door open, shoved Bo and Astrid in the back, and climbed in the front. I'd never driven a car before, but I knew how. I just put it in drive and stamped on the gas pedal. The wheels spun as I turned off the lawn and shot away along the road. My only thought was to get the twins to a safe place. I was worried about the other kids too, but I couldn't save everyone. There were plenty of adults around anyway. So I drove along the road and pulled over. We all got out and watched the pandemonium from a distance. From far away, it was pretty surreal. We could see a dragon, little bursts of flame, people running about, car headlights flashing. We could hear roars, car doors slamming, howls from the cabin, shouts and screams. And then a pure white unicorn came tearing away from the cabins. I've never seen a horse run that fast before. It was incredible. It tore past us and disappeared in the distance. I remembered it was Ellie. She'd said she was supposed to be a unicorn, and there she was. Or there she went anyway. "I don't want to change," Astrid said, sobbing. She was gripping my arm and looking at me with a pleading face. "I don't want to change. Not if it hurts like that. I don't want to be like Lucas." "Astrid," I said, feeling helpless. "I don't want to change," Astrid yelled and started hitting me in the chest. "I don't want to be here anymore. Please, Chase, take us somewhere else." "I don't think that'll help," I said. "I think you're going to—" I stopped. I was going to say she would change no matter what, but I couldn't tell her that. She was too scared. I figured I needed to get her someplace else and wait until she calmed down. "All right," I said, "let's go." As it happened, we were just downhill from the portal. It seemed like the best solution, to nip through and instantly be a world away from all the noise. I thought that would be safer than driving, too. So I dragged Astrid and Bo up the hill and into the woods. We found the portal easily enough. I'd been through it enough times already, and crossed over. Whatever noises we'd been hearing all this time cut off instantly, and we all felt much better. The twins didn't seem surprised by all this. "Old Bart told us everything," Astrid said, winking. "He told us about a black cloud that he steps through to go home, and a path that leads downhill and across the valley and back up the other side. He said he walks right by where the schoolhouse should be, and he imagines it's standing there like it's invisible, with all of us inside sitting at our invisible desks, working on our invisible math problems." She giggled, then gripped my hand and started dragging me uphill. "Let's start walking. We'll go this way so we don't bump into him." Bo agreed. "This way leads to another village. Callister, I think it's called. Old Bart told us about that too." "But there's nothing along this trail," I said doubtfully. "I've walked miles on it. I even rode a four-wheeler on it. It just goes on and on." "It's a long way," Astrid said. "Old Bart said it takes even longer to get to Callister than it does to Perivale, where he lives. We'll be there in no time, though. Come on." So we walked. Her optimism was almost funny. She must have thought we'd arrive in this other village of Callister within about 10 minutes. Well, I was counting on her getting tired and wanting to turn around. The moon was full, obviously, and there was plenty of light to see by. We followed the trail the way I'd followed it plenty of times before, just ambling along, in no great hurry. Honestly, I was planning to let the twins walk until they were no longer scared, then maybe stop and talk to them, persuade them that everything was probably under control by now, and we should head back. You have to understand that whatever thoughts I had about running away before, well, when it came down to it, there was no way I was going to do that. It's easy, threatening to run away and thinking up escape plans. But the reality is that it's just too dangerous, too difficult. How would we survive on our own in the middle of nowhere? Where would we go? Eventually, I made the twins stop, and I knelt down to talk to them. I think it's probably safe back there now. I know it was scary, but I'm sure Lucas is fine. We should head back. We don't want your mom and dad to worry. I didn't mention that they were most likely out of their minds already by that point. I'm not going back, Astrid said. She puffed up and stamped her foot, and I knew she was going to be trouble. For such a small kid, she had a pretty big personality and a stubborn streak a mile long. Take Bo back if you want, but I'm going to go live somewhere else. I'm not going back, Bo protested. If you're staying here, I am as well. Astrid looked pretty smug at that point. She'd known Bo would follow her no matter what. Let's carry on to Callister. I sighed. We don't know how far it is, and you can't just go live somewhere else anyway. It's not that simple. Let's go back home. You hate me, Astrid yelled. You know, Astrid never was one to cry and wail like a baby. She was only 8, but she was smart and brave, and nothing much fazed her. But here she was, freaking out. Thinking back, I reckon she was playing me, turning on the waterworks so I'd fold. And I did. All right, we'll stay here a bit longer. But we can't just walk aimlessly. Let's go back to the portal and of course, Astrid headed off in the opposite direction, saying she was going to Callister without me. She skipped along like it was a late-night field trip. Bo hurried after her, and no amount of calling would get their attention or change their minds. I even threatened to head back on my own, and actually turned away and started walking. But the gap between us widened really fast, and I had no choice but to run after them. We heard a roaring, shrieking sound, the same noise I'd heard on other trips along the trail, and now I know it was that 6-headed dragon down by the river. At the time, though, I had no idea what it was. We all stopped dead, and the twins were just as scared as I was. I used that to my advantage. Come on, let's head home. We don't know what's out here. The thing is, the roaring started again, and it sounded like it was somewhere behind us. So that little ploy backfired straight away. Instead of turning around and heading home, it made us hurry along the trail even faster. We walked for ages. The roaring monster noises faded, and I knew we were well past wherever it was holed up. But I was worried about going home. I'd never been out on the trail at night before, except for when the four-wheeler broke down, and I just didn't know what to do. There came a point somewhere along the way that I thought maybe we'd be better off continuing onward. Maybe this village of Callister was up ahead, as Astrid had said. See, I'd always thought the trail was pretty well worn, so I knew people must use it. There just had to be people somewhere, right? We passed the four-wheeler, so by then we were farther out than I'd ever been before. We heard screeches above and saw these huge shadows overhead, those massive birds again. A pack of animals came trotting down the trail toward us, and we seriously thought we were going to die. Were they coyotes? But when they saw us, they sniffed the air, turned around, and scampered away. There were 4 of them, and from the side they looked like small deer. We kept walking. Those horrible roaring noises came again. That monster was following us. I looked for it, but all I could see in the darkness was the reflection of the moon in the river at the bottom of the valley. It was all so dark. But I swear we were being followed. Luckily, whatever it was stayed down in the valley. I started to think we were safe as long as we stayed on the trail. Then a figure appeared holding a lantern. It was an old woman, and she just magically appeared out of the woods to the side of the trail. "What are you children doing out so late?" she asked, in a really quiet, wavering voice. She was bent over her cane, and although I couldn't see much of her in the darkness, even with the light from the lantern, she seemed friendly enough. "We're lost," Astrid said, before I could get a word in. "Well, not lost," I said. Astrid walked straight up to the woman. "We're running away. Can you help us? We just need a place to stay the night, then we'll leave in the morning and travel the world." I hurried over to the old woman. "Don't listen to her. We're not running away. But is Callister nearby? I have some money. Maybe we'll check into a motel or something. I'll phone my dad and let him know where we are. Do you have a phone?" She looked at me with her head tilted for a while, then turned back to Astrid like I wasn't there. "Callister is quite a walk from here. You can continue on this trail for a long, long way and circle around to the village, or you can cut through the woods here and over the hill. A shortcut if you don't get lost. But my cottage is nearby." She looked at me again. "You can all rest there if you want to." "And do you have a phone?" I asked. "I have no idea what you're talking about, young man." I should have guessed a lonely old woman in a remote cottage in the woods wouldn't have a phone. The thing is, I had no idea this world was so different from ours. There weren't any phones, or motels for that matter. Astrid had already made up her mind, and she hung onto the old woman's arm and helped her hobble off the trail into the woods, even offering to carry the lantern. I followed with Bo. Astrid introduced us all, and the woman said her name was Norma. I asked what she was doing out here in the darkness on the trail, and she said she was just taking a walk. "I heard the river monster hollering," she said. "She sounded upset. I knew someone had to be out and about tonight. She's very sensitive, you know, doesn't like intruders." I decided she was a little strange in the head, but she was old, and I figured she was no match for me if she tried to eat us for dinner or something. I kept thinking of the old Hansel and Gretel story, the witch who imprisoned 2 children and fattened them up so she could cook them for dinner. She led us through the woods. I don't know how she found her way. She was pretty spry for an old woman with a cane, ducking and weaving through the trees, heading uphill all the time. Before long, we came to her house, a little cottage deep in the woods. It was nice, cozy. A fire going, candles lit everywhere. To tell the truth, I was as happy as the twins to sit down and drink hot milk. My mind was buzzing. I couldn't figure out what to do next. If I could have phoned my dad, everything would have been easy. I didn't want to stay the night in the cottage because everyone would be worried about the twins, not me. But I didn't want to drag them all the way back along the trail either. They wouldn't have come anyway. After an hour of getting to know the old woman and deciding she was harmless, I got up and said to the twins, "You stay here. I'm going back. Your parents will be worried sick. I'll head along the trail and through the portal, let everyone know you're okay, and return for you in the morning." Astrid looked shocked. "You're leaving us?" "I have to. Astrid, you're not running away. You're going home. But I'm not going to make you walk all that way tonight. I'll go home alone, check it's all nice and quiet back there, and that Lucas is okay, and I'll bring help. Maybe a bunch of us on 4-wheelers. It'll be really fast." There was a long silence. Norma didn't protest. She sat in her rocking chair, looking from the twins to me and back again. Astrid and Bo seemed to have some secret conversation going on, judging by the way they exchanged glances. It always fascinated me how they could do that. "We don't want to go home," Astrid said. Bo shook his head in agreement. I sighed, getting impatient. "Well, we'll cross that bridge in the morning. I'm heading out now. Make sure you're here when I get back. Don't go running off anywhere, okay?" It was nearly midnight. I hated the idea of walking that trail alone. As I made for the front door and stepped outside, I asked the old woman if that roaring, shrieking monster was anything to worry about. She frowned, then laughed. "Oh, don't worry about her. She's noisy, but you'll be safe enough on the trail." She frowned again, then handed me her cane. "But take this. If you see any nasty critters, give 'em a good whack. That's what I do." It didn't feel right taking her cane, but she thrust it at me and wouldn't have it any other way. "And take this," she said, handing me the lantern she'd used earlier. I wished I had a flashlight instead of that feeble thing, but it was better than nothing. As I was leaving, Astrid came running out. She was in tears. "You'll come back, won't you?" "Of course I will." "It's just that—" She screwed up her face as she always did when she was trying to think of the right words to explain herself. "Bo and I are going to run away, but maybe not tomorrow. Maybe we'll come home with you if it's safe. We'll run away another day." I smiled at her, and Norma tried to hide her laughter. "Running away another day would be the smart thing to do," I said. "I'll see you in the morning, okay?" "Okay." I gave her a hug and patted Bo on the shoulder, then headed off through the woods with the lantern held high in one hand and the cane in the other. And that was the last time I saw the twins. I walked all the way back to the portal and down the hill to Happy Valley Ridge. By then, it was well into the early hours of the morning. Flashlights were everywhere, four-wheelers tearing about, search parties all along the valley. I figured I'd find the nearest searchers and tell them where the twins were so everyone could stop looking. As it happened, the first group I ran into was Simone and Molly along with their parents. I couldn't believe the children were out this late, but I guess it was a pretty busy night. "Hey," I called. They turned and spotted me. They were quiet for a few seconds, but then Monsieur Dupont let out a cry and came running over. "Chase, where are the twins? Where did you take them?" "They're safe," I said. "Chase," Monsieur Dupont warned at the same time as Molly's mom. She was a hard-faced woman, not to be messed with. "Tell us where they are. Everyone's really worried. Are they all right?" I opened my mouth to say something, but Simone butted in. "Whose lamp is that? And what's that you're carrying?" She was pointing at Norma's cane. I'd almost forgotten about it. I shoved both items into her hands and told her they were to ward off nasty critters. "And what about Bo and Astrid?" Monsieur Dupont said. "Are they in danger from these critters? Where are they?" "They're safe," I said again. "They're—" "You left them alone?" he demanded. "No, they're—" "Why didn't you bring them home with you?" Simone interrupted. She sounded really upset for someone who hardly ever showed emotion. "You're ruining the program." This made me angry. "I don't care about the stupid program, Simone." I turned to Monsieur Dupont. "It's sick. What you're doing to these kids, it's not natural. You heard Lucas earlier. He was in pain. Are you telling me that's okay?" "He's fine," the man said. "He's calmed down and—" "Where are Bo and Astrid?" Simone asked again. For a kid, she really knew how to lace her tone with venom. She scared me a little, if I'm honest. Up until now, Molly had been quiet. But all this anger, Simone's and mine, must have unsettled her. One minute she was normal, the next. Well, all these tiny snakes were writhing around on her head. Her mum cried out and leapt toward her. I guess Molly had pushed her dark glasses up to her forehead because it was dark. So when those snakes started writhing, she was looking directly at me, and I was looking directly at her, and her eyes started glowing bright yellow. I only saw them for a second. It was horrible. The next thing I knew... Well, I woke up in a rose garden, and there were people everywhere, crowded around me, and they were waking up too. We were all statues coming back to life. But you know that already, and now we're all caught up. Chapter 15. The Village of Callister. Hal let out a sigh. "So you didn't kidnap the twins. All this time, people have been thinking you stole them away, but instead, you were just trying to protect them." I should never have let them walk all over me, Chase growled. I should have put my foot down and ordered them home. Hal was still curled up in the capacious armchair, only now with Abigail squeezed in alongside. Both girls had abandoned the hard floor during Chase's story. Robbie and Lauren were somewhat awkwardly sharing the narrow rocking chair. Chase had got up and started pacing early on in his story, causing various candle flames to flicker and dust motes to swirl in the single ray of daylight through the front-facing window. It was still raining outside, the fire in the hearth all the cozier for it. "You're not their dad," Abigail said. "Not even their brother. You just did what you could." The rocking chair creaked as Robbie wiggled uncomfortably. "See, I would have grabbed them both by the ears and told them to quit being babies. You have to take charge of kids." Abigail blew out a breath of exasperation. "Oh, like you'd know all about that, Robbie." Chase took off his glasses again to clean them while he frowned and stared at the opposite wall. "I keep hoping I'll find a message or something from Astrid." He sniffed and looked around. "Can't see any, though. This place looks untouched apart from all the dust and cobwebs and mold. I bet nobody's lived here in years. How long, do you think?" They all looked around, peering into every dark corner. "Years," Hal said. "Thanks, that's really helpful." "Does it matter?" Abigail asked. Chase put his glasses back on. "The old woman, Norma, couldn't have had more than 5 years left in her. Heck, I don't know. I have no idea. She might have lasted a decade. But the question is whether the twins stayed with her after I left them here that night. And if they stayed, for how long? I mean, obviously they never made it home again. According to everyone, they've been missing all this time. They were only 8, so it's not like Norma would have sent them packing on their own." "She might have if they turned into a couple of sphinxes," Robbie pointed out. "You couldn't have a couple of sphinxes running around inside this tiny cottage. There's no room to swing a cat." His eyes widened as he realized his pun. "Hey, no room to swing a cat. Sphinxes are part lion, right? So—" "Shut up, Robbie," Abigail hissed. "What if they didn't change?" Chase said simply. They all stared at him. Hal squirmed in his seat much like Robbie had. "Miss Simone thinks they did change, that they must be running around in the wild somewhere. Otherwise, surely they'd have tried to make contact. Find their parents? But they didn't change, at least not while I was with them." "They were about to, though," Lauren murmured. "You said yourself that quite a few kids changed that night, like it was all happening at once." Chase shook his head firmly. "Bo and Astrid didn't, and your baking bread theory suggests they couldn't have. They crossed over before they transformed." After another short silence, Lauren said, "So you think they stayed here at the cottage? As a couple of ordinary human children? Maybe lived here?" "What if Norma adopted them?" Chase suggested, looking around with an eagerness in his eyes. "If so, they might have lived here for years until Norma died. They might have stayed here even after that. Or maybe they moved away before she died, when they were old enough." He clenched his fists and shook his head. "The point is, they might have settled in and lived a happy life here. A couple of runaways who never wanted to go home because they were scared to turn into monsters." Hal had pins and needles. "Let me up," he whispered to Abigail. She released his hand and moved her legs so he could extract himself from the armchair. Robbie shook his head. "I don't buy it. Surely their parents came looking for them, as well as old Bart and your dad and everyone else. Did they check Perivale and Callister?" "Of course," Chase said. "But if Norma decided she wanted to protect the twins, she could easily have hidden them away if people came knocking on her door." Again, Robbie looked doubtful. "Where were the search parties? Your dad was rich. He could have hired an army." "Chase," Hal said carefully, "it's possible that the twins are like Thomas. He's a friend of ours who spent 6 years in his manticore form living in the woods with others of his kind. Maybe the twins did change that night and have been living wild in their sphinx forms ever since. They could be anywhere, miles and miles from here. I'm pretty sure that's what Miss Simone thinks. She's wrong. But the rest of you changed, Hal insisted. 10 out of 12 of you became shapeshifters. It's hard to believe the twins stayed human just because they ran away that night. Abigail shook her head. I'm wondering about that now. Hal, he's right. The twins came here to New Earth before they changed, so maybe they never did. You remember how Orson couldn't fly because he was brought into New Earth too early? And how you couldn't fly, Hal? The half-baked bread theory does seem to make sense. It's possible the twins just never transformed at all. Chase was nodding furiously, his glasses almost flying off. Exactly. Maybe they're just a couple of ordinary kids. Adults, Abigail corrected him. They'll be Miss Simone's age now. The living room seemed crowded with them all standing around in the middle of the floor. Robbie went to the door and opened it, and daylight flooded in, bringing fresh air with it, and a blast of damp coldness. Still raining, he said. Hal was too busy thinking to worry about the weather. Assuming the twins never changed, where would they be now? Chase began pacing again. If they lived here, and let's assume they did for a time at least, then it's possible they visited that small village over the hill. Callister. And even if they didn't, Norma definitely would have. Someone there might know something. Norma probably had friends. She must have talked to someone about the twins or been seen with them. Well, let's start there then, Lauren said. She moved toward the door and peered over Robbie's shoulder. As soon as it stops raining, I don't care about the rain, Chase said shortly, and shoved past the two of them. He stepped outside onto the doorstep and glanced over his shoulder. I'm going right now. Who's with me? Can we fly? Hal asked. We'll be there in no time. Judging by his grimace, Chase looked ready to decline, but Abigail was quick off the mark. You go on ahead, Chase. Walk on your own in the rain. As soon as it stops, we'll fly after you. We'll probably still get to the village first. See you there. Peering down at the puddles that had formed on the path, Chase heaved a sigh. It's raining pretty hard. I guess we could fly again. Just one last time, straight to the village. But we go now. One last time, Abigail said sweetly, and gave Hal a nudge. Come on, guys, let's get this show on the road. Once again, the group took to the air. Hal didn't mind the rain. It sluiced off his scales without a problem. Lauren's feathers weren't affected by the droplets of water either. But poor Chase, Robbie, and Abigail huddled close under their damp blanket, clutching their faithful sack of spare clothes. Hal stayed low. Once over the woods, he looked down on the endless rolling hills and fields and quickly spotted the small village of Callister. He swooped down into a field adjacent to the village and landed near its edge, so they only had to walk through a line of trees before reaching the first cluster of buildings. After he'd squelched down in the saturated grass and allowed his passengers to disembark, he transformed and stood shivering in the rain as Lauren descended from high above. Here's the other end of the path, Chase said, pointing to a narrow, muddy track that wound down the hill. He headed toward it, talking over his shoulder. This is what old Norma would have used whenever she visited the village. The twins might have come this way. He looked awed at the idea that Bo and Astrid may have set foot on this very patch of ground. He stared into the mud, as if expecting two pairs of ghostly footprints to appear. The group tramped along the path past some trees and in through a gate. A sign hung above, dripping wet. It read, "Welcome to Callister." Here we go, Chase said with a tremble of excitement. The waterlogged path wound between adjoining narrow houses with slate tile roofs. They reminded Hal of the streets in Carter, only this little village was a fraction of the size. After one street of perhaps 30 houses, They stared in disbelief at another gateway that signified the other end of town. They turned back. Halfway along the street was an intersection. They returned to it and turned left. Similar houses stood on both sides of the muddy path, but farther along, the squelchy mud gave way to cobblestones as they moved into what must be the village center. The streets opened up to a large triangle of grass, with a couple of bench seats and an ornate bird bath in its center, currently overflowing from all the rain. More streets led off in different directions. Not a soul could be seen, though smoke rose from chimneys, and orange flickers in windows indicated there were people at home. Hal realized then what a daunting task it was to track down a couple of kids from 25 years ago. Chase seemed to have a plan, though. He gestured toward a corner house with a large window in front. "I think that's a shop," he whispered. "We'll try there." The shop wasn't marked as such. It stood out from other houses because of the large front window and a small sign hanging from the door knocker that said "Open." Without pause, Chase led the way inside, causing a bell to jangle as he entered. Crowding in behind him, Hal was glad to be out of the cold rain. "Hello?" Chase called. The room was filled with clutter. One corner was stuffed with brooms and mops, light metal buckets, brushes and dustpans. Gardening tools were piled up in another. Hundreds of useful household items filled numerous shelves. Hal couldn't help thinking of the old barns stocked with supplies back on the island. He and his friends had found the local hardware store. "Anyone here?" Chase called again, louder this time. A teenage girl appeared, long auburn hair and clear, pale skin. She looked to be around 15. Hal took an instant liking to her, though he said nothing and tried to act nonchalant. "Help you?" she said, looking at the group with a frown. "Do you remember an old woman who lived in the woods up on the hill?" Chase asked without preamble. "Her name was Norma?" The girl's eyes widened. Everyone knew her. "Hang on, I'll get my mom." To Hal's disappointment, she vanished through the small door at the back of the shop. A long silence followed, broken only by the sound of 3 ticking clocks on a low shelf. Curious, he wandered closer. A handwritten card said, "Artifacts from the Other Land." Now that he looked closer, he realized quite a few things were probably from the more technologically advanced old Earth. Had these things been pilfered from abandoned homes and stores? A woman appeared. She too had long auburn hair, but she was older and much larger around the middle. "Cora said someone's asking about Norma?" Chase visibly jumped. "Yes, Norma. And you are?" "Marjorie," she said, lifting her chin and looking down her nose at him. "I'm Chase. I assume Norma died?" "A long, long time ago." "Of old age?" The woman folded her pudgy arms and scowled. "What of it?" "Well, it's just that I met her once and I was wondering—" "What do you mean you met her? How old are you, 12? 14, Chase said, reddening. 14. Marjorie counted off on her fingers for a second. "Ha! So she died about 8 years before you were born. And you met her?" She looked so full of scorn that Chase stared at the floor and shuffled his feet before trying again. "I come from Happy Valley Ridge. You know Old Earth? There used to be a portal way along the trail overlooking the valley, and I came through there with—" "I don't like your people." A long pause followed in the wake of this challenge. Her daughter, Cora, appeared behind her, peering around the doorframe to listen. "Yes, I remember that devilish black hole to Old Earth," Marjorie went on with a sneer. "I was glad to see it go. It just vanished one day, expired overnight, and the whole of Callister breathed a sigh of relief." She narrowed her eyes. "And now there are hundreds of others all over the place. Perivale's ruined, you know. They just popped into existence a month ago. I hear some fool up north was responsible, blew up the mines or something ridiculous." Hal turned to study some hard-backed books on a shelf, his cheeks burning. He heard Abigail stifling a giggle and saw out of the corner of his eye Robbie slowly turning to look at him. "When did the portal vanish?" Chase asked. Marjorie thought for a moment. "A year or two before Norma died." "Why?" Hal whispered to Abigail, "I guess that's why old Bart left Perivale and moved to Carter. You can't have a shapeshifter program without portals nearby, and he wanted to set up a new program. Ours." "Only he retired and let Miss Simone take over," she agreed. "What are you kids whispering about?" the shop owner snapped. "Don't mind them," Chase said. "Tell me what happened to the twins." She narrowed her eyes. "Twins?" "Yeah, twins. Surely Norma mentioned them?" Suddenly, Marjorie looked cagey, glancing past them out the front window as though there might be others listening. She folded her arms and spoke stiffly. "I knew that woman all my life, and she never mentioned any twins to me. I don't know anything about any twins, and I don't like your sort coming here with your fancy contraptions. We enjoy a good old-fashioned lifestyle here. You can keep your electronic devices and flashlights. We manage fine as we are, thank you very much, and we don't have any of those suspicious energy rocks they had in Perivale either." "Ha! See where all that so-called modern technology got them. Now they have black holes everywhere." She was rambling, going off on a tangent, perhaps trying to deflect the conversation. Hal decided that he liked the teenage daughter far better than this woman. Cora was still loitering in the doorway behind the imposing woman. He pointed at the clocks on the shelf. "But these are from old Earth. Don't they count as fancy contraptions?" She raised an eyebrow at him, her glare withering. "We've had all kinds of people wandering in from old Earth over the past month. I wish they'd leave us alone. Some people came here recently, wanting a room for the night, but had no money. Not our kind of money, anyway. They traded a few possessions." She shrugged. "Some folks around here like that kind of thing and will pay good money for it." "Anyway," Chase said, clearly impatient to get back on subject, "tell me what happened to Norma." "I told you already. She died. End of story." "Yes, but her cottage is still there. It looks tidy inside. Did anyone live there after she died? Has it really been left abandoned for 20-something years?" The woman placed her hands on her ample hips and scowled again. "I've kept it up from time to time, just in case. But how would you know about that cottage? Been snooping around inside, have you? Trespassing?" Truthfully, trespassing was exactly what Hal and the others had been doing. But he felt they had a good reason. So too did Chase. "Just in case what?" he asked, narrowing his eyes. Marjorie stared back at him. Hal thought he saw a flicker of guilt cross her round, ruddy face, as though she'd let slip about something. "In case someone wants to buy it," she said at last. "Or in case the twins return," Chase said. He barreled on before the woman could respond. "Look, I knew Norma. She was my friend." That's stretching the truth, Hal thought. "I left the twins in her care. They were only 8 years old. If you knew Norma well enough, I'm sure she would have said something to you about them." "Not a thing," Marjorie retorted. "And I don't appreciate your lies, boy. You're just a young whippersnapper, certainly not old enough to have met Norma. Now, if you don't mind—" "I was turned into a statue by a gorgon," Chase protested. "I stayed that way for 25 years and woke up a month ago." "You need to go now," the shop owner said quietly. She pointed. "Move on, please. There's nothing for you here." Her stance and hostile glare suggested there was nothing more to be said. Chase seemed about to argue, but both Hal and Abigail moved in front of him, turned him around, and steered him gently toward the door. Robbie and Lauren shuffled behind. Outside, Chase looked furious. "She knows something." "Shh," Abigail said, pushing him away from the shop and into the drizzle. "Let's just go ask someone else." They moved on along the street. There were probably other small shops to stop by. Perhaps they were occupied by friendlier people. They hurried past several homes, glancing into windows as they went and seeing occasional village folk puttering around or seated in comfortable chairs. Everyone was enjoying a day at home out of the rain. "How about we just bang on a door?" Robbie said. "Chase, try this one." Chase stopped and pursed his lips, staring at the worn door Robbie gestured toward. "All right." Hal winced as the boy rapped hard on the wood. The idea of disturbing a household didn't sit well with him. When the door creaked open, a ruddy-faced gentleman with strands of oily black hair on a shiny bald head stood there with a questioning look. "Yes?" "Hello," Chase said. We're here about the empty cottage in the woods up on the hill. Do you remember Norma, who used to live there?" The man frowned. "What of her? Did she ever mention twins that were staying with her?" A long silence accompanied the man's continued frown. When he finally spoke, it was with a somewhat stiff and haughty tone. "Whoever you are, take your business elsewhere." With that, he gently closed the door. "Well," Chase exclaimed. "Sounds like we're getting somewhere," Abigail said. "We know the twins definitely weren't here. Now we just need to find someone who can tell us where the twins definitely didn't go." They tried a few more doors, and each time the response, at least from the older residents, was a stony silence. "I bet I could get people to talk," Robbie grumbled. Abigail sighed. "No, Robbie, you just use your oversized paws and undersized brain to get people to quake and gibber. Not very helpful." "Oh, lay off him, Abby," Lauren said. Everyone turned to her and she pouted. "You're always putting him down. He's just making a suggestion." A smile formed on Robbie's face, but not as big as the one on Abigail's. She looked positively delighted. "But Lauren, Robbie and I go way back. We've been jabbing at each other for years. He insults me or says dumb things, and I humiliate him. See, it's just our thing. Robbie loves it. Don't you, Robbie?" He actually started to shrug in agreement, but when Lauren glanced his way, he scowled and shook his head. "You need to watch your mouth, Abby, before it gets you in trouble." "Guys!" Chase snapped, and everyone jumped. "Do you think I want to stand out here in the rain all day while you argue?" "So you'd rather go somewhere else and listen to us argue?" Hal suggested. Abigail giggled and batted at his arm. Chase was about to retort when he froze, his eyes narrowing. Following his gaze, Hal spotted the teenage girl from the store sheltering under the awning on the corner of the building across the road. When they all looked her way, she hunched up her shoulders and hurried off into the rain, glancing back at them and giving a quick follow-me signal with her hand. "Let's go," Chase muttered. The heavy clouds chose that moment to open up again, and what had become a light drizzle earlier turned into another downpour that soaked the group to the skin. They splashed through puddles as they broke into a jog and crossed the road, ducking their heads as if that might somehow keep them a little drier. Cora had headed down an alley at the back of her mom's store. There was a row of sheds there, and she waited a moment in an open doorway before ducking inside and leaving the door ajar. "She definitely has something to tell us," Abigail said. Chapter 16. Cora Talks. Once again, Hal was struck by how pretty the teenager was. For that reason, he stayed behind Abigail so she couldn't see how starry-eyed he probably was. He let the others do the talking. "Do you know something?" Chase asked her when they were all crowded inside the shed. It was musty despite the door being wide open, but it was better than standing in the rain. "Something about the twins?" The girl opened her mouth to say something, but hesitated. Abigail broke the silence. "I guess we should at least tell you who we are. This here is Chase. That's Lauren. This is Hal. I'm Abigail. And the strange one lurking in the corner is Robbie." If the girl found this funny, she didn't show it. "I'm Cora," she said. "I never met Norma, but I've heard of her. She died long before I was born." But you know the twins? Chase persisted. Bo and Astrid? Cora narrowed her eyes. How do you know them? Hal felt a chill, and his friends clearly did too, judging by the way they glanced at each other. They're my friends, Chase said. It was me that took them to Norma's cottage in the first place. Now, I'm here to bring them home. That's impossible, Cora said flatly. If I'm too young to remember her, then you are too. Unless you really were turned into a statue. I was. Her eyes widened. By a Gorgon? But nobody has ever woken from that. Well, I did. I'm only 14, but I knew Norma. Trust me. I delivered Bo and Astrid to Norma's cottage 25 years ago, and was then calcified by a Gorgon. I've been frozen all this time. I woke up a month ago, and as you can see, I haven't changed. Cora was silent, a frown knitted across her forehead. She looked Chase up and down for a long time. You could easily be lying. Chase shrugged. I could. But if you take me to the twins, I can prove that I'm not. They'll remember me. Again, Cora fell silent, chewing her lip. Why did you come after us? Lauren asked, reaching out to touch the girl's arm. You want to tell us something, right? Rain hammered the roof, and Hal felt a fine mist on the back of his neck. Finally, Cora sighed. I've never met Astrid. She stays hidden. But I met Bo once. He was nice. Everyone around here calls them the Oracle because they can answer any question. Well, Astrid can. She's the one with the special talent. Bo acts as a go-between. He's the only one who ever sees his sister. So they're both alive and well? Chase said. Cora ignored his question. Mother took me along when I was 10. I had the same thing my father died of, some sort of rare blood disease. I can't remember what it's called. Anyway, my mother asked the Oracle how to cure me, and she received an answer. She spoke this last word with obvious reverence. Hal could almost visualize the capital A. And here I am, alive and well today. Now Chase was at a loss for words, so too were Hal and his friends. Astrid had a special talent? Did that mean she was indeed a sphinx? But why did Bo not have the same power? Cora said, pretty much everyone in the village and all the villages around this area has asked the Oracle something at some point. Not directly, though. They go through my mother. She asks them to wait and goes to meet Bo privately. She returns with the answer, and of course she charges for it, and gives the money to the Village of Callister. The Oracle sort of belongs to us. But are the twins alive and well today? Chase asked again. He was clenching his fists, almost beside himself with impatience. A few years ago, Bo said his sister was very ill, and every answer she gave made her worse. Bo said she would die if people kept asking her things. He said the people of the village needed to limit their questions and let her rest. So they did. And my mother set up a system where people would write their question, put it in a hat, and she'd sort through and draw out the really important ones, and then everyone would vote. But Astrid got so ill that now my mother started denying all knowledge of the Oracle to save Astrid from getting even sicker. Abigail spoke up. We don't want to ask Astrid any questions. We've never even heard of the Oracle, and we have no idea why she has this power you're talking about. We're just here to help Chase find his friends. Can you tell us where they are? Cora pursed her lips. She didn't appear to be teasing them by holding out. Instead, she seemed genuinely torn. She kept looking from Chase to the others, and when her gaze fell on Hal, he felt his face heat up. What if we told you we were like her? Lauren said. Able to change at will. Shapeshifters. What, you're shapeshifters? We are, Abigail said. Except Chase. He's just ordinary. You're shapeshifters? Cora repeated. Really? I've never met one. You met Bo. Yes, but he's not a shapeshifter. That you know of, Hal thought. Cora again looked from one to another. So what are you guys? I'm an ogre, Robbie said. Lauren here is a harpy. Abigail is a fairy. Yeah, pretty pointless, right? Hal is a dragon. A dragon? Cora's gaze shifted back to Hal and lingered a long time. He shuffled uncomfortably. Seriously, you're a dragon? Cora's hands flew to her mouth. Wait, you're not that dragon shapeshifter from up north, are you? The one that blew up the mines and caused all these black holes everywhere? When Hal didn't answer, Abigail muttered, He doesn't like to talk about it. Cora squealed with laughter, and they all jumped. Her giggles continued for a minute as she tried to explain that her mother despised shapeshifters, especially the dragon boy who blew up the mines. And then he comes walking right into her shop. She burst into laughter again. Hilarious, Abigail said. Look, how about some information now? After she'd composed herself, Cora folded her arms. And you promise you don't have a bunch of greedy questions to ask the Oracle? We promise, Chase said. Now please, where are they? You have to tell me. I want to help her. And if you don't tell us, Robbie added, maybe Hal will go and ask your mom. Do you think she'd mind if he showed up in his dragon form? The look on Cora's face was comical. At first she grinned, but then she looked thoughtful. Hal imagined her mother exploding with rage and indignation at seeing the dragon boy shapeshifter she apparently despised so much turning up on the doorstep. He expected she'd vent some of that rage toward Cora after Hal and his friends left. All right, she said with a sigh. There's a valley on the other side of the hill. It overlooks the river. We know it, Chase said. We came from there. Oh, well, maybe you passed right by her home then. Huh? The cottage? No, not that dusty old place. That's in the woods on the hill. I'm talking about the river itself, down in the valley. There's a huge rock with a face cut into it. You can't miss it. It sticks up out of the water. The twins live there. Hal and his friends exchanged glances. It was Abigail who spoke up. The twins live on a rock? Cora laughed. You're funny. The rock just marks the entrance. It's a pretty amazing place, actually. I went there once and met Bo, as I said. You'll see. Just give the Hydra a message and wait. Give the... Chase trailed off and shook his head. Wait. Give what a message? The six-headed dragon, Abigail told him, sounding awed. She looked at Hal with wide eyes. I'm not sure I like the sound of this. I have to go, Cora said. Do me a favor and leave. Now that people think you're here to badger the Oracle with questions, nobody's going to be interested in helping you. Just sneak away. But we're hungry, Robbie said. We were hoping for a bite to eat. It's got to be lunchtime by now. At the mention of food, everyone but Chase chimed in until Cora held up her hands. Wait here, and I'll bring you something. But don't go wandering around, all right? I'll be back soon. She dashed out of the shed into the rain, leaving the others to digest all she'd told them. They're so close, Chase whispered, and the excitement on his face was clearly visible even in the gloom. We passed right by them. Hal, as soon as we've eaten, can you fly us back there? Hal scratched his cheek. When we flew here, I think you said never again or something like that. So no, not unless you beg me. Cora was true to her word. Soaked to the skin, she reappeared with a basket of food wrapped in a towel. Robbie took it from her with some amount of awe, while everyone else thanked her profusely. When she was ready to leave, Lauren grabbed her arm. Seriously, Cora? Thanks. Not just for the food, but for sticking your neck out. How much trouble will you be in if your mom finds out? I don't know. But she won't find out unless she puts down her knitting, gets off that sofa, and looks out the window just as you're walking by the shop with one of her baskets. We won't walk by, Hal promised her. I'll fly straight up. Her eyes widened. Can I see? I've only ever seen one dragon before, and that's the Hydra. Which isn't a proper dragon, Hal said a little too quickly. But, yeah, we'll eat first, so give us 10 minutes, and then look out your back window. I will, she said, her eyes shining. With that, she was gone. Abigail pinched Hal's arm. Hey, what's with you? Sorry. The dark, somewhat damp shed wasn't the best place to eat lunch, but it would have to do while the rain persisted. They dug into bread rolls and fat slices of ham, then worked on a random selection of raw winter vegetables, onions, lettuce, and sugar-snap peas, all of which were crisp and fresh. Cora had also thrown in a few gingerbread cookies. Stuffed, the group filed out of the shed and into the rain, which had slowed again. Without wasting time, Hal transformed in the small alley and waited while Chase and Robbie climbed aboard. Lauren threw her coat to Robbie, sprouted her wings, and sprang into the air. She was gone in seconds, a white speck in the miserable sky. Abigail threw her coat to Robbie as well and shrank with a faint popping sound, then buzzed around Hal's head, giving him the thumbs-up sign. All set, she called in a high-pitched squeal. The alley was a little too narrow to fly off into the sky, so Hal stomped out into the road. He caught sight of a white face in a side window. Cora, wide-eyed and grinning. Feeling pleased, but a little self-conscious, Hal spread his wings, ready to launch. "Get out of here!" a familiar voice yelled. "Go home!" Startled, he found Marjorie standing at the corner, brandishing a broom. All along the street, curtains twitched and faces showed. A couple of doors opened. Cora disappeared from her window in a flash. "Go!" the woman said, advancing. "Vamoose!" Hal chuffed and shook his head, mildly surprised at her bravado. Did she really think a broom was going to help her? "Do as I say," the woman warned. "I know who you are now. You're a shapeshifter. You're that dragon boy from up north, the one who blew up the mine. And I know Cora's been talking to you. She just snuck in absolutely drenched." She waved the broom. "Get! Go on now, get!" With a bellow and short blast of fire, Hal took a few steps closer. Despite having been about to leave anyway, he didn't appreciate being shooed away as though he were a rodent picking through the trash. He brought his snout close to the angry woman and blew through his nostrils, causing her to blink rapidly and her hair to blow backward. Cora came dashing around the corner. "Mother! They were just about to leave. There's no need to—" "Go back inside, girl. You've said enough." "Mother—" "Go inside." Cora scowled and rolled her eyes, but remained where she was. Marjorie didn't notice. Her attention was fully on Hal. She was a little more calm when she spoke next. "Now please leave. We don't want any trouble, and we're only trying to protect the twins. If anyone else asks poor Astrid a question, I fear she'll fade away to nothing. Everyone in this village has taken a vow of silence where the Oracle is concerned, to protect Astrid. Do you understand? If you had an ounce of compassion, you'd leave her alone." Anger welled in Hal's gut, though he was unsure why. She was rude, but seemed to have her heart in the right place. He sensed that he was more riled up by her confrontational attitude than her actual reason for being hostile. She set him on edge. Luckily, Chase spoke for him. "We're not here to ask her questions. I just want to check on them. Trust me, they'll be glad to—" Everyone has a question or two for the Oracle. Whether they know it or not, a question always crops up, and Astrid can't help herself. She'll give an answer, even if it kills her. Stay away. Judging by Chase's sigh, there was no sense in arguing. Hal gave a grunt, turned, swished his tail just over Marjorie's head, and took to the sky. He left behind a street full of steely-faced onlookers, and Cora, who smiled up at him as he flew away. The journey back over the hill was short and swift. The woods sprawled below, and Hal spotted Lauren over the valley, flying around in long, lazy circles. She veered toward them. "What took you so long?" "Got delayed," Robbie shouted. The valley spread out before them. With no specific directions to go by, Hal flew low, heading downriver. The Hydra had come from that direction, and if the monster was some kind of messenger, he had to assume the twins lived somewhere nearby. How hard could it be to find a giant rock sticking out of the water with a face carved into it? And what would be nearby? A house? Cora hadn't specified, saying only that it was a pretty amazing place. After 20 minutes, Hal felt sure they'd missed it. Where was the Hydra? It couldn't be easy for a giant six-headed dragon to hide. He turned and headed back. Lauren followed his lead without complaint, seemingly eager to retrace their flight. Heading back upriver, Hal flew as low and slow as he could. He knew his passengers were peering through the drizzle as well, trying to spot a face-carved rock and anything that might look like a home. But there was nothing, and when they passed the spot where they'd had a fishy lunch the day before, Hal grew puzzled. He flew on over and continued another 10 minutes upriver, to no avail. He spun about and, another 10 minutes later, returned to their familiar landing spot, splashing down on the bank next to the remains of their campfire. The Hydra had swept it aside, but the blackened smudges were clear to see among the large boulders they'd used as a windbreak. When his friends had dismounted, he reverted to human form, clambered onto the tallest rocks, and shielded his eyes against the persistent rain. "Okay, I'm pretty sure we're not all blind. We flew for miles downriver and upriver and saw nothing. So was Cora lying to us?" "There's no six-headed monster either," Chase said morosely. "How can we pass it a message if it's not here?" "How can we pass it a message at all?" Robbie demanded. "What are we supposed to do? Write a note and tie it around its collar?" "You're being completely ridiculous," Abigail said. "How could we possibly write a note without a pencil and a piece of paper?" They sat on the rocks and watched the river swirl past. At long last, the rain stopped, but they were all soaked and cold. Hal obliged them all by breathing flames until he was tired of it. The warmth got them only partially dry, and it wasn't long before they were all shivering again. "We need shelter," Chase said. "We've eaten pretty well, so now it's important we get dry and make a fire. It must be mid-afternoon by now, and it'll be getting dark before we know it." A pang of fear shot through Hal, and he grimaced. "And I need to be locked up before I change. How are we going to do that out here in the middle of nowhere? We might have to come back tomorrow." "No way," Chase said. "Hal's right," Abigail said. "If he flies us, we'll be back at the cottage in no time. Or we could just head back to Happy Valley Ridge. We can stay in your old house while Hal locks himself in the barn again." "I'm not leaving." A silence fell. Hal sighed, knowing Chase was unmoving on the subject. "So you'd rather spend the night cold and wet?" "No, I'd rather spend the night in a shelter with a fire going." "Then let's start walking," Abigail said, getting up. "We can't just sit here. We'll walk downriver and hope the Hydra comes running to eat us." Chapter 17. A Rock with a Face. The walk downriver warmed them thoroughly. Most of the journey involved winding in and out of trees, stumbling over smooth river rocks, or slip-sliding on wet, shallow banks. Their clothes slowly dried. Both girls had wrung out their hair and let it hang loose to dry, but after a while, Abigail pulled hers back in a ponytail. Lauren kept flinging hers about, which Robbie found captivating. "What did you say happened to your dad?" Hal asked Chase. "I don't know exactly. Simone said he came here to New Earth with old Bart and everyone else. So did the maintenance crew and guards. They were all carefully selected and highly paid, no ties to old Earth and happy to leave it all behind. So they're all around somewhere." But your dad? Where is he now? Hal persisted. Chase shrugged. Apparently he lived in Carter for years, and he funded the next Shapeshifter project, yours, when Simone was old enough to take over from old Bart. But then old Bart died, and my dad moved away. So nobody knows where he is exactly. Simone said he moved to a place called Westerly, but she said he wasn't there the last time she sent a message to him. Westerly. Hal frowned at that. Why was it familiar? Then he had it. During his stint in the world of darkness while calcified, Chase had introduced him to a ghost named Darlene. She'd been from Westerly. From what he understood, it was a long way from Carter. It was odd how Chase had been drawn to Darlene, not realizing she came from the very same town Mr. Stockwell had moved to. Had he known, he might have asked whether she'd met him. Now, of course, he remembered nothing of her or where she came from. Hal decided to keep quiet about it. Chase came to a gradual halt and sighed, looking around with his hands on his hips. Hal was grateful for the respite and clambered onto a fallen tree that protruded a little way across the water. "This is nuts," Chase complained. "Cora said there'd be a big rock with a face cut into it. Well, I see plenty of rocks sticking out of the water, but no faces or nearby houses. This isn't getting us anywhere." "We should have asked her to be more specific," Abigail grumbled, "like how far along the river and in which direction." They all stood and pondered. Balancing carefully on the moss-covered tree trunk, Hal edged out across the fast-flowing river until he was several feet from the bank. Looking down at the churning water made him feel dizzy, so he raised his eyes to the distant bend in the river, listening to his friend's conversation. "Maybe there's more to it than we think," Lauren suggested. "What if the place has been hidden away since Cora was last here?" "You mean Bo and Astrid have closed up shop and gone into retirement?" Chase said. "Maybe so. Cora said Astrid was deteriorating." Abigail clicked her tongue. "And we still don't know why. But how could they hide their home? Did they demolish it? And where's this rock anyway?" "We're looking at this the wrong way," Robbie said. "Cora said we needed to get a message to the Hydra. The Hydra will take us to the twins." "And how do we do that?" Chase demanded. Catching a flicker of movement below, Hal glanced down and saw the dark smudges of fish swimming by. This gave him an idea. "What if we catch some fish and eat?" "I'm not hungry," Chase retorted. "We just ate." "I know, but maybe catching fish or cooking them will bring the Hydra to us again." He realized how silly this sounded even as the words left his mouth. He sighed. Where was a six-headed dragon when he needed one? He edged his way back to the riverbank. "Stay here. I'm going to have another look around, see if I can spot this Hydra thing. Maybe I can call it to us." Half a minute later, he was climbing into the sky, leaving his friends clustered by the water's edge, debating whether they should go ahead and catch some fish while Hal was off searching. He scoured the water for protruding rocks, studied the riverbanks for anything at all that might be a home, a shack, a house, even a cave, and kept his eyes open for the gigantic six-headed dragon itself. It must have a nest or lair somewhere. He flew from side to side, trying to slow his cruising speed to a crawl so he had time to study every detail of the terrain. 30 minutes passed, and he knew he needed to turn back. There was no way the twins were this far downriver. If they were, Cora would have said, "The Oracle is miles away. It'll take you ages to get there." But she hadn't said anything of the sort. Swinging around, he started back upriver, speeding along this time since he'd already searched the area. He looked anyway, in case Bo and Astrid's home could be seen only from a certain angle. He flew over his friends a few minutes later. Then he slowed again and began another side-to-side search, this time of the river they'd all spent the last hour or so walking alongside. There had to be something they'd missed. Another half hour later, he was fed up with the whole thing. He'd seen absolutely nothing, plenty of rocks poking up with white frothy water, churning around them, but nothing remotely face-like. Cora's directions were severely lacking. When he finally returned to his friends, they were sprawled on the rocks looking just as fed up as he. At least it had stopped raining. Their clothes were now dried out, and the sun was peeking from behind the clouds. An idea popped into Hal's head. After a moment's thought and a quick glance around, he knew he was onto something. Still in dragon form, he stomped to the water's edge and slipped into the water. "Hal!" Abigail called. "What are you doing?" He wanted to explain, but had no patience to revert to his human form to do so. Instead, he splashed deeper into the water until his feet no longer touched the bottom. He was now fairly sure that the morning's heavy rain had caused the river to rise and overflow in places, which meant the face-carved rock just might be submerged. He ducked under, seeing a flurry of bubbles and froth as well as fine, slow-moving sand kicked up from below. The entire riverbed was littered with rocks, small and large. No wonder the Hydra straddled the river, walking on the banks on either side with its legs spread wide. Hal couldn't do that if he tried. He was far smaller than that six-headed monster. He chose to head upstream first, back the way they had come. Going against the current, he alternated between swimming and walking, floating along under the surface while kicking off from some of the larger, smoother boulders. The river was deep, V-shaped in some places, more shallow in others. When he reached the natural pool where they'd eaten fish the day before, he sighed and turned around. His swim back downriver was a treacherous ride, slamming up against jutting boulders as he went. This kind of travel would be dangerous for a human. Bones would get broken, heads bashed in. For a dragon, it was merely jarring. He bobbed to the surface as he passed his friends on the bank, then ducked again. If he didn't find this rock soon... And there it was. It stood like a pillar in the center of the river, majestic and a little surreal. Startled, Hal scrabbled for a hold before he sped past. Once he'd gotten a grip, he pushed himself backward, braced on its vertical side and leaning back against the current. The top of the rock, though mere inches from the surface, was invisible to anyone walking along the banks or flying overhead. It had been here all the time, hidden by a rise in the water level. This was no natural formation. The rock looked glacial, though a freak iceberg could never survive for long in mild temperatures. Carved into it with clear and simple lines was a woman's face. To Hal's surprise, another face adorned the other side of the rock, similar but with more angular features, clearly a man's. Despite the male and female differences, they looked like they might be the same person, or twins. He surfaced and climbed onto the cool, shiny rock. It definitely looked like ice, though opaque and not cold enough to be truly frozen. Since it was barely submerged, he felt that he was standing on the water itself as he straightened and turned to bellow at his friends. They were distant figures, but they came scurrying at once. There was no sign of a house, though. He peered through the trees on both sides of the river and saw nothing of interest. "Did you find it?" Abigail yelled. She took off her coat and clutched it to her chest, then sprouted her wings and buzzed across the water toward him. He grunted his reply and gave a nod. When the others reached the closest point on the bank, they crowded the water's edge, trying to make out what Hal was standing on. "So where do the twins live?" Robbie demanded, spreading his hands. Hal opened his mouth to grunt again, but just then Abigail squealed and spun away in a panic. She buzzed high and scooted off to the edge of the river, screaming at Hal to watch out. He looked down and froze. 6 giant heads looked up at him from below the churning water. They were silent and still, but as soon as Hal noticed them, they shot upward amid a tremendous spray and a barrage of screeching roars. Hal flinched as the gigantic hydra towered over him, its body below the surface, but its necks stretching high and the 6 heads hanging over him. This thing was much bigger than he'd realized. "Wait!" he yelled as two vicious jaws came at him, snapping and snarling, while others swayed and awaited their turn. "I have a message." He sensed that his dragon language, at best a series of grunts and growls and chuffing sounds, was more advanced than that of this crude, primitive creature. Still, it seemed to understand him and paused briefly, all 6 mouths bearing long teeth. A dozen pale green eyes opened wide, dancing in their sockets as though the Hydra was on the verge of a mental breakdown. Hal spoke quickly. "We need to see the twins, the Oracle. Do you understand?" The heads moved closer, dripping water on him as they converged mere feet away. He looked from one to another with awe, while wondering if he had any chance at all of slipping backward into the water, or better still flying away. The Hydra was so close and so fast that he rated his chances fairly low. "I have a message," he said again, fighting to keep his dragon voice from trembling. I have a question." The Hydra froze. All 6 snouts relaxed, and the eyes stopped dancing. The monster backed off a little, its heads rearing up high. Then, without warning, it slipped underwater and vanished. What happened next was beyond Hal's comprehension. Miss Simone had to see this. It would change her entire way of thinking. She clung to the idea that everything magical had a scientific explanation, but this went far beyond any measure of reason. All around the ice pillar Hal stood on, the river water began swirling in a circle until it was a powerful eddy with an ever-widening funnel. The watery walls were almost vertical and deepening by the second. Hal glanced at his friends. They stood on the bank, wide-eyed and slack-jawed. Abigail had almost forgotten to buzz, and she descended inch by inch toward the water. When her toes touched, she gasped and jerked upward. The eddy widened and deepened around the exposed and glistening platform, revealing more and more of its vertical sides as the river fell away. Before long, the ice pillar stood with its base lost in a curious mist and a circular wall of water all around. The rest of the river flowed unabated, splashing higher at the banks and forcing Chase, Robbie, and Lauren to stumble backward as water surged over their feet. The Hydra returned, emerging out of the misty but now dry depths and rising slowly. Its 6 heads focused on Hal. One stretched toward him and dipped low, and Hal knew immediately that it wanted him to climb aboard. He reverted to his human form. He was way too big and heavy to climb onto the head of another dragon. But he sensed the Hydra knew this already, which in turn meant it knew he was a shapeshifter. When he changed, he saw no reaction from any of the other heads. 10 eyes watched him balefully while the last pair stared at his feet. Hal clambered on. "Don't forget my friends!" he yelled over the noise of the roaring eddy and churning river. How the Hydra understood him was a mystery, but Cora had mentioned getting a message to the Oracle via this strange creature, so it must have an innate ability to understand all who spoke. The creature swung 90 degrees to face the bank, where the other shapeshifters cowered. Its mist-shrouded body moved just a little, while it stretched 4 of its necks and dipped its heads to offer rides. Clinging tight, Hal shouted to the others to climb on. Chase swore loudly, but Robbie stepped forward, plunging into the river up to his knees so he could reach for the giant reptilian head. He swung himself aboard and grinned at Lauren. She was far more reluctant, but Abigail suddenly dashed toward her, grabbed her arm, and urged her to hurry. As the girls were slithering around trying to find something to hold onto, Chase swore again and dashed for the 5th head. This is no stranger than riding the sea serpent, Hal thought, as the Hydra, with all passengers safely on board, began to sink into the mist. Yeah, right. Who am I kidding? As the monster descended, Darkness and quiet enveloped them all. Hal felt smothered, yet at the same time a sense of calm swept over him. His friends were silent, a bunch of faint silhouettes. The roar of the eddy faded, and he became aware of a gurgling, sloshing sound, perhaps the noise of the funnel closing and the river resuming its normal flow above. But how could the river close over their heads? Despite everything, he felt no fear. Miss Simone, he thought, with a thrill of anticipation, you really have to try this. The Hydra deposited the bedraggled but dry group on a cool, hard platform. When Hal's eyes adjusted to the gloom, he saw that they were in a gigantic ice cavern with a churning pool of black water filling one entire half and the ice pillar protruding from its center. The six-headed dragon slowly sank into the pool, and as it vanished below the surface, the water stilled until it was an oily mirror. A dull roaring came from high above, where the top half of the pillar disappeared into a translucent ceiling, the underside of the fast-flowing river. Daylight filtered through the torrent, and a fine mist sprinkled down. "How is this possible?" Chase whispered, crouching with his hands and knees planted wide, as though he feared the world might tilt. "It's not," Robbie answered. Abigail patted Chase on the back and smiled. "Yet here we are." The ice floor they stood on stretched to the far side of the cavern, where an archway led to a blue-lit chamber beyond. This weird, gently flickering light, coupled with the daylight from the river high above their heads, provided enough to see by. Hal headed that way, eager to see what came next. He took Abigail's hand as he passed her, and Robbie took Lauren's. Chase muttered under his breath, climbed to his feet, and raced to catch up. He was at the front of the group by the time they reached the archway. Breathing a sigh of awe, they stopped to absorb the beauty of this secret, subterranean hideaway. Lumpy, gleaming white columns stretched from floor to ceiling like stalactites and stalagmites that had met in the middle. The walls all around were smooth and white, embedded on one side with what looked like thousands of sparkling gems. Bubbling, foamy water cascaded from a jagged crack low on one side and collected in a clear blue pool with gentle ripples that sent shimmering patterns across the icy walls. "It's like a winter wonderland," Lauren exclaimed, a smile lighting up her face. She tugged on Robbie's hand, dragging him closer to one of the frozen columns so she could touch it. "I've never seen anything like it. It doesn't feel all that cold in here, but everything is iced over." A network of tunnels led off in all directions. They looked dark and depressing compared to this single enchanted room. Hal groaned. He'd had enough of tunnels to last him a lifetime. They moved around, careful on the slippery patches, noting the smooth, gentle contours of the floor, the moisture dribbling down the shiny white columns, the curious ribbing across the ceiling, and the downright bizarre formations that looked like giant, fossilized fungal growths. "Where are the twins?" Chase wondered aloud. Hal shook his head. "Seriously, Chase, give it a rest a minute. They're here somewhere. Just be patient. Look at this place." Chase snorted. "I've looked. Now where are the twins?" It was as they stood in a circle looking all around that a figure materialized from the darkness of one of the offshoot tunnels. Lauren spotted the shadow first, and she let out a yelp, clutched at Robbie's arm, and pointed. A man in his 30s eased into view. He walked with assurance, picking a safe route around the slippery slopes without even looking down. Though his medium brown hair hung past his ears and a light stubble darkened his chin, his clothes were surprisingly clean and well-pressed, the sort a well-to-do townsman might wear. Even his boots were clean. Hal recognized him as one of the faces carved into the top of the curious pillar. "Is that Bo?" he whispered to Chase. But Chase was dumbstruck, his mouth hanging open. "Good evening," the stranger said in a soft, pleasant voice. "It's been a while since anyone found their way down here. How did you persuade Marjorie that your cause was worthy enough to disturb my sister?" Nobody spoke. Chase's mouth worked, but no sound came out. The man glanced at them all in turn. His gaze passed over Chase as quickly as the others. Nothing to say? Well, perhaps we should introduce ourselves. My name is Bo." He looked around with eyebrows raised. Abigail cleared her throat. Sorry. This is Hal, Lauren, and Robbie. I'm Abigail. And this—" She patted Chase on the arm. "I believe you two have met." Bo had been nodding and smiling as the group was introduced, but now he looked toward Chase with fresh interest. "We have?" He stared, then shook his head. "I can't say I recall. Remind me." The stunned boy at last found his tongue. "It's me, Chase." Still no flicker of recognition, though Bo frowned slightly, as if sifting through a long list of past clients, or whatever visitors to this place were called. Chase tried again. "It's been a long time, 25 years or thereabouts. I haven't aged. I went to school with you, remember? Chase Stockwell. My dad owned Happy Valley Ridge, and I sort of hung about at the back of class with Monsieur Dupont." The color drained from Bo's face. His eyes first widened, then narrowed, his frown deepening as he took a step back and looked Chase up and down. It was his turn to be speechless. "It's a long story," Chase said. "I guess the biggest shocker is that I haven't aged. That's because Molly turned me into a statue. I've been frozen solid for 25 years. That's why I didn't come back to the cottage for you and Astrid. I couldn't." He swallowed and sighed. I'm so sorry about that. I woke up a month ago and have been trying to find you ever since. I remember everything like it was yesterday. It's weird seeing you—" "Stop, stop!" Bo cried, clutching his head with both hands. He stared at Chase for a long time before speaking again. When he did, he took a step forward, reached out, and prodded Chase's shoulder. "I always knew this day would come, but it's been so long that— Can it really be you? I have memories of you, though I barely remember your face anymore." He stepped back again. "Forgive me if I don't take your word for it. Your story is plausible, and we've been expecting you for a long, long time, but I can't take your claim at face value. Astrid and I will need to question you, talk to you a while, before we accept you as the same Chase we grew up with." That's fine, Chase said, nodding furiously. His face was one big grin now. "Let's talk. Where's Astrid?" Bo paused. He pursed his lips and looked over his shoulder toward the tunnel he'd emerged from. "She doesn't take visitors. Did Marjorie not tell you that?" Abigail spoke up. "Actually, Marjorie didn't tell us anything. It was Cora we spoke to. And anyway, Chase isn't an ordinary visitor." "We're not here for answers," Hal added. "We're just here because Chase wanted to find you both." "I see," Bo said. He looked again at Chase. "Well, I'll speak to her. It's been years since we spoke to anyone. I normally mediate. If you had a question, you'd ask me, and I'd ask her, and she'd think on it a moment, and I'd return with the answer, and you'd go on your way." "And Astrid would deteriorate," Chase said. "That's what Marjorie said. That's why you haven't had anyone here for years, right?" Bo nodded. "She's very weak. But wait here. Let me go and talk to her first. If she's up to it, I'll take you to see her." Chapter 18. The Oracle. Bo headed off at a crisp pace into the icy tunnel, leaving Chase with a huge grin on his face. "He's all grown up," he whispered. "Did you expect him to still be 8 years old?" Abigail said. "Well, I mean, he seems perfectly ordinary. He's come out of his shell. He hardly said a word in school, always hiding in Astrid's shadow, just putting in a word or two here and there, never contributing much unless asked directly. But now... He waved his hand around, grasping for the right words. Now he's like the spokesperson of this oracle thing they have going. He's the one that meets the visitors. But Astrid's the one in charge, Robbie said. She's the boss. Bo is just her servant, running in and out with messages. Robbie, Abigail whispered fiercely. What? It's true. Hal had to agree. But how about keeping your voice down? Robbie shrugged and grumbled something. They stood in silence a while, listening intently. Occasionally they heard splashes in the water from the direction of the cavern they'd arrived in, the hydra moving about in its pool, and the distant, dull roar of the river flowing somewhere above ground. Otherwise, it was deathly silent. A familiar tickling sensation crept over Hal's shoulders, and he tensed, suddenly afraid. Uh-oh? Abigail turned to him. What? I think I'm going to be changing soon. Robbie stamped toward him. It's not evening yet. We have another hour before it gets dark, and anyway, you can't even see the moon from down here. I don't think that matters, Hal said. The moon is there, and it's full. But it's there all the time, Lauren argued. It's full in other parts of the world even if we can't see it. Why do you change only when it shows in our sky? Hal threw up his hands. I don't know, all right? It's just the way it is. All I know for certain is that I need a room. Maybe Bo and Astrid have somewhere down here that will do, Abigail said. She glanced upward. I'm not sure how you'd find your way back outside without the Hydra's help, unless Bo knows another way in and out. Bo returned at that moment, his voice cutting through their muted conversation. Are you talking about leaving? Hal nodded, feeling guilty for some inexplicable reason. I have a problem. I need to be locked in a room for the night. Bo was clearly puzzled by this, but he gestured toward the Hydra's cavern. I can instruct our friend to take you back up if you like. You're not a prisoner here. Oh, I know that, but I'm serious. I really do need to be locked in a room for the night. I'm going to turn soon. It's a full moon, and, well, Abigail clicked her tongue. He's trying to tell you that he's going to turn into a werewolf. There, is that so hard to say, Hal? Bo sucked in his breath. A werewolf? He looked Hal up and down again, this time with obvious fear in his eyes. You're going to change? The way Lucas did all those years ago? Chase let out an impatient sigh. Look, just show him the way out, so he can go back to Happy Valley Ridge and stay in that barn again. He'll be fine. He just needs to sleep it off. Someone will have to come with me and lock me up, Hal said. Unless you happen to have a cage standing around down here. Bo chewed his lip and peered at Hal for a long time. What if the Hydra can find you? She can melt a hole in the wall, make a cave for you, and block it. I've placed 1 or 2 unruly people in those caves for a time before. Everyone stared at him in amazement. The Hydra can melt a hole in the wall? Abigail repeated. Yes, that's how she built this place. It used to be a hidden part of the river, just a deep fissure in the bedrock filled with water. She can turn water into some kind of warm ice. All of this is hers. The caverns, the tunnels, she formed it all long ago. The column that pokes out of the river and marks the entrance, that's hers too. She even melted our faces into it. Hal had so many questions to ask about this magical ice-forming process, these unruly people, and how long they were kept in Hydra jail, and how Bo had become friends with the Hydra in the first place, that he didn't know where to begin. Still, as crazy as a makeshift cave sounded, perhaps it was a viable option. And you can throw me in there at a moment's notice, he asked, because when I start to turn, it happens pretty fast. Well, go there now, Bo suggested. He pointed back the way they'd come in. She'll accommodate you whenever you... But I don't want to miss out, Hal interrupted. Can we go see Astrid now? Let's get this done as soon as possible. Bo looked troubled, but he gave a slight bow, which struck Hal as oddly formal. The man had clearly spent time around the people of this world. "This way," Bo said. As he walked, guiding the way across the slippery floor, he spoke over his shoulder. "I explained the situation to Astrid. She was startled, to say the least. I'm not sure she believes her childhood friend is really here, and I'm not convinced myself yet either." "Fair enough," Chase said. Their voices started echoing as soon as they entered the narrow tunnel. They had to walk single file. Darkness crowded them, and it was colder here, but light shone from the other end no more than 50 paces away. The tunnel sloped upward a little. "Do you visit the village often?" Abigail asked brightly, voicing what Hal had been wondering himself. Bo's voice floated back toward them. "I used to. Astrid and I spent a few years with Norma, the old lady of the cottage, and she showed us around and introduced us to the villagers. We both learned a lot, grew to like our neighbors and new life." "And you didn't want to go home?" Chase blurted. "Your parents were looking for you. Everyone was. That same night I left you, I came home to find everyone out searching. They never saw you again, Bo." The man fell silent as they all traipsed the rest of the way along the tunnel. The light ahead grew. "I didn't mean to be rude, Bo," Chase said finally. "I guess you had your reasons for staying at the cottage." "You weren't rude. I was just contemplating." The single-file group emerged into blinding light, and Hal blinked rapidly as his eyes adjusted. He heard Lauren gasp. When he managed to get a look around, he was astonished to find himself standing under a fading early evening sky. They had come out at one end of what appeared to be a small chasm, its walls just 50 feet high with maybe 20 feet of space across. The chasm narrowed to a point and ended not too far ahead. It was a giant crack in the ground, and they were at the bottom of it. The walls angled inward at the top, leaving a gap far smaller than the chasm floor itself. From above, it must look like a dark and dangerous abyss, but down at its base was a rather spectacular haven of tall, skinny trees and rock-clinging ivy. "Again," Bo said, "this used to be half filled with water, as was that tunnel we just walked up. But the Hydra dried it out. It's our home now." Giant boulders littered the chasm, some of them piled high and providing tight passageways into what might be used as tiny rooms, perhaps bedrooms. Hal wanted to explore, but was distracted by the sight of the other twin. On a flat slab of rock sat a woman with hair the same color as Bo's and twice as long. From a distance, Hal saw no resemblance at all. In fact, she looked altogether different, short and stumpy, her neck oddly thick, her skin pale and unhealthy. The way she sat, hunched forward and clasping a cane, suggested she was much older. She wore tattered, dark brown robes. "Astrid," Chase said. They all took a few steps toward her, but Bo held out his hand and stopped them. "Just Chase, for now." He looked back at Hal, Abigail, Robbie, and Lauren. "If you don't mind, Astrid and I would first like to verify that this is indeed the Chase we remember, and then we have a lot of catching up to do. Do you mind waiting?" "Not at all," Abigail grumbled. "We'll just hang out." "And there's something else," Bo said, looking at Chase. "This is extremely important. Be very, very careful what you say. Do not ask any questions she may not readily know the answer to. Understand?" Chase blinked a few times. I think so." Bo bowed his head. "As for the rest of you, if you're hungry, please help yourself." He gestured toward a clump of boulders that had obviously fallen a long time ago. Covered in moss, they formed a small hill against the sheer cliff face. Behind the rocks was another of those narrow apertures, some sort of makeshift storage area. A campfire was arranged alongside, burning softly, its embers pale gray and trails of smoke drifting up the wall. 3 rabbits, or perhaps hares, were skewered on a spit. One had already been picked over, torn open to reveal freshly cooked meat. At the sight of the food, Hal forgot about everything and hurried closer. Robbie beat him to it. Together, they dug their fingers in and pulled off chunks of meat, still hot, but not steaming. The four of them perched on rocks and ate in silence, the only sounds the smacking of lips and an occasional as they worked their way through an entire rabbit and started on the next. "Must have been expecting company," Robbie remarked with his mouth full. Out of earshot, Astrid and Chase were seated together on the flat ledge, while Bo stood before them. Chase was doing all the talking, his arms whirling. "Well, I guess that's that," Lauren said, licking her fingers clean. "There's plenty left," Robbie said, pointing with his rabbit leg. "No, I mean, we're done with our mission. Chase found the twins." Abigail threw a bit of gristle onto the coals, and it spat and started turning black. "I want to know if they ever transformed. You know, into sphinxes. They're shapeshifters, but it's possible they stayed human." Robbie stopped chewing. What a waste that would be. I'd hate to be a shapeshifter and never bother using my talents. "And what talents would those be, Robbie?" Abigail asked, putting on her most innocent and confused voice. He ignored her and went on chewing. Chase and the twins talked a while longer. Then Astrid leaned toward him and gave him a hug. Both twins were smiling, and Chase looked relieved. Apparently, he had convinced them. "Come on over!" he shouted. Hal abandoned the piece of meat he was trying to pull free of the carcass and hurried to follow his friends as they headed across to the reunited trio. As they drew closer, the differences in Astrid's physical appearance became more obvious. Her neck wasn't so much thick as flared out like a cobra, a flabby fold of skin and flesh. With narrow shoulders, a short torso, and disproportionately thin arms, she was the opposite of Bo, who stood tall and handsome. Her smile, though, was instantly likable and vaguely reminiscent of Abigail in one of her mischievous moments. "Everybody, this is Astrid," Chase announced. He gestured around, making all the necessary introductions to the dark-haired woman. Though longer, her hair was the exact same medium brown color as Bo's. Astrid leaned forward, wincing a little as she shifted her weight. "It's nice to meet you all. I don't leave this place much anymore, and you're the first I've spoken to in many years." She looked wistful. "Bo and I used to travel, but that ended when I started getting ill a few years back. A shame. I have a thirst for knowledge, for nature and science, for everything." "You need to come with us to Carter," Hal said. "You and Miss Simone would get along nicely. Molly, too." He broke off. "Oh, of course you know them already." "And I've always known they lived in Carter," Astrid said. "It would be lovely to take a trip north to reunite with our old friends, but I fear I wouldn't survive the interrogation." "You haven't always been sick," Lauren said. "Why didn't you go before?" Bo's hands shot up, his palms outward. He looked pained. "Please, children, be careful of what you say. You just asked a question, and though Astrid knows the answer to that already, you might just as easily have asked something she had no clue about." Astrid patted his knee, and he forced a smile. "Questions form quickly and easily in our minds," Bo continued, "and we shoot them off without thinking. If Astrid doesn't know the answer to your question, however innocent, her unique talent kicks in and provides her with information. This depletes her energy, and though she hasn't used her talent in years now, she hasn't recovered from her loss." Abigail nudged closer to Hal, and he put his arm around her. Innocent, day-to-day questions were one thing, but he had to wonder how fine the line was between an important question and a loaded statement. If he asked, "It would be nice to know the meaning of life," would her talent automatically treat that as a question? He guessed the line was very fine indeed. "In answer to your perfectly simple question about why we have never gone north to see our friends before," Astrid said, shooting Lauren a smile, "the answer is simply that we didn't want to be part of the Shapeshifter Program. But why? Abigail started. Then her hand shot to her mouth. She reddened, swallowed, and spoke in a flat tone. I mean... Astrid looked at her in silence. It wasn't so much a glare as a contemplative gaze. You're a shapeshifter, aren't you? Like the others? Like you and Bo too, Hal thought. Abigail nodded. And you accept what your parents did to bring you into this world? You're comfortable in the knowledge that they made you into a monster? Ouch. I'm fine with it, Abigail said tightly. And you were fine with it from the very first day you changed? Abigail glanced sideways at Hal, then back at Astrid. Maybe not from the very first day. I was freaked out at first, but I got used to it pretty quick. Now I love being a fairy. I can't imagine not being one. Me neither, Hal said. When everyone looked at him, he realized how clumsy his remark had been. I mean, I can't imagine not being a dragon. Robbie and Lauren both uttered their agreement. With a smile, Astrid gripped her cane and shifted carefully again. Well, I'm pleased for you. Bo and I don't feel the same way. When we went to live with Norma in that old cottage up on the hill, she was so kind to us that we were happy to accept her invitation to stay as long as we liked. We waited for Chase to return to us, and she assured us he would be along with our parents any time now. We kept waiting and waiting, even standing out on the trail to watch. Chase frowned. I find that hard to believe. Simone told me she sent out search parties every day for weeks and never found a sign of you. Meanwhile, everyone else moved to Perivale, and Happy Valley Ridge was shut down. But people kept looking. If you'd been standing out on that trail... Well, apparently we kept missing each other, Astrid interrupted. She patted his knee. But Norma was kind. She sent lots of her friends along the trail day after day, searching for anybody from Happy Valley Ridge. She sent people to Perivale too, but they had nothing to report. The old professor wasn't there, and neither were my parents or friends. Hal frowned. That can't be right. I'm afraid it is, young man. Norma was happy to keep us, of course. We repaid her by providing her and her friends with answers. There was that odd reverence again, a slight change in timbre, as though Astrid herself was awed by her talent, a gift bestowed upon her by mystical forces. What answers? Abigail demanded. She sucked in a breath. Sorry. Astrid waved a hand to indicate that the simple question was fine. It was Bo who answered. The night everyone started changing, Astrid and I felt something. We resisted it. This is why we were so eager to run away from Happy Valley Ridge and stay away. The idea of transforming in agonizing pain like Lucas, or even with relative ease like the others, filled us both with horror. We had to stay away from that world, from everyone. So we fought the transformation that night, and we fought it the next day and in the weeks that followed. Yet, we continued to feel something strange, as though it were about to happen. Abigail squeezed Hal's hand with excitement. And did it? No, we never became sphinxes. A sigh of disappointment escaped from Hal's lips. Never? Never, Astrid said, a faint smile on her lips. But we transformed in another way. Norma had all manner of ailments, and on the morning after you left, Chase, we sat at the table for breakfast, and Norma dropped a plate. It smashed into tiny pieces. She laughingly asked if we knew a cure for arthritis. After a pause, Abigail said, And? Well, we didn't, of course. We didn't even know what arthritis was. But the moment she asked the question, a recipe popped into my head. It just came to me in a flash. Astrid looked around at them all. It was a recipe for a potion, a curious mixture of ingredients I'd never even heard of. Norma spent the afternoon mixing them up on a whim, and she rubbed the ghastly stuff on her hands as I directed, and the very next day her arthritis was gone. Bo smiled. That was our very first answer. Chapter 19. Answers. Dozens of questions flitted through Hal's mind. He wanted to know everything: how many other answers the twins came up with, how accurate they were, who asked the questions, what kinds of questions counted as oracle-worthy and required debilitating answers, and who knew about this startling gift. But he also wanted to understand why nobody had come for Bo and Astrid, and why the twins never sought their parents and friends. Their story only half made sense. As Abigail and Lauren carefully interrogated Astrid, Hal recognized that questions such as these didn't count as oracle-worthy. She seemed ready to answer, and of course it made sense that not every question she was asked would suck the energy from her, for if that were the case, she'd be dead by now. When Abigail gently inquired about this, Astrid said, "My dear, there are questions and there are questions. It's not the simple phrasing of a sentence and the inflection on the end that count as a question. It's the underlying need, the sense of importance. When Norma asked me if there was a cure for arthritis, she asked it loosely, perhaps rhetorically, but in that moment meant it with every ounce of her being. That's what counts as a question." "How do I stop being a werewolf?" Hal wanted to blurt out. The lure of the full moon was compelling. Guys," he said, wincing as a stab of pain shot across his shoulders. "I need locking up. Now." After the briefest of pauses, pandemonium struck as Robbie and Lauren grabbed Hal by the wrists and began dragging him back into the tunnel, while Abigail jumped up and down in her urgency to hurry Bo along. "Quickly, show Hal where to go. He's going to change any minute now." Astrid looked startled and opened her mouth to say something, but there was no time to explain, and she was left far behind. Bo darted in front of Hal and led the way along the tunnel. "Fight it, Hal," Abigail urged. "Don't change. You can do this. Stay as you are." She went on and on like that, and her words became a rushing sound in his head as his shoulders started to bulge. When his fingernails turned into claws, Lauren yelped and let go of him, and then it was up to Robbie to keep pushing him along. By this time, Bo had led them out of the tunnel and across the slippery, icy floor to the dark cavern, where the Hydra lurked in the oily black pool. "Ow!" Hal yelled, his knees buckling. As he crouched on all fours, he watched with horror as his fingers stretched and hair sprouted. His upper arms bulged and rippled, and his shoulders and back expanded, pressing against his clothes, but only for a moment, because his silky shirt shimmered in the subdued light and began to adapt to his rapid growth. Hands grabbed his wrists and feet. Dangling helplessly, he writhed and moaned at the stabbing pains deep within his flesh. His bones felt like they were being stretched, and that someone was reaching into his mouth, grabbing hold of his upper jaw and wrenching on it so hard that it distorted his features. He howled, the sound coming out like a girl's squeal before deepening to a coarse, guttural snarl half a second later. He was aware of being carried, dropped, carried again, then tossed down as he started to flail. Finally free, he turned onto his stomach, got his hands and feet planted on the ice floor, and stood. He found himself in an unfamiliar chamber with one exit. The room was still forming, its walls like liquid, rippling as the room grew larger. Then the walls froze solid. Hal launched himself toward the small exit, and a giant dragon head thrust itself in to block it. Balked, he scraped and raked ineffectually at the monster's scaly snout. Blackness overcame him. He lacked the strength and willpower to go up against the ferocious beast in his mind. His blood was poisoned, the werewolf curse surging through him. The last thing he remembered was the Hydra's snarl, its bugging eyes, and the flare of its nostrils as he hurled himself again and again at its face. When he woke, he stared up at the glass-like ceiling of the small chamber for a few minutes, trying and failing to recall everything that had happened. He had the feeling his wolfish intruder was claiming more and more of his mind each time it prowled around. Hal sat up, frowning into the darkness. The Hydra's head still blocked the only exit. He suddenly remembered raking his claws across its snout in an effort to break free. "Sorry, Hydra," he muttered. Eyes flicked open. The monster stirred, emitting a deep rumble. "Is it morning?" Hal asked, not quite sure why he was asking. It may be able to understand his words, but it couldn't reply, even if it wanted to. "Where are the others? Can you let me out now?" To his astonishment, the Hydra slowly pulled back from the chamber. As its ears and snout cleared the confined space, it swung up out of sight, and light streamed in. Hal checked himself over, stood, and wandered out. The Hydra was half in the black pool, its front paws gripping the rocky rim, and its 6 heads swaying high on thick, ponderous necks. All 12 roving eyes glared at him. "Sorry about last night," he said again. "I hope I didn't claw you too badly." He looked for signs of damage, but was unsure which of the 6 heads had blocked his exit all night, or perhaps it had switched them out from time to time while he was resting. Eager to find his friends, Hal hurried across to the blue-lit ice cavern and slid dangerously across the slopes until he reached the tunnel leading outside. His friends, along with Chase, Bo, and Astrid, were sitting around the same campfire they'd all eaten at the evening before. This time, several large fish as large as Hal's legs were smoking away, the scaly flesh blackened. He stared at that flesh, his stomach beginning to growl. More than that, he felt a stirring in the back of his mind. "Get lost," he told his intruder. Remembering what Lucas had said about the wolf trying to break through in the daytime, he drew himself up and scowled. "This is my body. You'd better scat." He sagged, suddenly feeling ridiculous. It wasn't a pesky rodent that lurked in his mind, but a terrifying lichen werewolf monster that could use his body to rip innocent people to shreds. Still, his moment of bravado seemed to have worked. The rising unease had vanished. For now. Abigail ran to him. She nearly knocked him off his feet, but he didn't mind. When she pulled back, she peered into his eyes and whispered, "Ask the Oracle how to get rid of this problem." "Can't. She looks pretty weak." "Nothing a good shapeshift wouldn't fix," she muttered fiercely. "She's so stubborn. If she would only ask herself how to transform, she could do it, and then she'd get better, and then she could answer many more questions. I wanted to ask her that myself, but Bo told me not to. Come on, let's get you fed." She pulled him over to the campfire, where the others were silently munching on bits of fish. "Sleep well?" Lauren asked. "Define sleep," Hal retorted. "No, seriously, you must sleep sometime, right? I mean, it's not like you're getting a good 8 hours or whatever, but if you didn't sleep at all, you wouldn't be able to walk and talk in the daytime." Hal frowned. "The wolf rests sometimes. In the mornings, I think. He seems weaker then, after being active all night. I think I sleep just fine while the wolf is running around." The twins sat close enough that their knees were touching. Straight and tall, Bo was the perfect contrast to Astrid's bent, awkward figure. Her cane stood propped against the boulder she sat on. "Bo and Astrid were telling us how they met the Hydra and set up home here," Robbie told Hal. "Here, let me run through it quickly." He launched straight into an account of how it had happened. Back when the twins were just turning 9 and had accepted Norma as their new guardian, they took to exploring the riverbanks. Warnings of the 6-headed dragon had compelled them to look closer rather than stay away, and before long, the monster was chasing them away at least once every few days. It never harmed them, though, even when Astrid slipped and hurt her ankle. The Hydra had loomed over the twins, screaming and roaring, and could have eaten them in one gulp, but instead it had turned and stomped away. After that, Bo and Astrid decided the Hydra was just a big softy, as they put it. Curiosity got the better of them, and by the time they were 10, they had figured out not only where the Hydra disappeared into the murky depths of the river, but also what caused it to emerge in the first place. Catching fish was what did it. Hal immediately looked at the steaming morsel he held in his fingers. Astrid smiled. We're privileged. Robbie went on with the story. A passing traveller had caught 1 or 2 fish right as the twins were walking downstream. The water had swirled and opened up, and the Hydra had emerged from an impossible funnel-like opening and chased the hunter away. And once it had revealed its hiding place, Bo and Astrid made it their mission to find a way in. "Why didn't you just ask Astrid?" Hal said to Bo. "You could have figured all that stuff out in 5 minutes if you'd asked all the right questions." "2 reasons," Bo said. "First, we were young. We didn't really understand how accurate Astrid's answers were. I did ask her about the Hydra, and she told me all along it was a big softy, but who would believe such a thing until it actually showed itself to be one?" Hal couldn't argue with that. But secondly, Norma refrained from explaining to us that Astrid had such a talent, and it wasn't until after Norma died that Marjorie finally told us the truth and suggested we become the Oracle. He paused, wrinkling his brow and looking skyward. "That was the first time we visited Callister. We woke one morning and found Norma dead, and we didn't know what to do. We couldn't wait for Marjorie to come by, so we went down to the village to find her." "You'd never been to the village before that?" Hal said. "Norma and Marjorie said it was best to steer clear of the place. She said it wasn't safe. It seemed all right, though, when we eventually found ourselves there. People were friendly enough, though a little confused about where we'd come from. Apparently, nobody knew we were living with Norma." Alarm bells started ringing in Hal's head. Surely everyone knew of the twins. Hadn't they been out searching for them when they'd gone missing? Bo shrugged. "We were surprised, too. Marjorie explained that we were very special, that she and Norma had kept us a secret to protect us." "From what?" Chase asked. "We wondered the same thing. And that was when she explained about my dear sister's talent. Suddenly we understood that everyone would be badgering her for answers, and after Norma's funeral, Marjorie suggested we move away from the cottage and live in secret in these underwater caves we'd found, protected by the Hydra that we were so fond of. We'd befriended the gentle beast by then, you see." "She suggested you live in a cave," Abigail said, with her hands to her face. "How old were you at this point?" 11. "It wasn't so bad," Astrid said. "It was kind of an adventure back when we were young. Marjorie taught us a lot, gave us plenty of supplies. The Hydra protected us and helped us catch fish. And we started traveling, too. We took off for a few weeks at a time, exploring the land. It was fun." Bo nodded. "Marjorie warned us our lives would be in danger if anyone found out the truth about us, but not if things were done right, and we provided an official service through a single point of contact. And so the Oracle came to be, with Marjorie as our spokesperson." As fascinating as Hal found this story, some very important questions were rattling through his mind. Apart from the obvious, how to cure his werewolf curse, he really wanted to know more about her talent. He had to be very careful about what he asked, making sure they were things Astrid would know already. He took a deep breath and plunged in. "Astrid, if someone asks you something, I mean a proper, meaningful question, do you have to answer it? Can you refuse?" Astrid grimaced. "If some needy person shoved their face in front of mine and barked out a difficult question, my talent would set to work, and the answer would pop into my head, and I'd immediately feel like throwing up. Of course, if someone were that rude, I'd simply refuse to convey that answer." "Fair enough," Hal said. "But I see you have something on your mind, young man," Astrid said with a smile. Spit it out. Carefully. Chewing on a steaming piece of fish, as everyone watched him silently, Hal chose his words with care. If you were to shapeshift, you'd probably self-heal like the rest of us. You wouldn't need to worry about— We've been over this, Hal, Lauren said, sounding tired. For that matter, she looked tired. They all did. Considering his werewolf problem, it seemed ironic that Hal felt well-rested while the rest of them were worn down. Astrid doesn't want to shapeshift. She doesn't want to be a sphinx. But if you did, he said to Astrid, you'd be well again, and then you could stay human as long as you want and only change when you get sick again. It's not like you have to stay in sphinx form. Both twins shook their heads. We understand your reasoning, Bo said, but we ran away from that when we were young, and we've avoided it all our lives. You weren't sick before, Hal said, frustration boiling up. Now you are. You can keep hiding out here in this hole in the ground, or you can live your lives without worrying about people asking you things. You can go see your friends in Carter, your parents if they're still around. I plan to one day, Astrid said stiffly. I can travel. I have earplugs I can wear in case someone asks me what the world is coming to. A few of the group tittered, and Hal had to admit that was pretty funny. But it brought up another question he thought it would be all right to ask. So when you ask yourself a big question like that, doesn't your talent kick in and answer you? She shook her head. I ask myself all kinds of questions. Where are our parents? Where is Chase? Why am I cursed with this stunted body? How can I get better? She winked. Actually, Bo has already sprung all these questions on me. Yes, he said. If she wants to know something, she asks me to ask her, a strange nuance of her talent. Astrid patted his knee. He asked most of these questions when we were young, when I didn't get sick afterward. Bo looked down at the ground. His eyes closed, and Astrid patted his knee again. And what was the answer? Abigail said. I mean, it's okay to tell us, right? Since you already know it? The woman nodded. Unfortunately, the cure for my failing health is to become a sphinx shapeshifter, just as you suggested. Abigail sat up straight, looking ready to burst. Robbie murmured something that sounded like "swat we said" under his breath. It was Chase who spoke. You have to do this, Astrid. Just change and get better. What's the big deal? She struggled to her feet and started hobbling away, leaning on her knobby cane. This was the first time Hal had seen her standing, and it wasn't so much standing as bending forward with shoulders hunched. She winced with every step. Easy to say, Chase. Would you readily transform into a monster right here and now if the ability was offered to you? Yes, he said. But when she said nothing more and continued hobbling away, he frowned and took off his glasses to wipe them. I think so anyway. Bo gripped Chase's shoulder. Like Astrid said, it's very easy to say that from where you're standing. We want no part of it, though. It's not the physical change itself that we fear, but rather the principle, what it means to give in after all these years of standing firm on the matter. We never asked for this. Nor did we, Abigail argued. But if we weren't shapeshifters, we wouldn't exist at all, nor would you. And that in itself is fundamentally wrong, Bo said. Don't you see? It's not that we couldn't exist without being shapeshifters. We could have if Professor Bartholomew had chosen to allow it. These people, the professor and his team of scientists and even our parents, made a deal to create us a certain way. Yes, we exist because of them, but only on their terms and as freaks of nature, as scientific experiments carefully engineered to suit their own purposes. But, Hal started. Bo held up his hand. Why do these people get to choose what we are? How we exist? What if you rescued a drowning cat only on the condition that it be grafted and stitched to a dog as part of an experiment? This brought a startled silence to the group. Hal looked sideways at Abigail. She looked shocked at the idea of such a thing. "It sounds terrible, doesn't it?" Bo said, speaking of a poor dog and cat in this way, suggesting the dog only lives if he shares his life with another. "That's not the same," Abigail murmured. "It's how Astrid and I feel about it, though. We exist only on the condition that we share our lives inextricably linked with monsters, that we are those monsters, obliged to interact with similar monsters for the benefit of a few who want to play at being gods." Astrid had, by now, hobbled all the way across the chasm to her favorite ledge, where she painfully turned and sank onto it. Bo's face had slowly reddened, and now he stood with hands on hips, daring anyone to argue further. Lauren broke the awkward pause. "I get what you're saying. We've often felt a bit used as well. When we first arrived in this world, Hal had to go face the dragons in the labyrinth, and I had to deal with filthy harpies in their nest. We get it, really we do. But it's not all doom and gloom, Bo." She looked around at Hal, Abigail, and Robbie. "We love being who we are. Don't we, guys?" They all nodded. "And I'm pleased for you," Bo said. "Astrid and I, however, are set in our ways." He stood and sighed. "It's frustrating, though. I would enjoy reuniting with all my old school friends except Simone. I liked her well enough at school, but now she's replicating the work of that old professor, which I find disappointing to say the least." The discussion was over. He headed off to sit with Astrid, leaving the rest of them to muse. Hal couldn't help feeling Bo had made some good sense, but was it enough to allow his sister to suffer in pain and hide out for the rest of her life? Was their stubbornness warranted? He didn't think so. "So now what?" Robbie asked. "Head home?" "I can't leave without them," Chase muttered. Abigail turned to him. "Why? They're not your responsibility now. They've grown up, and now you're the minor. Besides, the mission was to find them, not necessarily to bring them home." "My mission was different from yours," Chase said with a scowl. "My mission was more personal. I feel like I failed them, and now I have no way to make it up and set things right." "They're refusing to make things easy for you," Abigail said, nodding. "Well, I think you did as much as you possibly could all those years ago, and you've done as much as you possibly can now, and you shouldn't be so hard on yourself." "Right," Lauren agreed. Chase sighed heavily. "It just happened a month ago. 25 years to them, a month to me. Life has moved on. I don't even have a dad anymore. For all I know, he died while I was standing around, doing nothing." "Oh, Chase," Abigail said. Her hand snaked toward him, but he saw it and leapt up in a sudden fury. He stalked toward Bo and Astrid and started yelling as he got close. "Hey! Did you ever think to ask yourselves about me?" "Uh-oh," Hal said, springing to his feet. He took off after Chase with Robbie, Abigail, and Lauren hot on his heels. Bo had risen, his hands up to stop Chase's advance. "I asked Astrid many years ago why you didn't come back," he said, his words rushing out. "She said you'd been calcified. I asked if you would ever return, and she said you would, one day in the distant future." The curly-haired boy had the look of someone who had been cheated. "That's it? Don't you want to know what it's like to be turned to stone and then wake to find that 25 years have passed? To find that my dad might have died while I was gone?" Astrid sucked in a breath. Chase was too fired up to notice. "How do you think I feel right now, knowing that my little 8-year-old buddies have grown up and moved on, and my favorite, my funny little Astrid, is crippled and in pain and refusing to make herself better even though she could do so just like that?" He snapped his fingers to punctuate his comment. "Chase, stop!" Bo urged. He'd gone white and was trying to get between him and Astrid. "Be careful what you—" 25 years, Chase yelled. "Gone. And where was I all that time? Just standing there, staring into—" He broke off, because Hal had clamped a hand over the older boy's mouth. Bo looked aghast as he swung around to face Astrid. The woman bent double. Her cane fell from her grasp and clattered to the ground, and she gasped and clutched her head. Bo grabbed her just as she started to tip sideways, and he clung on while she moaned, "World of darkness and gatekeeper." "Oh no," Hal murmured. "That was the wrong question to ask." Chapter 20. A Monster is Born. The deterioration was swift and horrifying. Astrid, gripped in Bo's strong arms, visibly wilted as they watched, her face thinning and whitening, her eyes bulging. She gasped and clawed at the air, and Bo held her close, rocking her to and fro as tears slipped down his cheeks. Abigail grabbed one of her flailing hands. "Astrid, listen to me. You need to change. You need to transform into a sphinx. You'll self-heal." The woman's eyes had glazed over, and she was sputtering for breath, but still she shook her head fiercely. "I promise you," Abigail urged, "it'll make you better. It might take a few shifts, but you'll heal. Please." Bo glared at her. "We don't want that. We'd rather die than become monsters." "She will die," Abigail cried. "Is that what you want, Bo? For your sister to die? Because that's what's going to happen. If not now, then soon." Hal pulled at her arm. "Hey, go easy." She huffed and let go of Astrid's hand. "Stubborn as mules," she muttered, as Bo pulled his sister closer and clung to her. "I know, but it's their choice." While Robbie and Lauren fidgeted and wrung their hands, Chase leapt forward. His moment of guilt for what he'd done had been replaced by a steely determination. "Bo, if you love your sister, you'll tell her to stop being an idiot and save herself. Does she know how to transform? Did you ever ask her?" Bo shook his head, saying nothing. "Then ask her, Bo, or I will." His face reddened. "That'll kill her for sure. Look at her. Any more questions and she'll die." "She's dying anyway, like Abigail said. Ask her, Bo." Astrid's eyelids fluttered. After a moment, she focused and turned her gaze toward Chase. Her cracked lips moved, her voice rasping. "That was far more than I needed to know." Hal knew she was referring to Chase's previous question. He leaned toward her. "It's not his fault. Chase doesn't remember any of it. Nobody does except me. The gatekeeper let me keep my memory so I could do what she wanted and open all those portals. Chase didn't know anything about it. If he had, he wouldn't have asked you about it." The curly-headed boy glanced from Hal to Astrid, bewilderment etched across his face. "What are you talking about?" Astrid reached for Hal. Her hand shook violently as he grasped it between both of his. "You're a special boy," she croaked. "You were in the wrong place at the wrong time, or perhaps the right place at the right time. But however you look at it, you were chosen by one that even my talent can't make sense of. Perhaps if you ask me about the gatekeeper more directly, then I might be able to—" "No!" Bo cried, and clamped a hand over his sister's mouth while glaring at Hal. "Do not ask any such thing." "I won't," Hal said. "Bo," Chase warned, his voice low and even. The man looked at him, his eyes red and glistening. He shook his head and looked down at Astrid. She peered up at him. She had stopped shuddering and now lay still in his arms, her breath coming in short, shallow gasps. She managed to say, "Farewell, my sweet brother." Bo's eyes widened. "Astrid, no." Her eyes began to roll. In the seconds that followed, it was clear Bo had made up his mind he wasn't ready to lose his sister. His despair turned to desperation, then to a steely resolve, and he shook Astrid awake and sat her upright. "Wake up. Astrid, listen to me. Forget what we said before. I have a question for you." He leaned closer and whispered in her ear, though his question was loud enough for the entire group to pick up. "How do you transform into a sphinx?" Her eyes widened again, focused, then crossed. Her cheeks, already sunken and pale, sagged further, so that her cheekbones and eye sockets became prominent. She now looked like a skeleton with a thin layer of skin, and her thin lips drew back to reveal her surprisingly even teeth. It was hard to believe anything remained beneath the long shawl she wore. But though she lolled backward like a rag doll, her life force draining away as her talent provided her with yet another answer, something stirred in her. With fluttering eyelids, a frown creased her forehead, and her bony fingers clenched and unclenched as though she were trying to grab at something that wasn't there. Realizing she was trying to sit up, Bo hoisted her forward. She immediately lunged out of his grasp, falling forward onto her hands and knees, and he yelled and tried to pick her up again. Astrid's hair dangled in the dirt as she rested her forehead on the ground and crouched there. Hal's hackles, whether real or not, rose on the back of his neck as a tingling energy crackled up his fingers and arms. Robbie, Lauren, and Abigail held up their own hands, clearly experiencing the same phenomenon. Bo and Chase, however, appeared not to notice as they knelt and tried to pull Astrid upright without hurting her. She was moaning softly and kept shrugging them off. The transformation was sluggish, rather like Emily's when she had been deathly sick. Astrid's fingers shortened and grew claws, her hands sprouted fur, and her arms and shoulders, hidden beneath her voluminous robe, thickened and bulged and altered in a somewhat jerky fashion. Meanwhile, her torso lengthened, and in the center of her upper back, strange protuberances nudged at the underside of her clothing. Her feet, which were tucked underneath where she knelt, began to stretch, and her shoes twisted sideways and popped off. Her body from the neck down became that of a lion, only somewhat larger than a manticore too. Slowly she stood, her arms having transformed into forelegs. The odd protuberances on her back stretched at her robes, and it soon became apparent they were giving her trouble because she moaned and twisted her head to see what was wrong. Both Lauren and Abigail leapt forward. "Give me a knife!" Abigail cried. "Bo! A knife!" It was Chase who reacted first, fishing in his pocket for the multi-tool a soldier had given him. He handed it to Abigail, and she snapped it open and started hacking at the material on Astrid's back. As soon as she had a hole cut, Lauren dug her fingers in and started ripping, while Abigail worked on the other. Great feathered wings pushed their way out, a little wet and slimy. Hal remembered Abigail describing her own wings as such the first time she'd grown them. They shot upward and unfurled, slick, light brown feathers spreading wide and flinging off gooey droplets. Free to stretch, Astrid stood high and tall, her new form complete. Though her head remained human, it was now considerably larger than Bo's. She had grown into a powerful, cat-like creature with golden fur that shone from beneath her twisted, dangling robes. Standing straight, she was able to look down on her brother. Her broad lion back looked as thick and sturdy as a horse's. She swished her tail back and forth. Hal was pleased to see it was just a simple lion's tail. He couldn't face another awful manticore stinger. Astrid's face had filled out, and color had returned. She twisted around, causing her hair to fling about, and let out a wail of anguish that echoed around the chasm. "What have I done?" Bo, who was crumpled on the ground, scrambled to his feet and approached her. Sister, it's all right. Just calm down." "Calm down?" she screamed. "Look at me." Though her shock and horror was real to her and Bo, Hal couldn't help finding it funny. Perhaps it was relief bubbling to the surface. It didn't help that Abigail had already started grinning, barely able to contain her giggles. The twisted robes were comical too. She really needed some smart clothes. "What's so funny?" Chase demanded, his voice low. "How can you laugh at her at a time like this?" "We're not laughing," Abigail said, clamping a hand over her mouth as Astrid's wails grew louder, and Bo's constant reassurance became more forced. "It's just good to see her well again. We're happy, Chase." "She still looks sick to me," Robbie muttered. "Look at her." Astrid chose that moment to stagger, and she reached up with a furry forepaw to clutch at Bo's outstretched arms. She was much heavier than before, though, and nearly took her brother down with her. They staggered together, and Astrid's wings jerked haphazardly, occasionally swiping Bo in the face. "Change again," Abigail called, her mirth back under control. "You'll feel better if you switch back to human form. Every time you change, you'll heal just a little more." She and Lauren had to repeat this advice several times before Astrid finally registered what they were saying. She stopped wailing and frowned, then nodded vigorously. "Yes, yes," she said. "Move back, Bo." When she reverted to her more familiar human form, the change was much swifter and assured. She staggered again, and this time Bo was able to hold her up with ease. It was a good thing her robes allowed her to change unhindered for the most part, but some undergarments had been torn asunder and lay in tatters on the ground behind her. "It's working," she whispered. "Bo, it's working. I feel better." What struck Hal was how much more normal she looked compared to before. She no longer had such an obvious flare to her neck. Her limbs seemed a little better proportioned, and she stood taller. Bo had noticed. He was looking her up and down in astonishment. "Astrid, you're different. Why is that?" Too late, he realized he'd just asked her an important question. Exasperation crossed Astrid's face as her talent set to work, and immediately her cheeks thinned again, her face paling. "Oh, this is getting ridiculous," she muttered. Hal and Robbie stood aside, watching the whole spectacle as the girls and Chase moved closer and urged Astrid to change again. Arguments filled the air. Abigail's demanding tones, Lauren's gentle reasoning, Chase's pleading, and Bo's apologies at being such a fool. Eventually, Astrid began her transformation again, this time more fluidly. Seconds later, the Sphinx stood there once more, her robes bunched up across her back. Her wings were spread wide, this time dry with shiny golden feathers fluttering in a breeze. Abigail was already getting onto her about shifting yet again. "You have to keep doing it, back and forth, over and over, until you're fully healed. You're not as young as us, and your healing abilities don't work as well." When Astrid next reverted to human form, the odd flare in her neck was gone, and she stood as tall as Bo, with no notable curvature in her spine or deviance in her overall proportions. She didn't seem to have noticed, though. "I'm only doing this until I'm better," she grumbled. "Then I'm going to be me again. No more of this monstrous form. It's horrible." "Even so," Bo said softly, reaching to touch her face. "It's really working." For the first time, Astrid realized she was standing upright without difficulty. Glancing down at her cane, which lay on the ground, she held up her hands and moved them slowly in the air, watching as she wiggled her fingers. Then she gently touched the sides of her neck. "You asked me why I'm different," she said to Bo. "It's because my missing chromosome has been replaced. I'm being repaired. I'm becoming more like you, Bo." And it was then Hal realized just how alike the two were now. Aside from her long, somewhat messy hair and his more masculine, angular face with stubble, the two were very similar. The same color eyes, the same thin nose, even the same creases across the forehead. Still, Abigail and Lauren persuaded her to transform again, and she did so a little less grudgingly, 3 more times until she was full of verve. In Sphinx form, she bounded around the chasm and began to flap her wings. When all 4 feet rose off the ground, she gave a scream and dropped back down again, then tucked her wings in tight, folding them as a bird would. She danced back and forth, leaping from one clump of rocks to another, unable to keep still. "I'd say she's feeling pretty good," Hal said. Bo nodded, silent. His face was a mixture of awe and fear? Regret? It was hard to tell. Hal guessed he was happy to see his sister alive and well, but sad she had succumbed to her shape-shifting ability after all these years of resistance. What about Bo himself? Would he agree to transform now that Astrid had? She came leaping toward him, her lion paws flailing as though she was having trouble controlling her new body. She looked radiant, her hair and voluminous robes flying as she tore down the length of the chasm. When she arrived in front of the group, her cheeks were red, her hot breath pluming in the cold air. For just a few seconds it was plain she was happy, but when she looked at Bo and saw the sad look on his face, her spirits plummeted and dismay took over. "Oh, Astrid," Bo said, looking pained. Her face reddened further. With a cry, she spread her wings, flapped hard, and rose off the ground. Her tail and all four lion paws dangled as she swung around and shot upward out of the chasm. She disappeared from sight with a final, echoing sob. After a silence, Abigail and Lauren turned to Bo. "You idiot!" one cried. The other exclaimed, "What's wrong with you?" Bo's shoulders sagged, and he collapsed on a rock and stared down at the ground. "She'll never be the same again. My Astrid, with her poor, crooked body and funny little ways, is gone. Now she's ordinary." "Ordinary?" Hal repeated. "She's not ordinary. She's a sphinx." "I don't want her to be a sphinx," Bo complained. This provoked a barrage of complaints from Chase and the two girls. Hal and Robbie glanced at each other and shrugged helplessly. "I don't want her to be a sphinx," Bo said again, firmer this time. When the others fell silent, he glared at them all in turn before wagging his finger at Chase. "You should never have come after us. We were fine until you arrived. Now we'll never be the same again. My dear twin sister is a shapeshifter, something we agreed long ago to avoid. But why?" Abigail demanded. "What's the big deal? Why do you have to be so pig-headed about it?" "Because Professor Bartholomew abandoned us. Our parents abandoned us. Everyone abandoned us. Chase, you had a good reason for not coming back. We understand that, and we don't blame you, but nobody else had your excuse." He looked around at each of the group again. "I know we ran away because we were scared of becoming monsters, but we were just a couple of 8-year-old kids and would have got with the program eventually if only someone had come back for us." "They tried," Lauren said. Bo shook his head and a choked laugh escaped his lips. "They didn't try hard enough. They left us. Apparently, only shapeshifters were worth taking care of. We'd run away and vowed not to shift, and everyone, the professor, our parents, even our friends, decided we were no longer worth the bother." "But that's just so not true," Abigail argued. "You're completely wrong about this," Chase said at the same time. "And yet here we are," Bo said. "Anyway, we made up our minds about this when we were 8 years old, and it's hard to shake that resolve after 25 years of loathing. I wanted Astrid to shift just now because I wanted her to live. Well, it worked, but I feel like I've lost the sister I grew up with." Abigail took a few steps toward him until she was inches from his face, looking up at him. "Okay, Buster, listen up." The man moved back an inch, his eyebrows raised in surprise. "Get over it," Abigail went on. "Astrid hasn't felt so good in years, but now she's ashamed of herself because she saw the look on your stupid face. Go find her and apologize. Either get with the program or learn to live with it, because otherwise you'll never see your sister again." Bo puffed out his chest, his face darkening. "Now listen here, young lady." "All aboard," Hal called. "Anyone who's coming with me to find Astrid, jump on now." With that, he transformed. He couldn't help chuckling at the indignant look on Bo's face and Abigail's smug expression. She smiled as she buzzed closer, then shrank to her diminutive fairy size, about 6 inches tall. Robbie and Chase clambered onto his back at once, and Lauren's white-feathered wings burst into being with a familiar whump sound. Meanwhile, Bo stood there looking flustered, his face red and his mouth opening and closing. "Room for one more," Robbie called. "Right, Hal?" Hal grunted and nodded. It was with a great deal of effort that Bo gave in and approached. He looked Hal up and down, his nose wrinkling with obvious distaste. "This is just wrong," he muttered. "So it's okay to make a 6-headed dragon into a pet, but it's not okay to ride a normal one?" Robbie demanded. Bo's reply was stiff as he climbed up. "This dragon is anything but normal. It's like Felipe all over again, like all the rest of the shapeshifters." He sighed. "You'll have to forgive me. Astrid and I have spent our lives avoiding—" Yeah, Hal thought. He jerked upright, causing Bo to let out a yelp. But at least it stopped the man's complaining. Hal launched into the air and shot out of the narrow chasm opening. Lauren flew ahead, already scouring the countryside for the errant sphinx. The chasm was just a little way east of the river, hidden among the trees, a giant crack in the ground that was impossible for ordinary passers-by to spot unless they cut through the woods and happened upon it. From what he remembered, Astrid had soared into the sky and turned toward the river. He followed her route. Somewhere below, in the fast-flowing water, was the submerged rock with the faces carved into it and the hidden entrance to the caves. As Hal flew over, he glimpsed an unnatural swirling, an eddy that somehow defied the natural current. Below the surface, the 6-headed hydra lurked. "Magic is simply unexplained science," Miss Simone always said, but Hal doubted she could explain anything that had happened recently. Chapter 21. The Talent Fades. They searched for 20 minutes before Bo had the bright idea of checking the cottage in the woods. He and his sister had frequented Norma's old place in years past, checking it over and tidying up any mess left by mice. It had been ages since either of them had stopped by, but it seemed the most likely retreat for someone who was scared and upset and probably wanted to immerse herself in familiarity. Hal and Lauren flew up the valley slopes, over the woods on the brow of the hill, then descended and thumped down on the path that led down to Callister. Once they found the narrow offshoot to Norma's cottage, they hurried along with Bo in the lead. The cottage was quiet. Without pause, Bo pushed open the front door and stomped inside. Chase and Robbie crowded in behind him, and Lauren next. Hal and Abigail stood in the doorway, peering into the gloom. "Astrid?" Bo called. "Are you here?" For a second, there was no answer. Then a soft voice replied, "Leave me alone." Everyone edged farther into the cottage, filling the small living room. Astrid emerged from a bedroom at the back, walking tall without any evidence of stiff joints. She looked sad, yet hopeful. Bo moved toward her with his arms open. "Dear sister, please don't run away from me again. I'm sorry I looked so upset with the way you were. Your sphinx form will take getting used to, that's all." She gave a wry smile. "You won't have to get used to it if I never change again. I admit it was interesting for a while, and Bo, the view from the sky is breathtaking, but I'm still me, and I intend to stay me." They embraced, and Hal swore he heard the cottage sigh. It might have been a breeze whistling through the trees, though. Chase grinned from ear to ear. "Good to see you kids back together." "Who are you calling kids, kid?" Bo murmured over his shoulder. Abigail cleared her throat. I don't want to cause an argument or anything, but I'm pretty sure you'll be transforming again, Astrid. Every time someone asks you a question, you'll probably feel ill, and then you'll need to change and self-heal again." "So, no more questions then," Astrid said, gently disengaging from her brother. I think I need to leave this place for good. The villagers have treated me well over the years, and I need to thank them before I move on. After that, well, I'll slip away and go places I've never been. We'll go together, Bo said. Astrid beamed. Of course we will, brother. A thought popped into Hal's head. I'm pretty sure Miss Simone will have a lot of questions for you. She'll want to know all kinds of things like... Stop! Bo snapped. He glowered for a moment, then smiled. Sorry. Force of habit, but please. Remember not to throw out important questions without giving it some thought first. Abigail squeezed Hal's arm, and he looked at her. She was nodding and tipping her head sideways toward Astrid. Ask her, she whispered. Huh? She rolled her eyes and raised her voice. Astrid? Hal does have a really important question for you, if you don't mind. He wouldn't ask except it could be a matter of life and death. Well, it's not... Hal started. It really is, Abigail interrupted, her voice firm. She pushed him toward Astrid. Go ahead, Hal. This is something you need to know. He shuffled closer, then almost stopped dead as a wave of negativity swept through him, a sudden self-hatred that almost caused him to cry out. Astrid was frowning. I think I know what you're going to ask, and it's important enough that you ask me. So go ahead, form your question, and let my talent work. All eyes were on Hal as he struggled with his internal demon. He tried not to let it show, and he stared at the floor as if puzzling over the phrasing. An ominous figure seemed to stand right behind him, its hands circling his throat and claws caressing his skin, while a deep snarl rumbled through his body. Go away, he told it without conviction. Get out of my head. The wolf said nothing back to him. It seemed incapable of dialogue, internal or otherwise. Yet its mood was clear. The beast's claws pressed deeper, and a familiar pain began to prick Hal's shoulders. The words blurted out, How do I stop turning into a werewolf? The moment the question was out, the inner wolf reeled backward and howled. Hal gasped, but all eyes were on Astrid because she winced and clutched her chest at the exact same time. She staggered and collapsed into the armchair with Bo fawning over her, asking if she was all right. She batted him away and tried to take a breath. It's different. This time, she said. What's different? Robbie said. Astrid was frowning deeply. It feels different. My talent is struggling. Why? Bo asked. Then clapped a hand over his mouth. She winced again, and with a look of surprise began to waste away. It was as though her healthy flesh was melting like butter until only a thin fold of skin covered her skull and bones. Change! Bo yelled at her. Change! He grasped her by the arms and struggled to get her out of the chair. Hal went to help, but Chase beat him to it. Together, they dragged the woman upright and stood with her arms draped around their shoulders and her body slumped between them, her feet barely supporting her at all. She transformed sluggishly again, just like the first time. As her rear end took the form of a lion, it pushed back against the armchair and knocked it away, at the same time thrusting her forward. They all lost their balance, but Astrid, now on 4 furry feet, remained standing. Gasping, she shifted again, reverting to her human form in the blink of an eye, ending up on hands and knees. Already, her cheeks had filled out again. She wasn't back to full health, but she took a few deep breaths and scowled at Bo. In answer to your question, dear brother, my talent seems to be fading, because I was never supposed to have this talent in the first place. I always was a little different, and an abundance of unused magic didn't help. Mother Nature dealt me a terrible hand. I was underdeveloped in some ways, overdeveloped in others. But now that I've shapeshifted, it seems I've not only regained my health, but repaired myself more deeply, too. I'm normal for the first time in my life, and being normal means no special talent. Bo planted his hands on his hips. Good. She nodded, then turned and stumbled toward Hal, gripping him by the shoulders as she leaned in. Your question, my boy, was a big one. You asked how to stop turning into a werewolf. I have 4 possible answers. 4? Everyone in the room repeated in unison. She nodded and swallowed. She let go of Hal's shoulders, composed herself, and straightened her twisted robes. The first option is to avoid wolfish transformations simply by killing yourself first. Not an option, Abigail said stiffly. What's next? The second option is to master control and exert a stronger will than that of the wolf. Astrid shrugged. I can coach you on that. I suddenly have a surprising amount of know-how on the subject. The problem is that it takes a long, long time to get it right. I've already tried, Hal said. Lucas said I wouldn't be able to do it. He said it took years of practice for him to finally get the upper hand. I'll bet those were fun times for his parents. As if to back up his argument, the wolf barked a laugh and began dragging its claws on what he imagined was brain tissue. Pain lanced across his skull. What's next? Abigail asked, her eyes wide with hope. Astrid bit her lip before speaking. Third is remaining in wolf form forever. That way, you won't transform because you'll already be... And last, Hal said impatiently, trying to ignore the rush of longing that poured from his intruder. Last is a tried and trusted method, a full transfusion of your blood using wolfsbane. Your blood is pumped out through a tube, while fresh blood from another person is pumped back in, and meanwhile, wolfsbane is used to kill any last traces of the werewolf poison. Hal was already shaking his head. Lucas told me about that too. If I do that, I'll have the blood of a non-shapeshifter in my veins, and I'll lose my ability to transform into a dragon. Astrid bowed her head. I know. And there's no way to avoid that, Lauren piped up. Everyone looked toward Astrid, wondering if this new question would spark another relapse. She paled and blinked, but apparently her talent had already extracted that information. How do we know, Lauren added carefully, that the shapeshifter ability is in the blood and not in the body itself? It's in both, Astrid said. The dragon imprint is in the body at a cellular level, but it's the blood that enables the shifting. And you can't just use someone else's shapeshifter blood either. That would cause a conflict and would fail. The only blood that pairs with your dragon imprint is your own, and it's forever tainted. So you'd need to start over. New imprint, new blood. With a heavy sigh, Hal hung his head. So there's no cure then? A curious chuffing sound in his head told him the wolf was delighted with this news. Shut up. This isn't over yet. Well, this single word from Astrid caused everyone to stare at her with a sense of rising hope. Tell us, Abigail said. A long silence fell. Astrid turned away and stood there pondering. It was a while before she looked back at Hal, her face twisted with anxiety and indecision. Like I said, you'd need to start over, she said at last. What does that mean? Robbie let out an exclamation. You mean go back in time? Go back to before he was bitten and... No, Astrid said. Nothing so ridiculous. Then what? Abigail cried. Make a new baby, Hal? Sorry, but I can't wait 12 years for him to be back to the way he is now. Annoyingly, Astrid shook her head. I need to talk to Simone. Her statement took everyone by surprise. Why? Bo asked, this time more deliberately, as if he had given that question some thought before asking. Because, dear brother, the fourth answer is twofold. Hal asked a very specific question, and my talent extracted a very specific and rather complicated answer. I told you all the first part about the transfusion. The second part is a little too much information for me to handle, rather like Chase's question earlier. She looked meaningfully at him, and Chase spread his hands. What? I still don't know what you even mean by that. I remember nothing during my 25 years as a statue. I was asleep. Oh, but you weren't, Astrid said, clearly awed. She looked at Hal. And neither were you. You were there with him. Where? Chase almost yelled with frustration. Abigail battered his arm. It's a long story. Another time, okay? Now, Astrid, please. What's Hal's answer? Still, she looked cagey. I can't tell you. I need to talk to Simone. If it helps, we can go right now. I'm willing to travel. I have a lot to discuss with Simone. But why Simone? Chase demanded, still looking irritated. Because she's the head of the Shapeshifter Program and the entire science department. She needs to know everything I've learned today. The idea of finally heading home filled Hal with relief, even though the idea of another moonlit night filled him with dread. Still, there were plenty of places to secure himself back in Carter, if he could only hold the wolf at bay until then. It was getting impatient. He could sense it stalking about in the back of his head, looking for a way out of its cage now, rather than wait until nightfall. Hal believed the wolf was plenty strong enough to take over if he allowed his fear to show, which was why he constantly shoved those thoughts aside and grew angrier as the day wore on. Curiously, his inner dragon had started to show itself now, and he welcomed its support. But was the added strength of his faithful reptilian friend enough? If only Astrid had an answer for him. Why did she need to talk to Miss Simone about it first? It wasn't fair. They stood out on the path that led down the hill to Callister. The small village basked in the midday sun, a cluster of seemingly miniature buildings nestled among the surrounding slopes and bordered by woods. I'd like to pay a quick visit, Astrid announced, just as Hal was about to transform and take on passengers. She looked around. Is that okay? It's been so long since I was able to face anybody, and I feel that I owe them. As long as we don't stay for lunch and then sit around all afternoon chatting, Hal said. I want to be home before it's dark. Robbie pursed his lips. Actually, the lunch part sounds all right. I'm getting hungry. Maybe if we could— You and your stomach, Robbie, Lauren said with a laugh. Abigail slipped an arm through Astrid's. What about your pet dragon? Will he miss you? Astrid corrected her. I'll say goodbye to her too, but don't worry, she won't miss us. She's very old, and she was living there just fine before we came along, and will do so after we've gone. She's obedient, but she's not exactly a good conversationalist. She glanced at Hal and raised an eyebrow. At least not for us non-dragon types. Well, let's head out then, Bo said briskly. As Hal said, we have a long way to go before it's dark. A silence fell as an obvious question arose. How would Bo and Astrid travel? Hal could take Chase, Robbie, and Abigail as before, but not two adults as well, and Lauren really wasn't built for passengers, other than quick emergency grabs with her huge harpy talons. It would take forever to get anywhere, even down the hill to Callister, if Bo and Astrid insisted on walking. Even Bo seemed to have realized the predicament, though he seemed reluctant to admit it. What's wrong? Astrid reddened. We have a very long journey ahead of us, dear brother. Surely you realize we can't walk all the way down to the river, then back over the hill to Callister, then on to Carter, all in one day. Well, no, it'll take several days. Try weeks, Chase muttered. That's how long it took me to walk down here from Carter. It's hundreds of miles. But Hal and Lauren flew in a day. Bo narrowed his eyes. Astrid, you said— I think we may have to accept that our shapeshifter abilities might just be a necessary evil sometimes, she said firmly. That doesn't mean flaunting our wings and prancing around on 4 feet every day. We'll still be us, Bo, but occasionally it would be useful to, fly. No, he said tersely. Absolutely not. He folded his arms and looked so stubborn that Astrid couldn't help laughing. Well, if you won't, that's fine. I can carry you. His eyes widened and he looked ready to protest. But it was too late. As though she'd been doing it all her life, Astrid shifted to her sphinx form. Her voluminous robes hung awkwardly. She really needed smart clothes. A silky green dress of some sort would probably rearrange itself around her midsection and look like it belonged there rather than bunching up at the back. Also, during her transformation, the holes Abigail and Lauren had cut didn't line up perfectly with her wings, which snagged a little as they sprouted. She raised a clawed paw and tore at the dangling folds of fabric, shredding bits off so it didn't trail in front of her feet. Bo looked horrified. Astrid, you've owned those robes for years. She laughed again. Yes, it's about time I got a new wardrobe. Now, are you coming or not? As it turned out, riding a sphinx was not as simple as it looked. Though the size of a small horse, there wasn't as much room on her back as on a dragon's. When she tried to take off, her wings slapped Bo around the face several times, despite his ducking and weaving. The feathery lashing got so bad that she collapsed in giggles and came down hard on the trail, causing him to yell. Abigail and Lauren were laughing too. Robbie made a cutting remark, but Chase was silent, probably worrying over his young friends. And though it was quite funny to see the twins bickering, Hal really just wanted to get on home. Bo finally figured it out. While Astrid stood on firm ground, sweeping her wings up and down, he realized that he needed to lean all the way forward and hug her tight, keeping his chin on her shoulder rather than trying to cower low. From the front, she looked like she'd grown a second, oddly small head on her shoulder. At least now, her wings missed Bo completely and almost looked like they protruded from his back, not hers. With his seating arrangements sorted out, she took off again and lifted into the air, struggling at first, but relaxing as she leveled out. I wish Bo would just get over it and be a sphinx himself, Robbie muttered from Hal's back. Abigail, who had for now decided to remain at normal human size rather than shrinking down to a few inches high, commented that it would be interesting to see how long Bo resisted his sister's persuasive tongue. The Sphinx led the way over the wooded hill and down into the valley where the river flowed. Although it was impossible to see the face-carved ice rock below the surface of the water, she didn't hesitate and swooped down with a cry of delight, her feathers fluttering and her cat-like paws spread apart, claws extended. She skimmed the surface, lifted, slowed, and came down on the small, submerged platform so she was up to her ankles in fast-flowing water. With no room to land, Hal and Lauren circled above, watching as Astrid called for her pet dragon. The sound she made was akin to the bark of a dog, something she must have mimicked over the years. But Hal found that he recognized what she was saying. It was a crude pronunciation of, "Come to me," spoken in dragon tongue. The Hydra rose up seconds later, 6 heads emerging just as the water started swirling and forming that curious, impossible eddy. Astrid and Bo spoke to their faithful friend and guardian, calling out to it and waving. Hal was pleased it wasn't a sad affair. He caught snatches of multiple voices barking and huffing at the twins, but all he understood was cave and river. He doubted the Hydra really understood what was happening. When they left the creature behind, Astrid was smiling, but she wiped away a tear as well. It's like trying to talk to a 2-year-old child, but she'll be fine, just as we found her. Are you all right? Lauren said, swooping dangerously close. Astrid nodded. Never better. Now let's drop in on my old friend Marjorie. Bo and I owe her and Norma everything. You met her already, so you must know what a kind, thoughtful woman she is. Nobody responded, though Hal and Lauren dutifully followed the Sphinx high over the hill toward Callister. Marjorie? Kind and thoughtful? Evidently, she had a softer side that she kept well hidden. Chapter 22. The twins say farewell. The troop flew down the slopes to the village. In record time, they landed right outside Marjorie's store. Now that it had stopped raining and a new day had dawned, people were out and about, and they scattered with terror at the sight of a fire-breathing dragon and a dreadful harpy, not to mention a sphinx. But the fright didn't last long. When the three monstrous creatures simply stood together and waited quietly, the villagers formed a circle around them, a sea of puzzled and awe-stricken faces. Marjorie burst out of her store, brandishing a broom. She stalked toward Hal, her face red. "I thought I told you to—" She broke off as she spotted Bo climbing off the back of the Sphinx. Her eyes widened, and she lowered the broom. "The Oracle!" As soon as she uttered those words, a gasp went around. "Bo, what are you doing here?" Marjorie said. Then she dropped the broom with a clatter and clutched at her head. "Wait! Bo and Astrid, you're both here, but this can't be. It's too dangerous. And you shifted, Astrid. All this time you said you wouldn't—" "Calm yourself, Marjorie," Bo said, raising his hands. "Everything is all right with the world. My sister has shifted, yes, but she's also developed the ability to heal." This statement was met with a long pause, as dozens of eyes narrowed in bewilderment, then widened in realization of what that meant. "So you can give us answers again?" a man shouted. "I have a question," a woman said, breaking ranks and shuffling forward. "I need to know if—" "Hush!" Marjorie snapped, pointing a finger at the woman. "Hold your tongue, all of you, until this miracle is confirmed. An error might prove fatal." The entire crowd quieted. Marjorie shot Hal a nasty look and peered with distaste at his passengers before turning her glare toward Lauren. She returned her attention once more to Hal. "What happened? Did you blow up the Hydra's watery den as well?" He grunted a reply, but she'd already turned away, her face lighting up with a smile as she hurried forward to greet Bo. When she was done hugging him, she looked a little apprehensive as she swiveled on her heels toward Astrid. "My, you look well. Your face. The spitting image of your brother. I don't recall the two of you ever being so alike." Hal noticed she refrained from mentioning how much larger Astrid's face was in her sphinx form, and apparently her loathing of shapeshifters didn't apply here. "It's been a long time, Marjorie," Astrid said, shaking her hand. "A very long time. How many years?" Marjorie shook her head. 15 or more. I've lost track, but our system worked just fine through Bo. Many of us here have benefited from your infinite wisdom. You've cured many ailments, reunited lost family members, eased suffering, and so much more, all from the safety of your underwater cavern." Astrid reddened a little and turned in a slow circle, her wings fluttering and tail flicking back and forth. Hal could have sworn she was showing off. "So," Marjorie went on slowly now, "does this mean we're back in business? Because there are folks in faraway towns willing to pay handsomely for answers from the Oracle." Bowing his head, Bo reached for Marjorie's arm. "I'm afraid there's been a development." Marjorie barreled on. "They come to me, you see, and I turn them away, saying the Oracle is unwell. But now I can reach out and tell them you're fit and well again." She stroked Astrid's oversized face as though petting a horse. "I think it's better if you head on home to the Hydra's den. Best stay hidden, or else people will find out where you live and mob you. Let me continue to be your go-between just like in the good old days." Hal spotted Cora sliding out of the store and easing the door shut. She smiled at Hal, and he tried to smile back, but probably grimaced in an ugly reptilian kind of way, showing his fangs and flaring nostrils. Yet her smile broadened. "Ah, the good old days," Astrid repeated, her smile slipping a little. Back when I could give answers without getting sick. Marjorie nodded. I understand. We'll use the hat system again. She spread her hands wide and raised her voice so everyone in the crowd could hear. If anyone has a question, write it down and place it in the hat. Marjorie, Bo said again. The woman just kept talking. Cora, stop standing around and go fetch the hat. She smiled at the twins. I usually sort through them and find the most meaningful questions, then put them back in the hat and draw them one at a time. Those are the ones I used to bring to you, unless it's someone from out of town, because of course they pay good money. As she blathered on, Hal felt movement as someone slid off his back. It was Chase, and he didn't look happy. He strode toward Marjorie and was right behind her before she even knew it. I see how it is, he said. Bo and Astrid are your meal tickets. You use them. You always have. Marjorie swung around and scowled. How dare you? She spotted her broom lying on the ground out of reach. Flexing her fingers and then balling them into fists, she advanced on Chase. If you're really who you say you are, you left these poor twins alone with Norma when they were just 8 years old. Norma and I took care of them. It's thanks to us they had a home. Anyone else might have thrown them out into the woods to fend for themselves. Astrid fluttered her wings and lifted a paw. I'm sure Chase didn't mean what he said, Marjorie. Did you, Chase? Robbie jumped down and edged closer, and Hal could see he was getting ready to transform if he needed to. Meanwhile, the crowd was pressing in on all sides, and Cora, who had ignored her mother's instruction to fetch the hat, looked fearful, though it was hard to tell who she was more worried for. From the hint of embarrassment on her face, Hal guessed she had seen her mother lash out once or twice in the past. Chase stood his ground, facing the stolid woman despite her balled fists and the scowl on her face. I'll bet you and Norma would have thrown them out into the woods if Astrid hadn't cured Norma's arthritis. And what's that supposed to mean? They were nose to nose now, and the tension between them caused Hal's inner wolf to sit up and take notice. As if attracted to hostility and violence, it shuffled to the front of his mind and panted hungrily. Stinging pain flitted across his dragon paws, and his heart started pounding. The idea that the wolf could muscle its way through his mental walls, even while in dragon form, panicked him. He sensed he was losing his footing. Bo grasped Chase's shoulders. He doesn't mean anything by it, he told Marjorie with a chuckle. He gritted his teeth and murmured his next words directly into the boy's ear. Stop this, Chase. Astrid had edged closer, turned slightly. She battered at Chase with her tail. Yes, please stop this. You're insulting my friend. I'd like to ask a question, if I may, Chase said, finally turning away from Marjorie. He looked from Bo to Astrid. It's very important. Both twins stared back at him. Then go ahead, Astrid said at last, although my talent may not deliver. She looked at Marjorie. I believe it's fading. I'm afraid the oracle is no more. Marjorie sucked in a breath, her eyes widening. If there wasn't a hush before, there certainly was now. All eyes shifted to Chase as he cleared his throat. Clearly he was playing the moment for dramatic effect, and no wonder, for this might be the very last question the Sphinx could provide an answer to. As the seconds ticked away, Robbie barked, Well, ask her something, doofus! The mood was ruined somewhat, but at least Chase started speaking. Astrid, I think Bo has asked you quite a few questions about the past, but has somehow skirted around the edge of this one. Not deliberately, just... Get to the point, Robbie said. Nodding, Chase did so. Astrid, why didn't Professor Bartholomew and your parents find you all those years ago after I left you behind? Astrid gasped and turned pale. I asked her that already, Bo said, frowning. I asked years ago. No, you didn't, Astrid said, her face thinning. Sure I did. I remember. You never phrased it like that. Her stout lion legs wobbled, and she staggered sideways and leaned heavily against her brother to steady herself. You asked if they were still looking, and they were. You asked what happened to Chase, and I said he'd been calcified, but that we'd see him again one day in the future. You asked if we'd ever be going home to Happy Valley Ridge, and I said no, we'd never see our old home again. That was a shock, remember? That was why we gave up on them, because we knew we'd never be going home. I suppose so, Bo said as he held on to her. Honestly, I'm not sure I remember the exact questions I asked. I do. I remember everything I'm asked, and everything I'm not. She paused to take a few deep breaths. But whether we'd see our parents again is a different question altogether. We never thought to phrase that particular question, did we? Maybe we will see them again, just not in Happy Valley Ridge. You need to sit down and rest, Bo said. She shook her head, glared at Marjorie a moment, then whispered harshly to Bo, "Of all the things you asked me, you never questioned why nobody found us." I didn't. She was wilting fast, her cheeks drawing in and her frame bending. Even her lion body seemed to be suffering, her wings beginning to droop. "Change," Robbie told her. "Yes, transform," Lauren added. Abigail came buzzing in, whining around Astrid's head and shouting in a high-pitched squeal that Hal couldn't quite understand. Marjorie had turned ashen. She backed away, looking around with fear in her eyes. Chase advanced on her. "Yeah, I can see from your face you wish I hadn't asked Astrid that. What's up? Afraid of the truth?" Abigail, Lauren, and Robbie gave up trying to persuade Astrid to transform again. The Sphinx was preoccupied, talking in a low voice to Bo, even as she sagged and weakened. Her brother, his mouth open, grew more and more red-faced, his scowl deepening. The surrounding villagers shuffled nervously. At last, Bo looked toward Marjorie with fury in his eyes. "You lied to us all those years ago. You and Norma never tried to help us at all. You never sent anyone to fetch the professor. You made sure to keep us hidden. Our parents came to find us on numerous occasions, and you deliberately waylaid them, sent them off in the wrong direction." "Not so," Marjorie protested. She was near the front of her shop now and kept glancing toward the door, ready to dash inside. Cora stared at her with a dismayed look. "Mother, is this true?" Bo advanced further, and an eager whining in Hal's head told him that the wolf was anticipating a fight. "It's true, young lady. Your mother went out of her way to keep my sister and I tucked away. At Professor Bartholomew's request, she organized search parties for us, only she pretended. She even reported back for several weeks afterward to say how much ground she'd covered and how she'd found no trace of us at all." "I did organize search parties," Marjorie shouted. "Yes, you misled your own people as well. They searched for weeks at your behest, even dropping in on old Norma once or twice. I remember that now. I remember how Norma shuffled us off to the back bedroom to hide because of the mean men from the villages showing up at her door. The two of you had a nice little scheme planned for the future, didn't you? And that meant keeping us hidden away until everyone had forgotten about us." A grumble spread through the crowd. Clearly many of them felt personally affronted by this revelation about their trusted spokeswoman. Hal's inner wolf took it to heart too. It started grunting and barking as though trying to initiate some sort of mob riot, and out of nowhere came a flood of rising emotions. Fury toward Marjorie for misleading her friends, a vicious demand for bloody revenge, and an urgent longing to taste her flesh. Shocked and distracted, Hal fought to suppress the wildness before it burst out of him. Despite being in dragon form, he was perturbed that his shoulders were again tingling and aching, the first signs of a wolfish metamorphosis. Luckily, almost everyone was focused on Bo and Marjorie while he trembled and battled his invisible curse. The rotund woman let out an exasperated snort and stormed into her store, slamming the door shut as she went. Through the windows, everyone could see her sweeping things from the cluttered shelves in a fit of anger, and the sound of tinkling glass and clattering tin filled the silence. Cora watched from outside, her hands to her face. With a heavy sigh, Bo returned to Astrid. "Are you ready to leave, sister?" She had been transforming back and forth at the urges of Abigail and Lauren and slowly regaining her health and composure. "I am." Somewhat haughtily, Bo spoke to the surrounding villagers. "I don't blame any of you for the initial deception. That was Marjorie's doing, her and Norma. But did none of you later question where we came from, when Norma died, and we came down to the village looking for help? That was years later. We didn't know you were the missing twins," one old man mumbled. Now it was Bo's turn to snort. "Even when we told you we'd been staying with Norma since we were 8, I suppose you were prepared to turn a blind eye once Marjorie had convinced you of Astrid's talent." He dismissed them suddenly with a wave of his hand and patted his sister's shoulder. "Come on, let's go. There's nothing here for us now. We'll take whatever remaining answers we have someplace else." He climbed onto the Sphinx's back and clung tight as she launched into the air without either of them saying another word, leaving men and women to shuffle their feet and look sideways at each other. There was no question of their guilt. The entire village had long ago guessed the truth about those 2 innocent 11-year-olds who had shown up after Norma died. They were the missing twins. They hadn't been eaten by the Hydra, torn apart by savage beasts, or even taken off into the sky by rocks. They'd been hidden away in Norma's cottage and lied to, which was as bad as stealing them from their parents. But Marjorie had convinced the people of Callister that the twins were special, that they were the Oracle, and the promise of answers to impossible questions had been too tempting for anyone to resist. As the shapeshifters and Chase took to the sky, Hal spared a thought for Cora and others of her generation, those who truly knew nothing of the dark secret. For the adults, though, he felt nothing but contempt. There was no way to turn back the clock and return Bo's and Astrid's missed childhood with their parents. Hal circled around and let out a terrible roar, causing many in the crowd to duck in fright. Although his small act of aggression gave him an ounce of satisfaction, he couldn't help feeling that his wolf enjoyed it a little too much. He vowed to tamp down his emotions for the foreseeable future. Chapter 23. The Inner Wolf. The journey home was long and arduous. Hours slipped by, and the sun began to sink into the west, forcing Hal to put on speed. Lauren and Astrid lagged behind at times, then rushed to catch up. Chase, Robbie, and Abigail were silent aboard Hal's back, probably dozing. Bo seemed to be out of it too, atop his sister's broad sphinx back. All right for some, Hal quietly griped. Then again, being wide awake and alert was probably the best thing for him if he wanted to keep his wolf at bay. Finally, they approached the village of Callister. 24 people trudged toward it, and Hal took a moment to study them. Then he gasped. No way! He veered closer and descended for a somewhat weary, heavy landing. Men and women alike screamed and scrambled for cover. "It's okay!" Lauren yelled at them as she swooped down. Unlike Hal, she hadn't yet recognized the distinctive clothing and scarred faces of the virus survivors from old Earth. She landed and tried to calm everyone, then spotted nervous soldiers with weapons near the front of the group. It was only then that she realized most of the people here were Scrags, and not just Scrags, but a familiar gang. The Swarm, here in New Earth. Luckily, they were manacled at the wrists and chained together. The prisoners had madness in their eerie, yellowed eyes. Still in dragon form, Hal glared at them. But they were unflinching, even taunting. "Ignore them," Abigail told him as she buzzed to the ground. "They're being taken to Callister. Here, cheese sandwich? That soldier over there is handing them out. Staring at the tiny morsel, Hal guessed it would fill his stomach better if he were in human form. He allowed his friends to dismount, then reverted to human form and accepted the snack. Then wished he hadn't. The moment he stood there on two legs, shivering in the cold air, his wolf seemed to grow inside his mind, nudging up to the imaginary bars and yanking on them with renewed ferocity. A plethora of smells assaulted Hal's nostrils, a myriad of different foods and snacks, but mostly sweat and unwashed scrags. While his olfactory senses worked overtime, he clapped his hands over his ears to block out the sudden rush of noise. Voices amplified in volume, jaws working up and down on sandwiches, weapons clicking and rattling as one or two soldiers pulled them apart for routine maintenance. Now that he was back in human form, the scrags began to taunt him. Anger welled up, but he sensed it was the wolf's more than his own. With his hands still over his ears, he squeezed his eyes shut. Abigail frowned at him. "What's wrong?" she asked, her voice muffled. "You've squished your sandwich. Do you have a headache?" He blinked his eyes open and stared at the pulverized bread and the yellow, cheesy substance inside. "I don't think I can hold it much longer." Seeing her puzzled look, he threw the sandwich down and shook his head. "The wolf, I mean. It's trying to get loose." "Right now?" Abigail peered at the sun, low on the horizon. "It's early yet. You'll be fine for another hour at least. We'll be home soon." "No, I mean it's trying to get loose now." She was about to reply when a heavily bearded scrag yelled at them, his voice filled with scorn and hatred. "We know who you are. Watch your back, kid." Hal glanced over and found the entire band of scrags staring at him. Despite being shackled around the wrists, they filled him with dread. "Why are they here?" he muttered, even though he already knew the answer. "Why them?" Abigail snaked her arm through his. "I'm actually glad they're here. They're prisoners, Hal. It's better than having them run around loose." "Queen Bee's coming after you," a scrag taunted. "She's pretty steamed." "She's also dead," Abigail said in a low voice that only Hal could hear. She shivered and nudged closer. "Okay, let's go home now." Hal could hardly believe these were members of the disbanded Swarm, a particularly nasty gang from the city on the mainland. Still, without their crazy and fearless leader Queen Bee, they lacked organization and probably weren't so much of a threat. It was strange, though, hearing them talk of her as though she was still around. He turned away, looking for his friends. Astrid had landed nearby, and a couple of troops were admiring her shiny wings and oversized human head while Bo looked on, a little annoyed that she was making a spectacle of herself. Chase rolled his eyes and wandered over to Robbie, who at that moment asked the squad leader if they needed protection. "Need a few bodyguards on your journey to Carter. It's where we're headed, too. We could walk with you. I'm an ogre, you know." The leader patted the mean-looking assault weapon slung over his shoulder. "No. We got protection right here. The scrags are chained anyway." "That just means they'll all run away together," Hal thought with a shiver. A sound came to his ears, one that set him on edge and caused him to swing back to face the shackled scrags. They stood perfectly still, all staring at Hal and making that awful humming sound, a low drone that carried through the air, going on until a soldier marched forward and shouted at them to stop. The noise died away to absolute silence. The scrags were smiling, their faces twisted and scarred after a decade of living with and surviving the virus. One had a curious hump on his shoulder, another her face swollen on one side. They were all gaunt, all dressed in rags, and all with that crazy look in their eyes. A small man spoke softly. "She's coming for us, and when we're out of these chains, she's coming for you." He licked his lips and grinned. "She says you kids are dead meat, you and Ryan." This announcement sent a shockwave through Hal. He reeled backward as his inner wolf howled and began thrashing violently. The vivid image in his head became a physical presence as his entire body shuddered and jerked. He felt like a marionette, the puppet of a vicious master. He pushed Abigail aside as his hands began growing hair and pain shot along his shoulders. Yelling out, he collapsed to his knees and doubled over. His werewolf transformation was happening right now, in front of a crowd. "No!" he cried, as his legs and feet changed so fast that he toppled forward onto his belly. "Not now!" He heard Abigail calling him and was aware of several shouts from the troops. Weapons clicked, and he knew he was a simple command away from being riddled with bullets. He had no doubt the soldiers would open fire if they had to, and if he transformed all the way, they definitely would. The wolf was howling again, and this time the maniacal noise actually tore out of his throat rather than echo privately around his mind. Scraggs backed off, frowning, as he turned to face them with all kinds of angry snorts and snarls ripping free of his half-altered larynx. His smart clothes began to rearrange themselves as his upper body expanded and his legs lengthened. "Hal Franklin!" Abigail shouted, sounding angry. "Stop this! It's not even nighttime yet! Control yourself!" His inner wolf forgot about the Scraggs. Now, his body wanted to launch at Abigail and tear her throat out, only there was no way he was allowing that. He fought, and the wolf fought back, and his hairy fingers curled into claws, and before he knew it, he was on his feet, staggering toward her, his legs moving on their own as intense pain continued to ripple through his bones and muscles. Her eyes opened wide, her mouth falling open. Soldiers ran in front of her and dropped to their knees, training their weapons on him. She screamed at them not to fire. Robbie came dashing into view. He looked pathetic to Hal's inner wolf, all skin and bone, hardly worth the effort of hunting. "Hal, you need to change." Too late for that, he thought he heard a deep, guttural voice say. Or was it? He felt heat in his chest, his inner dragon boiling up the way it often did when danger presented itself. This time the danger was within, but the threat was just as real. The dragon had always given him strength and courage in the past, and now he needed it more than ever before. "Change, Hal!" The pain abated. The wolf in his head let out a snarl, and he imagined it had just run out of slack on its leash and turned back to face him. He tried to rein it in, but the beast was too strong. The warmth spread from his wolfish barrel chest into his bulky shoulders and long arms. The coarse hair was everywhere now, sticking out in tufts all over his skin beneath his smart clothes. Suddenly taller, he looked down on Abigail and even some of the soldiers. As the warmth reached his long, clawed fingers, dark green scales started appearing on the backs of his hands. Seeing that change gave him hope, and with that hope came a dose of much-needed confidence. He channeled the dragon's power and attempted a transformation. It was a complete disaster. Like the evening outside Norma's cottage, his dragon blood and wolf curse mixed to produce something altogether screwed up. He fell to the ground with 4 useless limbs sticking upward. He knew he was mostly a dragon, but that awful black hair protruded from between his scales. His wings drooped like they were broken and battered, and his rear end felt numb. He lacked the strength to turn his head, so had no idea what the rest of him looked like and had no desire to find out. Staring at his mismatched front paws was bad enough. Not being able to move was equally dire, though he appreciated the fact that if he couldn't move, neither could the wolf. The pain was gone. His cursed metamorphosis had been halted. But now what? His vision swam, and he was aware of soldiers running around keeping the scrags in check, and his friends calling to him from several yards away. He tried to focus on them and failed. His body was a mess, a randomly blended dragon-wolf monster that couldn't even stand on its own 4 feet. The wolf conceded defeat and slunk away with a howl of despair. Yet Hal knew it was merely biding its time. It would be back that night, in about an hour, and he would have to face the pain of it all again. He drifted in and out of consciousness, then snapped awake when he saw Abigail's face inches from his. "Can you hear me? Wake up! Has the wolf gone? Are you in there, Hal?" He blinked and groaned. His memory was foggy. He sat up, and everything came back to him. Startled, he realized he was in his human form. He leapt to his feet to check himself over. How long was I out?" "About 2 minutes," Abigail said. "Good to see you again." Armed soldiers stood around him. Their weapons still pointed his way. Behind them, a mass of scarred faces stared in silence, most of them grinning. "We need to go home," Hal said. He staggered and clutched at Abigail. "Can you make it?" she asked. "Can you fly? If not, Astrid said she'd fly you, and Bo can come along afterward with the—" "I'm fine. Let's just go." He stumbled again, feeling woozy. The wolf grunted at him, and already Hal felt the ominous presence exerting itself again. And once more, pain began to creep across his back and shoulders, his fingers tingling. "Not again," he groaned. He looked around, desperate for a way out of this predicament. The wolf was too strong. "I can't control it. I was fine for a minute there while I was out of it, but it's getting stronger again." "You can't transform?" "I'm afraid to," he admitted. "And what if we're flying home and something goes wrong?" "Then we have no choice," Abigail said, her jaw set. She nodded to someone over Hal's shoulder, and he started to turn. Glimpsing a tall, shaven soldier with a raised weapon, he barely had time to cry out before the gun fired. It made a low thwip sound. Something jabbed him in the chest, and he looked down to see a small dart sticking out. "It's just a tranquilizer," the soldier said. "You'll be all right." Seconds later, everything went black. Hal woke at some point, feeling movement and cold, rushing air. Abigail spoke over his shoulder. "Tell him, Astrid." The Sphinx sounded surprised. "Tell him what, dear?" "Tell him what he needs to know." The second half of his answer. Drifting in and out of sleep, Hal realized they were flying. He was astride Astrid's back, slumped across her lion-like shoulder with Abigail right behind, pressed against him as the Sphinx's wings flapped dangerously close and caused a tremendous draft. Sleepily, Hal realized this was the first time he'd ridden a winged creature other than being grabbed up by Abigail once or twice in the past. It was a bit of a squeeze for 2. Astrid sighed. "It's not that simple, Abigail. Even if I tell him, it won't help him one iota right now. Only Simone can help. You have to trust me on this. I wish there was something else I could offer, but your way will have to do." Hal winced as a dull ache swept across his shoulder blades. He tried to say something about the wolf returning, but he lacked the strength. He managed to open his eyes for a moment, seeing that the sun had set and they were flying low over a lake. A series of small islands protruded from the calm water. The sky was a blood-red color to the west, but a deep purple to the east. The moon was brightening. His friends were in danger. They needed to leave him alone somewhere and get to safety. Astrid landed on one of the islands, and Hal was dimly aware of being dragged off her back and laid out against a tree. Good idea, he thought. A werewolf on a tiny island won't get very far. Unless it can swim. "We're going to leave you here," Abigail whispered. "Just for the night. We won't be far away." A soldier gave me a lighter so I can build you a fire." She went on to say how the others would be waiting on the lake shore near their own campfire. He offered a smile as she kissed him and patted his chest, but then he was too tired to care any more. He was dimly aware of Astrid's wings thumping as the two of them flew off, leaving him with a gently burning fire nearby. Hal was out seconds later. "Hal," a voice whispered in his head. "Abby?" "Shh, just sleep. Everything's okay. Don't wake up. Just sleep." "So I'm dreaming?" he murmured, settling back. Vaguely aware of the gentle crackling of flames nearby, he felt warm and comfortable, except for a stiffness to his neck and something digging into the small of his back, probably a gnarly lump sticking out of the tree he was leaning against. He shifted, wincing. "Relax," the voice said. "This is very important, Hal. Trust me, okay? Don't wake up. Just sleep. Let the tranquilizer keep working." He puzzled over this for a moment. "Are you here with me?" He sucked in a breath as the full meaning of that sank in. "Abby—" "No, I'm not," she said quickly. "I'm safe. Don't worry, I'm talking to you from far away. Remember how fairies can do that? Talk to you while you sleep?" Light dawned, and he relaxed again. "That's good, so am I talking out loud or what?" "No, this is all in your head. Just a dream, although you're probably mumbling like an idiot as well." "Good thing nobody can see me then." He frowned, or at least imagined he did. It was surreal how alert he was while in deep slumber. Something about Abigail being present in his head blurred the line between awake and asleep. It was like a super-clear dream. "How long have I been out?" "An hour." "Oh, I was hoping to be halfway through the night already. That's why I'm going to sit here with you, okay? Maybe together we can face this werewolf part of your brain and stare it down." "Not likely," Hal muttered, though he had to admit he felt extraordinarily clear-headed right now. Maybe they could face the werewolf before it took hold, perhaps ward it off. "Where is everyone?" "Our little gang is camped out on the shore of the lake." "And the soldiers? The Scrags?" "They went on ahead to Carter. They're going to let Miss Simone know what's happening, so she's ready when you get home." "Ready for what?" Abigail said nothing for a moment. "Then, for you to have a transfusion." "And not be a dragon?" he said fiercely. But he knew she was right. If it were just a case of transforming into a wolf during a full moon, he could deal with it. But the risk of being taken over during the day as well? It was too much. Still, the idea of not being a dragon anymore filled him with anguish. They talked for a while, and Abigail explained how she demanded that Astrid tell her what his answer was. "I heard," he said. "She said it wouldn't do me any good right now." Changing the subject, she went on to tell him how she'd also asked a question of her own to find out where the nearest fairy glade could be found. The answer had come fairly easily because it was so straightforward, but still, Astrid had been puzzled by the sketchiness of her answer. She'd admitted to only partial information, and Abigail had hurried off in the suggested direction and done some searching of her own. What does that mean, partial information? The whole answer didn't come to her. She said her answers have been getting weaker since she turned into a sphinx and healed herself. But on the plus side, she's feeling much better, and her answers don't take as much out of her. Hal felt a pain shoot up across his shoulders. Conversation paused as he tried to decide if the wolf was here. He sensed something dark and ominous lurking behind him, just out of sight. Hot breath on the back of his neck decided it for him. "It's here," he whispered. "I think we woke it up." "Then take my hand," Abigail said. To his surprise, she appeared before him, floating in a void. He remembered this from the last time she'd done her fairy magic trick. When she offered her hand, he took it without question and allowed her to pull him toward her, As though underwater, he drifted easily, his feet leaving whatever dreamlike ground he'd fashioned. As he floated, he heard a snarl behind him and tried to swing around. As always, he found it impossible to turn and face what he imagined was a shadowy, hulking figure. He heard it growling, though, a deep, continuous rumbling that set him on edge. He wasn't sure if he should be scared or angry. This was his mind, his body, and this wolfish presence was an intruder. Tumbling, pulled along by Abigail, he finally managed to spin all the way around. By this time, he had left his head far behind, and a shape moved in the eerie darkness he'd vacated. "Wait," he gasped. "My body... What will happen if—" "I honestly don't know," Abigail said, "but I'm hoping the wolf will vacate the premises when the sun comes up, and then you can have your body back." "And what if it doesn't?" It was too late to think about that now. He found himself in a small, cave-like space with a single rounded opening to look out. Abigail's eyes. It was a bizarre feeling, knowing that he was now inside her head and not his own. He peered out on a patch of woods where the moon filtered down through the bare limbs. Everything looked out of scale. Trees and vines were monstrous, and even bushes towered high above like mountains. All around, people flitted through the night air, insect wings buzzing. It took a moment for Hal to register they were fairies, just 6 inches high at most. "A fairy patch," he said, nodding. "A new one," she agreed. "It's a magical hotspot. Doesn't take long for sparkle to gather, does it?" "And your missing fairy friends are here?" "No, they wouldn't have come this far. This is a different group. But they're still fairies. I came here to absorb some extra magic so I could do my trick. Now we can get out of here." That said, she picked herself up off the ground and buzzed between her fairy friends to leave the glade behind. Dark trees shot by on either side as she whipped in and out. It made Hal dizzy. They emerged from the woods on top of a hill. Nearby, glimmering under the moonlight, was the lake and the tiny island Hal had been confined to. He couldn't make out his physical body in the darkness, but he knew it lay there by the flickering campfire. And as he stared across the water, he heard a terrible scream of agony from his own tormented lips. Chapter 24. Out of Body. The transformation seemed quicker than usual, perhaps because he was absent from his own body and not able to fight it. Even so, every second of the metamorphosis crawled at a snail's pace. "I think it hurts more to watch," he said, when the distant shadowy figure by the campfire lurched to its feet and staggered about. Now he could see himself, and the wolf was emerging. "I know exactly what you mean," Abigail said. His view out of her eyes, a sort of oval-shaped hole with fuzzy, undefined edges, was continually blocked by what seemed like a fast-moving shutter door. "Quit blinking." "I can't help it." With a jolt, he noticed the tremor in her voice and realized she was crying. "Look away," he said softly. "You don't have to watch, just so I can see what's going on." The view dipped to the ground, then swung around. Now he was looking back toward the woods, which both relieved and frustrated him. He desperately wanted to see the transformation, but not at the expense of forcing Abigail to watch. "I can look again," she said. "No, don't." He frowned. "Wait, are you reading my mind? I remember you were able to do that." "A little. Look, I know this is important to you, and now that you've stopped screaming your head off, I guess you're a wolf already, so maybe we could get closer and take a look." He admitted that was a good idea, and she took off at once, skimming down the hill until she reached the water's edge, then rising high as she headed out toward the island. Less than a minute later, she was hovering 30 feet off the shore. Hal's body, unrecognizable now that it was taller, broader, and much hairier, prowled the island, stomping this way and that, stopping to rise up on two legs and sniff the air before moving on. He'd seen lichens at the height of their wild phase before, and this one looked the same, only smaller and wearing smart clothes. The material had stretched and adapted to suit his larger upper body, ape-like arms, and powerful canine legs. Not an ounce of Hal remained in the face. The snarling snout, full of razor teeth, bright yellow eyes, shaggy mane, and thick neck. If Hal was in there somewhere, he was buried deep. He reminded himself that he wasn't in there somewhere. His body had transformed, and his mind was absent, replaced with another. To all intents and purposes, Hal Franklin was gone. "Try not to worry," Abigail said. "It's just for one night. In the morning, you can nip back in and wake up as normal." "I hope so. Otherwise, I'll have to hitch a ride with you for the rest of my life." He considered that for a moment. "Or for the rest of your life, whichever ends first." The wolf was growing agitated. It had realized it was trapped on a tiny island with water all around. It stood tall and howled long and hard, then dropped again and scampered this way and that, stopping at each shore and looking down into the lake with its ears flattened. Then it leapt in. "Oh no," Abigail said. "Please don't tell me werewolves can swim." "Most dogs can, but it's a long way across." "You think it'll give up and turn back?" Hal had no answer to that. "Just in case it doesn't, maybe we should warn the others. I'm not sure it's heading in their direction, but just to be safe." Abigail murmured her agreement. Still, she flew about near the paddling werewolf, keeping it in sight. It glanced her way a few times, seeing her as nothing but a buzzing annoyance. Hal wondered if the wolf knew what was going on, if it knew that he, the host, had vacated the premises and was now hitching a ride in the head of what it probably perceived as a giant bug. The determined creature wasn't about to give up. It would paddle all night if it had to. It had covered a quarter of the distance across the lake already and would soon be running around in endless woods, hunting and howling. "So do you think it has a mind of its own?" "What do you mean?" "When you first started changing into a werewolf, I imagined you were just turning wild. But with all this talk about controlling the wolf, and now this, I mean, it's obviously got a mind of its own, right? It's not just an out-of-control Hal, it's a whole other mind pushing you aside and taking over your body." He nodded, knowing she could pick up that gesture with her mind-reading prowess. "It makes me wonder if all the lichens are like this as well." He shook his head. "No, scratch that. The lichen that bit me was Wesley. I think the poison from his bite is like a piece of him. It took a few weeks, but it's spread and has now grown into a copy of him, a Wesley clone floating around in my head." Abigail flew low over the water, the wolf in her sights. A clone of Wesley? Great. Of all the ferocious lichens to be bitten by, you got the one with an attitude. The determined creature showed no signs of giving up. It was over halfway to the lake shore now, snorting and panting, ears sticking up. It would be funny if the situation weren't so serious. "Where did you say the others are camped?" Hal asked anxiously. "Inland a little. They took shelter in the trees. There are a lot of trees, though." They watched in silence as the werewolf made it to shallow waters and emerged in leaps and bounds onto the grassy bank. It stood for a moment, bedraggled and dripping, panting hot steam. Then it shook violently, flinging water everywhere. Finally, it sniffed the air and took off into the nearby woods. Abigail flew high over the trees, leaving the werewolf to lope through the undergrowth below. "Hey, don't lose sight of it," Hal warned. "I mean, what if it runs for 50 million miles and we have no idea where it is in the morning? How will I get back?" "Don't worry. When the time comes, you'll still snap back into your body no matter how far away it is." "Yeah, but then I'll be standing in the middle of nowhere, 50 million miles away from the rest of you," She was quiet for a second. Well, maybe. But there's not a lot we can do about that, is there? I mean, if your Wesley clone decides to run 50 million miles tonight, we can't stop him. Now, it was Hal's turn to ponder. Of course, when the sun came up and he finally snapped back into his body, he could simply transform, take to the sky, and find his way back home. Obviously, the werewolf wouldn't really run 50 million miles. It would be more like 10 miles, maybe 20, hardly an issue for a flying dragon. So as long as Abigail and the others knew to continue on home without him, they could all just meet back at Carter. That'll work, Abigail said. Stop eavesdropping, Hal complained. Then get out of my head. Abigail had located the werewolf again. It was moving fast, sniffing at the ground, rustling through dry leaves, darting between trees. She flew alongside, and after a while it became aware of her. For a while it tolerated her presence, not seeming to care much, but then it snapped at her, causing her to zip away. Tetchy, she said. Where's it headed? Hal said. Is it moving away from the others? Abigail buzzed up through the trees again, narrowly missing branches on the way up. When they emerged into the moonlit sky, she continued on up until she started struggling with the altitude. Looking down, she gasped. It's heading right for them. Somehow, the Wesley clone was making a beeline for the sleeping group. It couldn't have sniffed them out because they had flown in and left no trace on the ground, and it seemed doubtful that it was catching their scent on a breeze. So was its uncanny sense of direction pure coincidence? Or did it know something? Abigail put on some speed, angling down to the faraway camp ahead of the werewolf. Could it have read my mind earlier? Hal said. I didn't tell you exactly where they were camping, only that they were in the woods somewhere. You were there earlier, though. Maybe it read your mind somehow. Now you're being silly. It's probably just picked up their scent. Hal thought back to the evening in the barn at Happy Valley Ridge. When Abigail had started to tell him where she and the others would spend the night, Hal had told them to keep that a secret just in case. Perhaps even then he'd sensed that the werewolf, the Wesley clone, was listening in, picking up bits of information. It made him shudder to think of the very first night his wolf had taken over back in Carter. What if it had chosen to head back into the village instead of running wild in the woods? But perhaps it was smarter than that, knowing it would be outnumbered by frightened villagers. Or perhaps Hal was giving his wolfish intruder too much credit and overanalyzing the situation. Abigail was right. It couldn't have read her mind. She flew down to the camp. A circle of neatly spaced fires closely surrounded the group, who were huddled together in an effort to stay warm in the near-freezing night air. Astrid was still in Sphinx form, with Bo leaning against her side. Robbie, Lauren, and Chase were laid out flat on their backs, shoulder to shoulder. All were asleep, and all seemed huge, like giants. "Robbie!" Abigail said out loud, her voice strangely muffled and booming. Hal realized it was the first time she'd used her actual voice since he'd hitched a ride with her. "Robbie, wake up!" Abruptly, Hal's perspective changed, and the group shrank, or rather, Abigail grew to normal human size. Hal reeled and blinked. Now she was able to kick at Robbie's feet and make herself heard. "Robbie!" she snapped, her voice even more booming than before. The boy shot upright, a leaf sticking out of his tousled hair. "What?" "The werewolf is coming," she said. "Wake the others, and then be an ogre for a while. You'll have to protect them." As Robbie hurriedly woke his friends, she turned back to the woods. Any minute now, the werewolf would come dashing out. "I'm thinking Robbie could clobber him. Would that be okay with you?" Her inner voice was much softer and clearer. Hal relaxed at the sound of it, then jolted upright. "Wait. What? Clobber him? That's me you're talking about." Better a bump on the head than worse. Robbie had managed to rouse the group. Astrid sprang to her 4 feet and crouched with her tail swinging around, and Hal decided she could probably take care of herself. Bo, on the other hand, looked confused and vulnerable, an easy target for a pouncing werewolf. Chase, too, was an obvious choice for a meal. Though alert and ready to leap aside, he had no way to defend himself. As soon as Lauren was on her feet, she sprouted fluffy white feathers and lifted her wings high, ready to launch, and judging by the way she flexed her enormous talons, she was prepared to grab somebody by the shoulders and lift them to safety as well. A crashing sound in the woods caused everyone to freeze. Twigs cracked with surprising volume, echoing through the trees. Then came a flurry of noise as something scampered fast, closing the distance. Robbie threw off his coat and transformed, accidentally standing on one of the campfires as he did so. Flames licked at his toes and made his shaggy ankle hair smolder, but it took him a moment to notice. When he did, he casually shook his foot as if he'd just been bitten by a flea. He moved out beyond the ring of fires and crouched, facing the woods and waiting. Behind him, Lauren, Chase, Bo, and Astrid stood absolutely still. "Don't let him bite you," Hal called, suddenly worried that his friend wouldn't move fast enough and end up being savaged. Not that the ogre would care at the time. Abigail repeated his warning out loud, and Robbie tilted his head a fraction to indicate he'd heard and understood. The rustling sounds ceased, silence fell. Then the werewolf tore out of the bushes with an urgent grunting sound that Hal recognized as raw hunger. It leapt at Robbie since he was the biggest and most obvious target. The predator may have taken a moment to size him up and eventually decided to give it a go. After all, it saw no claws or teeth, just easily accessible flesh, a target the size of a barn door. What it didn't take into account was the ogre's brute strength. A massive hairy arm came up and battered the werewolf aside. The stunned creature flew only a yard before crumpling to the ground in a heap. Dazed, it struggled to climb back to its feet, shaking its head and growling. Robbie stamped closer, grabbed the creature by the neck with both hands, and pushed downward, pinning it to the ground. The werewolf flailed and squirmed, but the ogre's weight was impossible to shift. A tense moment followed as Robbie maneuvered the thrashing, snarling werewolf into a better position while ignoring the multiple scratches across his arms. Hal was certain those scratches were nothing more than that. It was just bites they had to worry about, and even they might not affect a self-healing shapeshifter at full magical power. Even so, Robbie was careful to keep the beast's jaws clamped shut with one hand as he got situated. 20 seconds later, the ogre was sitting comfortably outside the ring of fires, leaning back against some rocks with a hand-muzzled werewolf tucked under one arm. It squirmed continuously, its back legs trying to get purchase on Robbie's back so it could pull itself free, the claws on its front feet digging into whatever flesh it could find. But the ogre bore it all, as unmoving as one of the boulders it leaned against, and after a while the werewolf simmered down and fumed in silence, its yellow eyes glaring with such malice that Hal was glad looks couldn't actually kill. "Well, that's that then," Astrid said at last, her voice quavering. She visibly relaxed, sitting and curling her tail around her. She folded her wings and began licking at her paws. Bo swept a hand through his hair. Are you sure you, He pointed at the prisoner. "You won't let go, will you?" Robbie shook his head and grinned, his uneven molars sticking out. "But what if you fall asleep?" Bo said. Lauren retracted her wings, and her feathers began to fade into her skin as she became human once more. "Robbie's got it," she said, with a hint of pride. Now that her talons were feet again, she searched around for her shoes. "So now what?" Chase asked. He took off his glasses and began polishing them vigorously on his shirt. I'm not sure I can sleep with a werewolf wriggling about trying to get loose. If Robbie lets it slip out, he won't, Lauren said. As if to prove her point, she left the ring of campfires and settled against Robbie's leg, on the opposite side to the werewolf, but still perilously close. Good night, everyone. See you in the morning. There you go, Abigail said, her voice booming out and making Hal wince. If the wolf gets loose, Lauren will get eaten first. So you can relax, Chase. If you hear horrible chomping sounds and girly screams, you'll have plenty of time to run away before Lauren is completely devoured. Nice, Chase said. But Lauren giggled and closed her eyes. There wasn't much more to be said on the matter. Astrid lay down again, and Bo leaned against her as before. Chase was now alone on the ground, a little lost in a space previously occupied by three. Abigail lay down there and faced the nearest fire. Turned sideways as she was, Hal felt out of sorts, his personal gravity in conflict with the view through her eyes. Beyond the flames, Robbie sat still and calm, the werewolf clamped under his arm and Lauren leaning against his leg. The ogre was wide awake, and he stared at Abigail a while, an oddly puzzled look on his face. "Does he know I'm in your head?" Hal asked her. "Yeah. I explained everything earlier, though I doubt anyone but Robbie and Lauren really understood. But yeah, he knows. Say goodnight for me, then." She spoke out loud. Hal says goodnight. Robbie's eyes widened. Then he grinned and nodded. After that, a silence fell. Abigail closed her eyes eventually, and Hal sat there in darkness, listening to the fire. The sound faded as she dozed off. Hal felt utterly alone, confined to a place he had no control over. With Abigail asleep, there was nothing to see and only vague, distant sounds that drifted in and out. The smell of smoke from the campfire was strong, but other than that, he had no outside stimuli at all. He considered returning to his body. Perhaps he could overcome the wolf. But he feared that he wouldn't, and then he'd be imprisoned in the deep recesses of that head rather than Abigail's. Sleep was the only option he had, other than driving himself crazy, worrying about it all. Hal, look at this. He woke suddenly, jolting upright in his curious cave. Dawn had broken, and soft daylight lit the campsite. Opposite him, Robbie was sound asleep, still in his ogre form, snoring and snorting. Lauren hadn't budged and was equally out of it, her head lolling back and her mouth open, though her breathing was even and controlled. Clamped under the ogre's arm, the werewolf was limp and still, its eyes closed and tongue hanging out. It was changing. Slowly, quietly, the thick black hair receded and thinned. The creature's powerful front legs shortened, the paws shrinking. Hal couldn't see the back legs, but he imagined they were changing too. Robbie's enormous hand was still clamped around the werewolf's snout, holding its jaws closed. But the snout seemed to melt away, and the ogre's hand sank lower and lower until, with nothing substantial to hold on to, it dropped into his lap. This caused Robbie to stir. His eyes snapped open, and he stared into the distance, not quite awake. With no other movement to alarm him, he gradually slipped away into deep slumber again. The hulking, hairy form of the werewolf gave way to the relatively puny body of Hal Franklin. His smart clothes silently, fluidly altered and adapted to suit the new frame, and within a minute, the change was complete. "That was cool," Abigail said. "Glad you think so," Hal said. "I'm just glad I can go home now. I think the wolf will be asleep for a few hours. We need to hurry before it wakes again." He paused. "Hey, thanks for letting me stay. Thanks for rescuing me. Staying the night in your head was much better than excruciating pain." "Thanks, I think. See you on the outside." He allowed himself to let go. It was as though he'd been straining against a length of elastic all night, and now he just had to let himself be pulled home. Home to his own body, and then home to Carter. Chapter 25. The Shapeshifter Program. Hal lay back on the bed. Afternoon daylight streamed through the window. It would be getting dark in a few hours, and already his inner wolf was awake. His nerves were fried, and Miss Simone's bedside manner left a lot to be desired. Just when he started to feel that he could do this, she threw in a comment like, "This procedure has been done before, without many fatalities." Without many? And the worst that can happen is that you lose your shape-shifting powers, which really was just about the worst thing he could think of. His inner wolf, however, was furious. It knew something was occurring, and it was trying to get loose. Hal had already ordered Miss Simone to strap him down just in case, but instead she gave him a mild sedative that calmed him. It seemed to do the trick. His wolf subsided as though dazed. In the background, Dr. Kessler asked Hal's parents to step out for a minute. Beyond them, Abigail and all his friends were crowded in the corridor. Some of them waved encouragement. Others looked scared. Abigail was smiling broadly, but with tear-filled eyes. The door closed, and Dr. Kessler came to join Miss Simone. Both were dressed in white smocks and had face masks on. What is it with those white smocks, he thought. Why white? Every tiny blood spatter will show. Back in the early days on the island, he and his friends had feared the idea of white-coated scientists poking and prodding them, sticking needles in and doing experiments on them. Everything had turned out all right in the end, and yet here he was, lying on a slab with white-coated scientists standing over him, wielding needles. It was like his worst nightmare coming true. "This won't hurt," Miss Simone said. Liar. She stuck him inside his left arm somewhere above the wrist, and he looked away. His hands were cold and clammy. The needle stung a little, but actually wasn't bad. He stared at the wall opposite, trying not to think about the machine that was hooked to his arm, designed to draw out his blood while more, laced with wolfsbane, went back in. Went back in how, exactly? Surely not through the same needle as it was coming out? Just as he was wondering about it, Miss Simone stuck him again, close to the first, in the same arm. Okay, so the poisoned blood comes out of one, and the clean stuff goes back in the other. She'd explained it all several times, but he hadn't paid attention to the details. He really just cared about whether it would work, and what would happen after. Everyone knew the wolfsbane would kill the werewolf poison and eradicate his Wesley clone for good, but it would also kill his ability to transform into a dragon. He would be normal, and he hated the idea of it. But that was where the next procedure would come in, after his transfusion. The second half of Astrid's answer. That was what everyone was nervous and excited about. Would it work? Nobody knew for sure. "We're starting now," Dr. Kessler said, leaning over him. "Just relax, Hal, okay? You're doing fine. The transfusion will take a couple of hours, and we'll let your parents in to visit in a little while." He nodded and let his thoughts drift while the machine did its work. He wasn't quite sure whether he could feel anything or not, but he didn't want to dwell on it. Should have let Jolie try, he thought. He was still fairly sure that Jengu could have extracted the poison without all this fuss. But she and Miss Simone had said otherwise. Technically speaking, the so-called werewolf poison was not a disease at all, at least not in the true sense of the word. It was merely a change of state, a merging of perfectly healthy entities. Besides, it had a magical element, and Jolie said her talent didn't work on magic. Still, the wolf was dying anyway. It howled in the back of his mind, long and mournful. Hal quietly celebrated its demise. He felt nothing but hatred toward this creature for it had cost him his shape-shifting ability. Already he felt empty, and he tried to think about something else. He and his friends had brought Bo and Astrid home to Carter early that morning. Miss Simone had been overjoyed with the reunion of long-lost classmates, not least because one of them was a sphinx. Everyone else had been overjoyed too. Molly and Blair, Blacknail, Orson, Kanan, and even some of their retired parents who still lived in the village. The best reunion, though, had been when Mr. and Mrs. Hammacher, the twins' parents, had hurried into the village on horseback. They lived in the woods on the outskirts of the village and had come immediately on hearing the news that their long-lost children had returned. To Hal's surprise, he found that he'd met this retired couple once or twice before. It made him realize that many other shapeshifter parents probably lived in the area, including Miss Simone's, Blair's, and Molly's. He hadn't given it a whole lot of thought until now. Astrid, in human form, had flung herself into her parents' arms amid a torrent of tears. Bo, more reserved, was a little standoffish at first, until his grey-haired father marched over and grabbed him. Though stern and tough-looking, clearly a force to be reckoned with at any other time, Mr. Hammacher was an overly emotional man who cried even more than Astrid. Before long, Bo was weeping alongside him. At no point did Astrid transform into a sphinx. She announced that she was done with that. Though she had a twinkle in her eye as she said it, and Hal suspected her proclamation was purely for Bo's benefit. Chase was smiling throughout the reunion, but he wandered away after a while, lost in thought. Seeing this, Abigail immediately made inquiries as to the whereabouts of the boy's father. "Surely somebody knows where he is," she demanded. But his last known residence was in Westerly, a faraway town. Abigail had gotten the idea of flying Chase out there to investigate. Of course, Hal feared there would be no more dragon trips after the transfusion. Miss Simone was pleased with the way Hal had dealt with his werewolf problem so responsibly. She'd squeezed his arm and taken him aside for a quiet talk, and he sensed that she'd forgiven him for going against her a month before. He didn't know why her attitude had softened until later that day when she revealed that she'd given up her job as the council's spokesperson. Everyone else knew already, and Chase was indifferent to the news, but Hal, Robbie, Lauren, and Abigail were startled. "Say again," Abigail said. "Does that mean you're not in charge anymore?" Miss Simone shook her head, smiling. "I gave in my notice. I've been handing off all my duties over the last few days, making decisions that affect the welfare of the village, dealing with soldiers, smoothing relations between the lands, organizing building work, speaking to newcomers. I'm finished. It's just not what I was born for, and I lost sight of that recently with all that's been going on." "She's still running the science lab, though," Darcy told them. "Aren't you, Miss Simone?" "Yes. I'm spending all my time there now, where I should be. And—" She looked long and hard at Hal. "I owe you an apology. I admit I had very little patience and even credulity for your experiences while you were calcified. That was wrong of me. When I get time, I want to sit down with you, Hal, and go through the whole thing in detail. Would that be possible?" Hal remembered feeling immense relief at that point. It wasn't that he cared if Miss Simone believed him or not about his time in a bizarre world of darkness where the souls of the dead floated about. It was more that she had gotten past her anger and disappointment in him after he blew up the mines. He carried his personal guilt easier knowing that she was on his side no matter what. Once she'd extracted herself from her parents' grasp, Astrid had sat down with Miss Simone in private and passed on valuable information, the part of Hal's answer that she hadn't revealed even to him. Bo had joined the conversation since he had only a vague idea of what his sister had learned. The discussion had taken 30 minutes, and Miss Simone had emerged dazed. Awestruck. She'd wandered aimlessly through the streets with a look of wonder on her face, and a good deal of worry, too. Hal and Abigail and their parents had pestered her for some kind of hint about the news, but she'd remained tight-lipped. "Is there a cure for Hal or not?" his dad had demanded. But she hadn't caved. She visited the Franklins in their home and announced her decision to go ahead with an upgrade to the Shapeshifter Program, with Hal as a guinea pig. "I don't mean that flippantly," she said, before Mr. and Mrs. Franklin could explode. "In truth, there is no simple cure for Hal's condition. The question is what he and you want for him. He'll either be a werewolf and dragon shapeshifter for the rest of his life, or neither. This is something you must discuss and agree on." "There isn't anything to discuss," Mrs. Franklin said. "Take that awful werewolf curse out of him." Miss Simone nodded. "I can make no promises about the next phase, though. The upgrade to the Shapeshifter Program will either work or it won't. If it doesn't, then Hal will remain without his dragon-shifting abilities." "I don't care about that," Mrs. Franklin said. Hal's dad was in firm agreement, nor me. "But if it works," Miss Simone went on, glancing sideways at Hal, who was quietly seething with his inability to have a say in the matter, "then your son will be making history." She winked at him. Again. The hours ticked by, and finally the transfusion was over. "We've removed all of Hal's tainted shapeshifter blood," Miss Simone said to his parents as he lay still on the bed. "We flushed him through with fresh blood, laced with wolfsbane, to remove any residual poison in his body. Then we flushed him through again with normal blood. He's now almost as human as you both." Mr. Franklin absently rubbed his arm. Being the same blood type, he donated a lot over the past week, bit by bit, until there was plenty available for the transfusion. "So he's cured," he said. "The werewolf is gone?" "Completely." It was all celebrations after that. Hal's mom and dad hugging each other and fawning over him, then Abigail and a few others crowding into the room to wish him well, while the rest stood outside the door, making what they thought were funny quips about being plain and ordinary. Fenton even said he was looking forward to bullying Hal again, now that the dragon was gone. Of course, they all said they were kidding and sauntered off as though everything was fine. But Hal felt hollow. During the time of no magic, when they had all been depleted and unable to transform, he and his friends had experienced a temporary sense of loss at no longer being shapeshifters. It paled in comparison to this. Not only was the empty feeling 10 times deeper, it was quite possibly permanent. Hal tried to smile as his mom patted his hand before moving aside for Abigail, but when his parents finally turned away to talk to Miss Simone, he crumbled around the edges and felt tears springing up. He blinked them away, but not before Abigail saw. "Hey, none of that. This is temporary." "Maybe," he said, gritting his teeth. "If not, I don't know." His parents left the room with Miss Simone, and Dr. Kessler pulled the door mostly shut, so that peace and quiet fell over the room. Hal lifted his head and tried to sit up, but Abigail pushed him back down. "Not yet, idiot. You have to rest. And later this week, you'll be making history. Or not." She sighed and rolled her eyes. "Ever the optimist. Look on the bright side, Hal. You'll never be sent off on dangerous missions again. That's good, right?" Thinking long and hard about it, he shook his head. "It really isn't," he whispered. "I'd give anything to be back to normal." "Abnormal, you mean?" He smiled. "Abnormal, yes. I want to go back to being my abnormal freak show self." He stared at the ceiling, then closed his eyes, feeling woozy. "I wish I hadn't done this. Abby, I'd rather deal with being a werewolf than this. I feel like I've lost half of myself." "That's the transfusion speaking. You'll feel better tomorrow, I promise." She kissed him on the cheek, and he heard her soft footfalls on the floor as she left. Seconds later, he was asleep. She was right about feeling better the next morning, at least physically. He actually felt pretty good, all things considered, but not his usual self. He tried to shapeshift and failed. There was nothing, not even the remotest sense of an inner dragon. The fear that he would be stuck this way forever gnawed at him. Everything else seemed to return to normal. He and his friends went back to school that following Monday morning, and to their surprise, Chase loitered at the back of the class with his own school books. He lacked interest but appreciated the sense of belonging, even if this was a different classroom. Tuesday and Wednesday were much the same. But as Wednesday ended and Hal went to bed, he grew more and more restless about the day ahead, hardly sleeping a wink all night. He was equally excited and nervous. On Thursday morning, he and his parents set off again for Miss Simone's expansive laboratory in the woods. Abigail appeared, buzzing in and out of the trees, and she dropped lightly onto the path in front of them, clasping her coat. She retracted her wings and smoothed down her 3 layers of smart clothes. "Ready?" she asked, slipping her arm through Hal's. "Can't wait," he said with a grin. His dad guffawed. "Never saw anyone so eager to be experimented on." "Don't," Mrs. Franklin said. "I'd still rather we just turned around and went home. Being ordinary is a gift, Hal. I wish you'd see it that way." Hal rolled his eyes at Abigail. They arrived to a pleasant surprise. 2 gigantic dragons stood outside the laboratory, surrounded by goblins, Dr. Kessler, another white-coated doctor, and Miss Simone herself. Recognizing the scars on one of the dragon's flanks, Hal broke into a run and shouldered past his parents. "Burned flank," he yelled. "I mean Felipe!" The adult dragon, Miss Simone's shapeshifter brother, turned to face him. This one had been in far more scraps than Hal and wore battle scars everywhere, in addition to severe burns along its sides. Twice the size of Hal's own dragon form, with wings that rose high and drooped over the crowd like a makeshift rain shelter, it was a truly impressive and frightening beast. It grunted at him, but Hal had no way to understand its words. Not even a sliver of recognition existed in his mind anymore. The other dragon, only marginally smaller, waited silently with its wings folded back. Unlike Felipe, this one hunkered low. Hal could tell it was pensive, even without his skills of communication. It was either wary of standing among humans, or struggling to refrain from chewing them up. "Are you ready?" Miss Simone asked Hal. "Can't wait," he said, his standard response now. She held up the largest syringe he'd ever seen, its tubular receptacle the length of his forearm and the needle itself just as long. He winced. That thing was thick. Luckily it wasn't for him. "We have our blood sample," Miss Simone explained. "You missed all the fun. It took a few of us to extract this from Felipe's friend. His hide is tough." The syringe was full of dark red blood, almost black-looking. Miss Simone lofted it with reverence, struggling a little under its weight. "Go on in," she told Hal. "I'll be in shortly, when I've said farewell to my dear brother and his friend." Hal headed off, turning back to watch as Miss Simone patted the unfamiliar dragon on the snout. It let out a deep, rumbling growl, and she slowly withdrew. Not being a dragon shapeshifter caused Hal to fear this monster more than he would otherwise. His perspective had changed somewhat, and he had a better understanding about how others perceived him, about the uncertainty they must feel when around him. Besides, this dragon friend was real, not a shapeshifter. It lacked the intelligence of a human and was more likely to burst into a fit of anger if provoked. Inside the building, Dr. Kessler steered him into a large room. "Make yourself comfortable." Hal lay down on the bed and stared up at the new lights. After the time of no magic and nullified geo-rocks, soldiers had overseen a project to run electrical power lines from old Earth, fed directly through portals to Miss Simone's laboratory. Times were changing. "How does this work?" he asked Dr. Kessler as she bustled about, searching through drawers and piling things onto a trolley, blue rubber gloves, bizarre electronic instruments, syringes, shiny instruments. "I'm not allowed to tell you," she said, pausing to pat his hand. "I'm not allowed to tell anyone. This is highly classified. Only Simone and myself know, and it's going to stay that way." Miss Simone chose that moment to wander in, clutching the huge syringe filled with dragon blood. "You have to understand, Hal, that if this works, then all eyes will be on us. On you. This will radically alter the Shapeshifter Program." She held still while Dr. Kessler used a tiny syringe to suck out some of the dragon blood from the receptacle Miss Simone clasped. "I kind of get that already," Hal said. "The Shapeshifter Program involves new babies and waiting 8 years for them to grow. This is different. You said I should get my powers back within a day." "You might," Miss Simone said, taking the tiny syringe from Dr. Kessler and handing her the large one to store away. She approached, smiling. "Astrid explained everything. Some of what she said I didn't understand, and still don't, but she's convinced it will work. She said it was like a blueprint in her mind. She was able to convey everything in detail." "So you're going to inject me with dragon's blood? It's that simple?" Miss Simone laughed. "If it were, people would have been doing it for centuries." "There's a whole lot more involved," Dr. Kessler said. "In theory, we have the ability to turn an ordinary man or woman into a shapeshifter just like that." She snapped her fingers. "We need to embed new dragon DNA into your system, and there are very precise steps we need to take for this to come anywhere close to working." Miss Simone nodded. "And those steps are highly secret." She leaned closer and glanced toward the door. "If this information got into the wrong hands, can you imagine how dangerous that would be? Power-hungry villains turning themselves into shapeshifters of all kinds." So I could be anything?" Hal said, an idea forming. "Since you're starting over anyway, I don't have to be a dragon, do I? I could be something else, like a griffin." This caused Miss Simone to frown. "And why would you want that?" "Because they're less trouble. They don't invade villages and eat people, so I wouldn't have to deal with them as much. Dragons are dangerous." "That's precisely why we need you to be one, Hal. We need you the way we need my brother Felipe. We can never have too many dragon allies." He looked away. He knew she was right. She continued more softly. "Besides, even though we're starting over, you'll retain all your knowledge, how to fly, how to breathe fire, and so on. You'll be ready to go as soon as we're finished, instead of having to relearn everything. I'm not sure it's wise to have the instincts of a dragon while being something else entirely. You'd be confused, to say the least." Hal thought about that for a moment, then sighed. "I guess." Dr. Kessler edged closer to one of the silent machines and flipped a switch. It whirred into life, and she held up a small mask attached to a hose. Some sort of gas hissed out. "This will cause you to relax and fall asleep," she explained. When she fitted it over his face, he panicked for a second as the gas forced its way into his nose and mouth. But he was soon breathing it in and beginning to feel woozy. "When you wake," Miss Simone said, her voice strangely distant, "you'll either be a shapeshifter again or not. See you on the other side." He didn't like her choice of words. Other side indeed. Still, he was past caring. The room swam, and the two figures standing over him doubled before blurring into obscurity. Seconds later, he was out. When he woke, he felt wonderful. He sat up abruptly, and Dr. Kessler nearly jumped in shock. She stepped outside, spoke to a goblin guard, and returned immediately. "How are you feeling, Hal?" "Great," he said, trying to detect whether he did, in fact, hurt somewhere. But there was no pain, no dull aches, nothing. Is it done? All done, yes. And am I? She smiled. That's for you to tell us, young man. Miss Simone came dashing in. She closed the door behind her and approached the bed. Well, you look well enough. Hal frowned. I feel just like I did before the transfusion. Dr. Kessler and Miss Simone stared at him, eyebrows raised. Hal knew they were breathless with anticipation, and he wanted to draw it out just to tease them, only he could barely stand the excitement himself. I can't change in here, he said, waving around the room. But he gestured for them to stand back, and they did so, all the way to the far wall of the small room. Hal touched his chest and concentrated. At first nothing happened, but just as his hopes started to come crashing down, he felt a tickle, a slight burning sensation in his core. He focused on it, willing it to expand and bubble up. Is anything? Dr. Kessler started. A great burst of flame belched from Hal's mouth, licking across the room and causing the two women to duck. Instead of complaining, though, they came up grinning. The relief that flooded through Hal was so intense that he almost collapsed under the weight of it. He breathed long and hard. In theory, Miss Simone said, I can use this same procedure to turn anyone into a shapeshifter, but there are differences. This is the essence of the beast only, and it doesn't come with the natural animal instincts that a partially cloned child would have received through the old Shapeshifter Program. People altered using this new method will have to learn everything from scratch. Learning to fly, to breathe underwater, even to run on 4 legs or turn invisible, all of it will be completely alien to the patient. But the possibilities, Hal. She shook her head and gripped Dr. Kessler's arm as if to steady herself. I can't begin to tell you what a breakthrough this is. Hal was only half listening. Can I go? Yes, of course. You're an experienced dragon already, Hal. You should just be able to— Okay, thanks, he interrupted. Shakily, he swung his legs over the side of the bed and stood. I need to go outside and test this. Without waiting for a reply, he flung the door open and shouldered past the small crowd that was gathered there, a few goblins, 3 more doctors, and his parents. Hal, his mother said, but he simply grinned at her and hurried on down the corridor toward the lobby. Behind him, Miss Simone said something to them that he couldn't make out, probably explaining that he was eager to get outside and test his abilities. Outside, in the mid-morning sunlight, he found his friends sitting in a large circle just off the path under some trees. Darcy spotted him first, and she let out an exclamation and caused everyone to jump up and run toward him. Are you fixed? Darcy said. Can you change? Robbie shouted. Are you that ugly dragon again? Fenton muttered. Abigail shoved past them all and got to Hal first. Are you okay? I'm fine. Stand back. I want to see if this works. With his friends edging backward, his parents and Miss Simone emerging from the doorway of the science laboratory, and a number of stout, stern-faced goblins staring at him, he stood still and mentally crossed his fingers. Breathing fire was a great start, but it wasn't the same as a full shift into dragon form. A silence fell. Hal looked down at his smart clothes, glad he'd purposefully worn them this morning. He took a deep breath and transformed. With a roar of triumph, he reared up on his hind legs and let out a belch of flame. He swung his tail around and lifted his wings high, towering over his friends. He felt different. He felt amazing. You're bigger than before, Fenton said, sounding dismayed. Abigail clapped her hands together and grinned. He's not a young dragon anymore. My darling Hal is an exact clone of Burnflank's friend, a fully grown, adult clone. Hal barely heard this exchange. Dragon blood surged through his veins, and the sheer thrill of being normal again pounded in his chest so hard that he shuddered with the need to expel some energy. He spread his leathery wings and launched into the sky. The Island of Fog series. Hal is now a bigger, stronger dragon, and he'll need that advantage in the next book, Prison of Despair, when a gang of scrags from Old Earth takes people hostage and demands the unthinkable. Visit islandoffog.com for all the most up-to-date information.